Okay, now it appears to be live. I have no idea what was going on with this. My stream looked like it was good. Everything was great when I tested it earlier today, but for whatever reason, it just suddenly decided it was going to stop working. So it's taken me a few extra minutes to get this thing going. Sorry about that. And in the meantime, apparently all my webcam settings have totally changed. So now I look like I'm using like this insanely low quality camera as opposed to the normal low quality camera that I use. That's interesting. Let me see if I can actually fix this a little bit before we start. I guess the reason I'll start with why I decided to do this as a live stream today. My daughter, my oldest daughter, made the mistake of engaging me this morning. Normally she comes downstairs and she's like, hey, Dad, how's it going? And that kind of thing on the weekends. But today she came downstairs and I was a bit frustrated because I had looked up a couple of movies that were on my mind. And both of them were on HBO Max. And I'm looking at it from the perspective of I would really like to watch these movies again. And so, hey, Eldest, how's it going, man? So I'm looking at it from a perspective of it would be awesome if I could watch those movies. And I said, and then about that time we turned on Disney Plus, and I came to realize that on Disney Plus they had The Greatest Showman. And we were kind of puzzled by that. We're like, why is The Greatest Showman on Disney? It didn't used to be. And then it finally hits us that Disney now owns 20th Century Fox. And so their movie archive is now on Disney Plus. And that was kind of surprising to us. But it made sense. And I said, well, what Disney needs to do now is buy HBO. Because if they bought HBO, then suddenly all the HBO Max shows would be able to be on Disney Plus. My audio seems a bit out of sync. Great. So, all right, let's see if we can fix this. Tell me if it is ahead or behind, because I'm going to have to, actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this myself. Let me start recording for a moment. I'm going to go clap, 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 and I'm going to stop recording, and I'm going to look at my captured folder because for whatever reason, it got out of sync at some point. Just, it didn't update. It's supposed to have fixed itself. And, okay, so the audio is ahead. So it looked like to me like the audio was ahead by approximately, it looked like it was about, this. I'll say close, and let's try this right now. It's ahead by 1 second. Okay, so let's try this now. I'm going to try it again. Clap, clap, clap. And I'm going to hit stop on that and see what's going to happen now. And I'm going to watch the video. Okay. It sounded like it's almost there. Okay. So it's ever so slightly. Let's go just forward about another 1/10 of a second and I'll try it. Don't you just love this fixing audio stuff? It used to be perfectly synced, audio with video in OBS. But now OBS has decided to build a delay into it. So let's try this. Start recording, stop recording, and try play now. It's still ahead. Okay. Okay, so now the camera is actually ahead. So this is not what I wanted to do, but we'll fix this stupid audio. Video sync issue. Okay, let's try that now. And stop recording. What great content. Hey, that looks spot on to me. Tell me if this is enough right now. Does this look accurate to you? To me, it looks like it's pretty much spot on. It might be like a frame or something like that, but I'm going to go ahead and hopefully go with this. Okay, looks good on your end. Let's get this thing going. So, all right, let me tell you the reason why I decided to do this as a stream. Welcome, by the way, Bandrew. Welcome, World. We have 7 people in here. We got average view time of 1 minute and 24 seconds. OBS is a jerk sometimes. Yeah, it used to be perfect for like the first 2 2.5 years, it was perfect AV sync. And then one day, no updates or anything, because I don't install the updates. They frustrate me. But one day, I just decided to turn the thing on, and it was like 4 seconds out of sync. And I'm like, where did that come from? Nothing happened, and it forgot all my webcam settings. No longer was it 16:9. It was all of a sudden 4:3. So anyway, so here's how this whole thing began. Now that we're, a few minutes in. I was frustrated because this morning I was looking up a couple of movies, and both of them happened to be on HBO Max. Because, you go to the Internet Movie Database and you look up a movie and you say, where is it available? And it will say, you can hear your view options. If it's in theaters, if it's on HBO, Cinemax, but if it's on like CW, if it's on Disney Plus, something like that, it'll tell you where it was. And so I was looking at that from the perspective of, man, I really miss this. And I got kind of puzzled because we turned on Disney Plus, and then my daughter was like, my daughter who was standing there was, I said, man, I wish that, because Disney ended up having The Greatest Showman this morning. And I was kind of puzzled by that. I was like, why was The Greatest Showman? And then my wife and I realized that it's because it's a 20th Century Fox acquisition. Disney acquired them. So, of course, Disney Plus would suddenly start playing all their content, their movies. And so that made sense. And I said to my daughter, well, they need to buy HBO so that way their HBO shows would suddenly be part of Disney and they'd be included in Disney Plus. And that started, I don't remember really the conversation that started after that, but I remember we started The Greatest Showman. And according to my daughter, she'll tell you that an hour later, I finally finished my lecturing her on the history of cable television and how the origins of streaming started and stuff like that. And I later asked her later on this afternoon, I said, was it interesting at all to you? And she just kind of laughed and she's like, I mean, it's, I guess, but I don't remember any of it. I was like, oh, well, great. So apparently it wasn't that interesting if you didn't even remember. But the reason this is kind of funny is because part of the stuff that I'm going to talk about in this video was stuff that I remembered from living through it. Part of it was also, part of it was stuff that I remember happening. Part of it was things that I observed. Part of it, it's something I lived through. Now, you could very easily say something along the lines of, you're not remembering correctly. Hey, that's the reason why the first word in this live stream and the first word in the thumbnail is remembering, because I may not remember or may not know all the particular exact facts. Like if there was a network executive or somebody who worked for Netflix, they could say, well, it's pretty close, but it was actually this. I mean, there's a really good documentary right now called The Last Blockbuster, and it's available right now on Netflix, so you can watch it if you're interested. And I did watch it, but it more reinforced things that I remembered. Let me start off with just going straight into it. Let's just do this. Okay? Back in the old days, long before Banjo was born. Hold on a second. Let me actually read this. When you read this in 20 minutes, looks good. Okay, great. Thank you. Close time for me not to care. Wow, English. Okay, I wish there was still video stories. Yeah, me too, Banjo. Let's see. All right, this is how you solve problems. Set aside a room in your house. Line up the room with a touchscreen monitors. Place different video selections on each screen. Walk around the room and select a movie. Okay. HBO has been killing the box office for the Suicide Squad. My roommate who works in the movie theater has explained that too. And that's actually, it's interesting you say that, because that's one of the reasons why Scarlett Johansson, as I understand, is suing Disney, because her contract was based on a theatrical release. Part of her what she was supposed to be earning was based on it being a theatrical release. And because it was theatrical and streaming, and people are like, oh, the Delta variant, let's stay home. People were very interested in watching it streaming from home, and that's not going to give her the same revenue that it would be if they watched it in the theater. So she's, like, rightfully so, a bit frustrated because they said it was going to be a theatrical release. Now, this is just as I understand it. But anyway, so it'll be interesting what happens there. I think there was somebody else I just got through hearing about this last week that was also going to be looking into suing for streaming, because the contracts are different for SAG-AFTRA with regards to, what is that? With regards to revenue that they get for movies that stream versus movies that were theatrical releases, and it all has to do with residuals. I don't know enough about that to be completely honest with you about the details on that. I haven't talked to any actors that have filled me in on any of those details. I do know some things, but not related to that. But in the early days of cable television, now who I'm sure there's people in there that are watching right now that popping in to say hello, can't stay, so I'll have to watch a replay. Have a good stream. Thank you very much for stopping in, Scott Gross Productions. So, television originally broadcast out on the airways, and you remember the old rabbit ears that you always hear about in movies and see, where people were like, "Well, my kids were my remote controls," or "I was the remote control for my dad," or something to that nature. Well, the old reception that used to come in from the old SD transmitters that I think went off in 2000, mid 2000 teens, something like that. They were shut off finally. And I think it was Obama that in 2009, they were supposed to go full HD. And I think they started broadcasting HD signal. And there was like an allowance given to people if they wanted to fill out a form to get a $50 voucher for a free television transmission. Like a digital antenna thing that would allow you to plug in, an antenna and plug it into your TV so you still had TV, because TV is so important to us now. But and I think they delayed the conversion to HD for that reason. And it was kind of neat though. As a matter of fact, as a side, here I go with my tangents. I was on a TV show called Drop Dead Diva. And we had been framing everything on the show for 4:3, even though we were shooting 16:9. It was going to be reframed because I think it was on Lifetime? I'm trying to remember. Drop Dead Diva was on USA? No, that was Necessary Roughness. I don't remember the network it was on anymore, but we were literally in the middle of an episode, in the middle of our day, in the middle of a scene, turning around when we got the word that instantly we had to start reframing everything for 16:9. And the camera operator was like, "You at least want us to finish this scene because we're changing literally the way that we're operating and framing everything." "Nope, we're going to start doing it instantly, start everything forward." And so they started that setup, framing, not for a square, a 4:3, more square-shaped image, and suddenly it became more 16:9. Now, in the original days of television, when it was broadcast out over the air, you would receive that signal via your television, and then you would be able to watch it on your on your TV. And originally, it was very grainy. The signal wasn't very good because the transmission antennas were big, the transmitters were at high quality, but the receivers weren't great on television, and there was a lot of interference that would happen. It got better over the years with television as modern television started to get better, but all we had to work from home crowd the past year, their employers, because then they took jobs they were told they would work job sites. Some of those suits were ridiculous. Yeah. I watched the 2016 X-Files 6-episode miniseries via digital antenna because I didn't have cable. It took me back to having an antenna hookup. You know what? We still do not have a television subscription service in my house. We don't subscribe to any of that stuff. With my daughters, we just buy the DVDs or have a couple of streaming services that they can watch things off of with their child accounts. And my wife and I will show them movies if we want to allow them to watch something that's more of an adult type thing. Like when we watch the Harry Potters or something like that, some of the later ones that are kind of, crazy, or Lord of the Rings, something like that. We don't put that on. Well, actually, I think the Lord of the Rings is on there because they were watching that when they were children. But anyway, so television. It used to be just broadcast in our house, but then the invention of cable television suddenly allowed people to connect up a coaxial cable into their television or through a cable box, something like that. And people would sometimes buy descramblers, which were illegal, and unless you, of course, subscribe to every single pay service there was. And if you did, then they said then you were allowed to legally own a descrambler, because it basically meant that you had to program it to descramble the entire signal that came in. And if you weren't paying for those services, it was illegal for you to watch any of them. And one of the people I knew took me over to their house at one point, and their box I thought was amazing because it was descrambled. He pressed a button and it suddenly, you had the audio, but the signal suddenly straightened up. And I'm like, "You're able to watch that?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then he pressed the button again and it scrambled again. because it was like a scramble, descramble button. Now, the reason that I'm starting with cable, and I think that cable is kind of cool, is because originally the idea was to give you better quality on your local programming. Hold on one second. So let's see, 16:9 aspect ratio is crazy bad. Should be 15:12. Oh no, I like 16:9. I cut the cord in 2012. I too watched X-Files OTA. Yeah, over the air. 16:9, I like. A lot of shows are actually shooting in 17:9. It's an aspect ratio a little wider, and some movies and stuff are 2:35, 2:39. I think Stranger Things was a 2-to-1 aspect ratio. So if you watch on a 16:9 screen, it'll be a little bit black on the top and bottom. But anyway, so the idea originally was to give you better quality local television, and that's when some of the technical issues that would happen when you produced a television show and you were like, okay, well, you know what, by the time it reaches the air, transmits through the air and people watch it on their home televisions, they're never going to see the little faint lines, or not lines, but threads and stuff holding up a bat. What was it, The Outer Limits or something like that was a show like that? And then because they were archiving it and then they sold the tapes on it, when you watch the tapes, you're like, wait a minute now, there was threads holding that up the whole time? You just couldn't see it on the analog transmission back in the day. But the original idea behind cable, as I understand it, was to give you better quality local programming. Now, there were still channels that you could get that were premium, like the Weather Channel, which back when I was a young kid, the Weather Channel came with two other channels at the same time, WOR and WGN. I think WOR was out of Chicago and WGN was out of New York, and I could be remembering those the wrong way. But if you wanted them, I think they came together, and I don't remember if it was 99 cents or $1.99 because I was a kid at the time. But I do know that we had it in our household when we had cable. And the reason why is because you could just turn it on and watch weather and you learn about what the weather was going to be like. If you watch WOR or WGN, you're like, oh, good, I get weather from Chicago or New York. Oh, yay. But there was some programming that you get also. Also, usually the cable services, they also included other channels. That's when you started to have channels pop up like USA. And what are some of the other ones that we had back in the day? There's other channels that were even some of them were even local, but they were far away that you couldn't ever get them. Like the transmitting antenna was on the wrong side of the city than where you live, so you weren't able to get it. But some people on the far other side were able to get it. So you were suddenly able to say, that's a local channel? That's cool. I've never heard of that before. MTV, VH1, those channels basically popped up with cable. So those are some of the ones that originally happened. Now, the reason why I'm starting with that and mentioning this is because they were paid in order for you to get those on part of a cable subscription. The cable company had to buy and license those channels. And so things like WR and WGN and when they were pulled together with the Weather Channel, those kind of came together and they made themselves a little package. Oh, would you like the Weather Channel, WR and WGN? Cool. And now if you wanted to subscribe to like the Disney Channel, that was an additional price. I can't remember back in the day. I think it was like either $3.99 or $4.99 a month. And then there was also HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, and the movie channels. And back in those days, kids, if you're watching, you used to have to go into the TV Guide, which was a paper booklet that talked all about television and a little bit of film. But in the very back of it, there was a little area that talked about first release, the movies that were released, and you'd have to look at it. And you would always look at it every single week. As soon as you got the TV Guide, you'd go through it to see what movies were going to be airing. Because before there was cable, it used to be that in order to license a movie, it was extremely expensive. And it used to take a lot of money for them to license something and to put on television if it was something like Gone with the Wind or more than likely it was more like Wizard of Oz. I remember it only came on like twice a year. And so whenever it came on, I was so excited. As a matter of fact, we had a VCR and I recorded it off of television. So excited to watch it. And every single year I would re-record over it or record it again because I thought it was the most amazing movie at the time. Now, it was licensing on regular broadcast television, which to broadcast out a movie it cost a lot to license. Now, on cable, it was a little bit different. For Cinemax, HBO, Showtime, and the movie channel, they used to have to license those movies. When the first run movies would leave the movie theater, before it was used to take a few months before it would hit video. And it used to hit tapes first. So the tapes would go into, they were very expensive. And that's where the video stores started to pop up, like Blockbuster Video, because they could buy an expensive movie for $100 or something like that, and then rent it to you for $1.95 or $1.99 for a 2-day rental. And then through 50 rentals, which would take about 3 months or so, if every single person was trying to fight for them, they would get those movies and they would take them home. Then sometimes you'd finish it the first night, go ahead and drop it off, and they could re-rent it. There were many times in a video store you'd be standing there waiting around to see if someone was going to drop off a first-run movie. As soon as a movie would be dropped through the box or returned, you're like, what'd you bring back? What'd you bring back? Hey, can you check that out to me? And they'd say, sure. Scan back out, scan back to you. There it goes out with you. And you get to watch a movie that way. But before it got to the video stores, and if you didn't, I mean, back in the day, when movies first came out, they were about $100, and no one wanted to buy those movies for that for a VHS tape. That's where movie stores got it first. So it went to movie stores first, and then after a while, sometimes the price would come down and you were able to get them. But before it went to the video stores, you would see it show up and potentially be available for license on cable television through HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, the movie channel. So those were actually channels that you could see movies on. And if you looked in the back of the TV guide, you'd look at it, and it could be that for 2 weeks, this one movie would play, and it would say this movie was gonna air on SHO, SHO, HBO, Max, Cinemax, or TMC, the movie channel. And they would show up in the back with that little logo right next to it, and it would say the day and time, TUES 8:17. And you're like, oh, it's going to start at 8:17 p.m. It's probably like 8:15, actually, not 8:17. It was never really that accurate. But you would then know that there was only like 2 opportunities for you to see that movie if it was going to go and stream. So you would know to set your VHS recorder, your VHS VCR to record the movie when it came on. But almost all the time, there was a gamble. It was like a 1 in 4 chance of, if you only subscribed to one service, if it was going to be there. Now, once it was done being aired on that 1 week, then it may be picked up by another channel. Now, sometimes there was multiple channels. Sometimes it was like, I think I heard at one point HBO and Cinemax were owned by the same company, and Showtime and the movie channel were owned by the same company. And so usually it would be like if HBO wanted to pick it up, you would maybe sometimes on a rare occasion see it by the movie channel. But you wouldn't see it on like HBO and Cinemax most of the time, or Showtime and the movie channel most of the time. It was usually the other two. Now, I don't know if they were actually owned by the same companies, but that's what I was told back in the day. So once it was picked up for a certain number of weeks and licensed for a certain number of plays, once it left there would be a time period. And then after that, it might show up as a movie like on an airplane, or something like a cruise ship, if they wanted to get special license. And it was usually like edited for an airplane, because back in the day, you didn't have your own screen in front of you that you could watch your movie on. It was like a pull down screen, and they would project it, and you could watch it or not. And back in those days, you used to have to pay for the sound, because most airlines would have it looked like 2 little tubes side by side, and it would stick out of the side of your seat. And you would have to ask them for the headphones. And it was like this weird thing, kind of like a stethoscope, from a doctor, that had 2 little tubes out, and you would stick it in the little proprietary connector, and it would go out, and each tube would be routed to your ear. So it was like listening through a hose. So it was close-up sound. But by the time it got to your ear, there was like a pad. It was like these spongy type pads. It was like $2 to rent the headphones for the sake of it. Now, if you took the headphones home with you, there's really no purpose, because you couldn't use them on anything else. Over the course of time, as an added feature, they'd start to say, well, you can now plug in your headphones. Then over the course of time, they got rid of that little 2 hose thing. But I remember also being a little kid and crouching down really, really low and sticking my ear up to the little, the 2 tube connector, just to see what was going to happen there. So movies, when they were first run in the theater, they leave the theater, then they would go to a service, something like, there was various different other levels of this, but usually they would hit, the cable television channels and stuff like that. They would also then have an opportunity to go through, cruise ships and and airplanes and that kind of thing before it hit home video. And then ultimately, eventually, there might be an ad on TV for $26.95. You can own this 3-disc collection or 3 VHS collection of whatever they were going to try to sell. Let me play a little bit catch up here on the chat here, and then I'll continue. All right. Cut the cord. Okay, so my phone is an 18.9 OLED display. Looks good. Good. I just had to get a new phone the other day, and I ended up wanting one that had a headphone jack in it, an actual headphone jack. So I had to get an OtterBox for it. But this is by no means one of the flagship premium phones. Now, sure, I could buy one very easily, but none of those have headphone jacks, and I wanted a headphone jack. So if I plug this into my phone, if I wanted to plug my phone into this, rather, I can now listen to something that to me means a lot because, sound guy likes to listen. And one of the tricks I learned is that many of the stores that you go to, like I'm with T-Mobile, if I go to T-Mobile and say, I want to get a phone, it could be that this is not a T-Mobile store. It could be a third party T-Mobile representation, owned by a third party, which means you're not going to have the same options you will through T-Mobile. Now, most of them will carry the flagship phones, but they're not going to necessarily carry all the little side versions, the Google Pixels and the Nord phones and all those side phones that people don't normally think of. You only think about the Samsungs, the iPhones, the big time Google phones, the flip out Samsung that's $1,700, $1,800 for to give you a screen, that flips over and you can see. That to me is kind of ridiculous for a phone. And especially considering none of them have headphones, and that's a big thing to me. That's like a big major feature. So to me, I wanted to get that. And so I ended up getting a phone that had headphones, and the person looked at me really weird when I was like, yeah, I don't want any of those. And finally I told her I'm a pro sound guy. I need to have my headphone jack. And she's like, they don't really have them anymore. I'm like, some do, and those are the ones I'm interested in. So I got one I liked. But anyway, let me continue. And this thing is a wide screen, by the way. You take a picture. The picture in the thumbnail, just to give you an idea, was a humongous aspect ratio like this with the front-facing camera. Look at this thing. That is wide. That's the way it looked. There's you're seeing all the way over there and all the way over there, and that's the way it was framed. And I was looking at that thing. That is wide, wide, wide. Split that thing in half, and this is like a wide screen of widescreens. If I shot a video like this, I could advertise it as almost like panoramic cinema scope or something crazy. That was awesome. So, anyway, let me play catch up here a little bit for a second. You must be a scenery fan. I want to be able to shoot people head to toe without having to make them tiny tons of dead fill space on the sides. Yeah, you're also probably a vertical video guy then. You don't mind taking vertical videos. I just about freak out whenever I see that. Sure, I know it means getting back a little bit. You know what the first song MTV played was? Yeah, Video Killed the Radio Star. That was the first video they aired. As a matter of fact, side note on MTV, do you know what artist was probably more, he was probably more influential for crossing the racial barrier than any other artist? Because MTV was originally seen as like a white rock station, white rock videos and things like that. The answer, I'll tell you in a second. But I want you to take a couple of guesses first. Anyway, so let's see. What are you speaking into, Alan? This is the same mic I always speak into. This is the SC400, the T-Bone SC400. I have a review on that. Hey, Alan, this Andre. Oh, cool. Did the cable work? I want to know about it. Tell me if the cable worked. Back in their competition was on TV. Yeah. Way more 100 IRC. Well, I remember being up to like $125, something like that. Wow, I forgot about the tubes on the airplanes. Good recollection. Which one is it? The Pixel 4a anamorphic? No, it's not. It's the Nord 10N. And I know the camera's not the best on it. It's extremely sharp. The dynamic range isn't really great, but I liked some of it. I liked it because once you put it in an OtterBox, it's plastic, so you press on the back and it was like, yikes. So I ordered the OtterBox for it. Now this thing is like a projectile like my old phone was. That old phone was an S8 Active. a Galaxy S8 Active. And when they released the S9, I was like, they got rid of the headphone jack. I got to upgrade to the S8 Active because that was ruggedized. I never had a case for it. And I would drop that phone all the time, probably drop that phone, if not every day, every other day, at least once. And I would drop it constantly. But I never dropped an earlier phone. I think it was only because it was rugged. I knew it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to break or whatever. But that screen, it would fall on the screen. I'm like, great, this is going to be the time it shatters because I dropped it on concrete. No, it didn't. It's great. Great phone. So it's the Nord N or 10N, I believe, or N10, something like that. And it seems to be fine. It's just a learning curve, trying to get used to something other than Samsung. And transferring over a bunch of stuff, man, it's still in progress. Okay, caught up on chat. Let me take a quick drink, and then I will continue. So in order to get your channel picked up on cable, depending on the cost of the channel, what might happen was you would say, okay, well, we'll give you our signal for this particular cost. Some more premium channels would pop up, and in order to pay for those, they would have to charge additional money for it. So that's the reason why you'd have like a basic cable might be $35. The next level of cable might be $55. And then if you wanted the really expensive one, it was like $75. And you got less channels each time. So the first level might be like 55 or 60 channels. And then the next level, it would add on additional like 25, 30 channels. And the last one to add on the last like 15 to 20 channels was the most expensive. Well, that was licensing at work. In order to get those more premium channels, they had to package it. They knew that if they were to say something like, well, you can order it a la carte. You can, if you just want Court TV, which is only available on our most premium subscription service, then this is after a while, then if you ordered a la carte, everybody would be buying bare bones basic packages and then just adding on one or two channels. So they didn't do that. What they did instead is they packaged everything together and said, if you want that channel, you're going to have to subscribe to this. So if you want Fox Soccer Channel, you're going to have to subscribe to the most expensive plan. And you'd be like, no, I want that. And then it later became, Fox Sports or whatever it was. But Fox Soccer Channel 20 years ago was the only channel really that would air soccer content. Not 20 years ago, probably closer to 15. Here it is, a live stream, and my nose is itching again. I don't know what it is about sitting here only when I'm live streaming. When I'm not live streaming and I'm editing or something like that, no issues. No issues with the itchy nose. Okay, so let's continue here. So you had channels that were trying to get their channels licensed by cable companies. And then you had one guy that had a small little channel in Atlanta. And what he decided to do was brilliant. He said, well, I'm not going to charge you for my channel. I'm going to give you my signal for free. And they're like, why? And it's like, well, I want it to be, good quality, and I want to be able to send it out all over the place. So I'll let you have my channel for free. And they were like, oh, cool. So basic, very bare bones, basic cable was your local channels and a few other channels, including this little channel called TBS. Channel 17 out of Atlanta, owned by a little guy. What's his name? Ted Turner. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. But it was just a guy that owned a small little TV station. And basically back in those days, it was almost like constantly running Smokey and the Bandit and country, movies that nobody had ever heard of. So TBS was given to the cable companies. That's why you were able to see it nationwide. Now, why would he do that? The reason why is because by him giving away his signal, he had countrywide, nationwide expansion. It wasn't small radio over-the-air radio transmission in Georgia. It was now world or countrywide. So all of a sudden, he was able to charge nationwide advertisement rates for that. Very brilliant idea, because it didn't cost him anything to give his signal away. Now, in doing so, he started getting more money because of the revenue. And people started to slowly realize that, well, the channel is only playing Smokey the Bandit, but he started being able to license a little bit more. Now, this introduced a very interesting market, by the way, where the channels that were out there, like HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, the Movie Channel, and even other channels, they wanted to put their great content on during the times of day people would be able to watch them. In the middle of the night, like around 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., something like that, they didn't want to just go off the air. So what would they do? They would start making themselves available for ads. there was the birth of the infomercial. Sometimes a show that you would be brain dead and barely able to stay awake, and there would be very, very high energy. A host would get up there and was just like, look at this, it does amazing things, and if I do this and I hit this with a hammer, look at it, it's not going to break, and then I do this and it's going to clean perfectly, and look at this, it's not going to break. And you'd be like brain dead, and you're like, wow, that's awesome. That thing it solves all the problems in the world. 1995, because it's down from 100. They would say it's like $149 value. But if you act today, we're going to take $100 off of you. You're like, well, that's a good deal. And then they're like, and I'm going to give you this, and then I'm going to give you this, and I'm going to give you this, and I'm going to add 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 this. And did I say 49? I meant 39. You're like, wow, that's even better. And I'm going to take an additional $10 off because you're watching this. And you're like, wow, that's amazing. And then it's like, I'm going to take away 10 more. And you're like, wow, it's $19.95 now. It's $149 value. Yeah, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to call it up and buy it. And then they were like, all right, here's your credit card, and you'd buy this stuff. And that was because an infomercial was an opportunity for two things. Number one is a television station to fill up its day with something. In the middle of the night when no one's going to watch it, they didn't have to use their licensed things the TV shows that they wanted to air and use their licenses for those when people would watch them. They didn't want to just put it on any time. Sometimes, though, there would be additional shows that they would want. They wouldn't fill them all up with infomercials because it was very inexpensive for an advertisement. Don Lepre was a guy that talked about, for example, I think he was out of Scottsdale, Arizona, or Flagstaff, Arizona, something like that. And he was like, for placing one little bitty ad in a newspaper, I was able to sell this little booklet. And then I thought about it and I said, this little bitty one ad made me $15. Now, I decided to look up 100 newspapers and put the little bitty ads in there, and then all of a sudden my $15 became $1,500 from doing this. And that launched my company. And then by selling but one little bitty ad, this is the kind of stuff that used to be on infomercials. How to get rich quick by putting little ads places, and this little gimmick, that little gimmick. This is how I get rich, and I'm going to have this is my Ferrari, this is my plane. Now you see those videos on YouTube, but back in the day, it used to be infomercials. And these people would catch you in the middle of the night, and you'd be like, yeah, sure. And then they'd get you on the phone, and they'd say, would you be interested in buying something more? Yeah, sure, might as well. How about this for an additional $5? Yeah, I'll do that too. Another thing that used to pop up in the middle of the night was ads for things like dating hotlines. Or join the party line, and you can listen to girls like this. And you're like, wow, look at that. That's going to be cool. And, you're in the middle of the night, all brain dead, and you're like, well, that's cool. I'm going to pay $2.99 a minute to hear some girl talk to me on the phone. And they would say it's a party line. So it was multiple people, usually one girl that wouldn't get a word in and a bunch of guys talking, I'm assuming. I never once called them. Or psychic hotlines. And there were different other hotlines. There was, I think, a bunch of different types of lines that you would always see advertised in the middle of the night, because that's when they would say, you want your psychic? Do you know if you're going to get a new job? So if you were up late at night and you weren't having to work the next day, you might be a little nervous and panicked about work. And so you're like, I'll call a psychic for a few minutes and get them on the phone, and maybe they'll tell me something, they'll turn my life around. That, they're able to get you on the phone for 4 or 5 minutes, and all of a sudden it hits your phone bill and you have $15 to $20 charge from talking to a psychic that didn't tell you anything. Anyway, let me I said, hello from Brooklyn. Are you on a long turnaround? I am currently unemployed. I finished the show last week, a week ago Friday. I finished Senior Year, a Rebel Wilson comedy. And then I loaded out on Monday. Didn't do anything. I had a couple of calls, but nothing really came to fruition. And then on Friday and Saturday, I did a Bruce Willis movie. The Bruce Willis unit basically was shot here in Atlanta. And so we'd finished that and finished that yesterday. And now I am currently unemployed for the next 7 weeks. I had to turn down Wedding Crashers, which was coming into town, with a amazing, legendary sound mixer that I would have loved to have worked with, but because I already had a job lined up for it that started the same exact time. But no long turnaround. It's just that. So, yeah, good times. Worth it or not, Andre, thanks for coming by, dude. Okay, he says, ha, 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 Liberty dude. All right. So, now, let's continue here. So, you'd have all these late night channels that would suddenly pop up. Now, the premium channels, HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, the movie channel, and other premium channels that you would pay for, like, for example, the Weather Channel, WR, WGN. That was a three-pack little deal that you could get for 99 cents, I think, now that I think about it. or the Disney Channel, or premium channels like the Playboy Channel. I forgot what they changed that name to. Spice, I think, was it? Something like that. Anyway, they had to fill up their premium schedules with something. And that gave birth to a bunch of really bad 80s movies. And I'm sure you guys know the kinds of ones I'm talking about, especially the ones probably late night on HBO. There were movies that you would sometimes watch, and you could bring up manually the channel, but it was all scrambled. You could never figure out what was going on. However, some channels like HBO, if you ever saw the movie Splash, John Candy has a line when he and Tom Hanks are trying to get in to see Madison, the dolphin, when she is captured by the government, and she's inside the tank, and they're trying to get past, and they say, this is doctors, such and such from the whatever institute in Sweden. And when he shows up, the guards start speaking Swedish to him, and Tom Hanks and John Candy kind of look at each other, and then John Candy says something to him, and Tom Hanks snaps his head over there looking at him because he's speaking Swedish. Well, if you look at the behind the scenes, he had a terrible time trying to get the lines right. It was terrible Swedish and didn't really make sense, but it sounded Swedish enough, and they were able to move on. But in the movie, he basically says something that you would hear in a let's just say a Swedish nudie movie that you would see. And that was what HBO was very commonly known for. Late night on Saturday nights and on the weekends, that was what they would play. So guys that were home from work or whatever, they were like, hey, honey, what do we think about we get HBO? And then they would stay up really late on a Saturday night after doing whatever, and their wife goes to bed, and they'd stay up until 2 or 3 a.m. watching that kind of stuff, or record it on a VHS, on a VHS tape and watch it later, I guess. But then HBO did that. They had contracts for airing that kind of stuff. Cinemax got known for other things, and Showtime, the movie channel, they would get deals for, I'll put on your whatever movie. And that's what gave birth to some of these really bad 80s movies that you might remember, that you would sometimes see, and you're like, gosh, this thing is just terrible. All it is like a bunch of girls running around in bikinis and guys with bonehead lines and saying stupid things. And then, guys running around, and then it's a terrible chase scene, and it's framed terribly, and the sound is horrible. And that's where those came from. Them having to come up with some sort of content that would sell cheap enough that it could be licensed to air on those channels. And then with the invention of the video store, sometimes it was like, if we could put enough girls in bikinis that we could get licensed on it, we could have it in the adult section, and that might get some people to rent it. At least teenagers that had a video card, as long as it wasn't in the adult section that was behind the curtain in the back, which was 18 and up. But anyway, so that's where a lot of those really bad cheesy 80s movies came from, is the need to license it to fill up the airwaves. And they were like, look, if we can make the movie for this amount of money and then license it to get it on the air, that would be something kind of cool that we could do. And so they started making these really terrible movies. And some actors now that have been around in acting for 40 years, if you look at them now, they're hot actors. But back in the day, some of the earliest shows that they did were terrible. Now, one of the things I did is I remembered 2 movies that were very bad. Or I shouldn't say very bad. I should say they were very 80s. They were exactly the genre. And I remember that we had recorded a movie that was going to be, I looked at the back of the TV guide. I found out it was going to be airing a certain time. And I said, you know what? I'm going to be setting my VCR for that. But sometimes I'd get the tape wrong. I would get the out time wrong, because if you started it too late, then you'd miss the beginning of the movie. You started exactly on time. Sometimes it started a couple of minutes early, and you'd like, oh no, I missed the first couple of minutes. So what you'd have to do is set your clock a few minutes early and then have it end a few minutes late. And there were times that I would accidentally put the wrong out time. I know there was VCR Plus, which was like, you program in the code that matches the movie you want. It will start and stop it and record exactly. I never once tried that. I was always old school and was like, I'm going to set an in time and out time. And sometimes I would say, you know what, just to make sure, I'm going to make sure that this goes extra long, like an extra hour. So that way I make sure I get the end of the movie. Well, if it was the movie I wanted to watch was like a martial art movie that was on at like 10, 11 p.m., something like that. Sometimes the movies that came on after that to continue to record that went on at maybe 1 a.m. were some of these bad 80s movies. And as a kid, it was like a gold mine. Wow, look at this movie I get to see. at the end. You know, that's one of those that I'm going to be seeing after school before my parents get home from work. And you'd be like, wow, that's kind of cool. You know, education of the youth of that era. Not 1-900 numbers were genius at the time and did not hold that option. I've never once called one of those or at all. I know nothing about the 900 numbers in here locally. They were I think they said 876 numbers or something like that were also ones that you steered clear of. Anyway, so some of that gave birth to these terrible movies that had to be licensed and aired someplace, and they would make their way into the video stores. Now, one of the things that was kind of cool was that this was an experience. Anybody that remembers the old days would remember that you went into a movie theater and you would get your popcorn, maybe your candy. You'd go and watch your movie, and there was no seating that you would go and sit down and you pre-buy the exact seats or whatever else. Back in the early days, it was you do this and you go and sit down, and the seat in front of you. Hopefully, there's not a tall person sitting there. The screen wasn't overly big, and it was basically you packed in a little chair. But then, over the course of time, every few years or every decade or so, they would create something new. And so it was like, oh, we offer our movies in stereo. And then all of a sudden, I think in the 90s, they were like, we start offering stadium seating where no one's going to be sitting in front of you because we stack our seats. You know what stadium seating is. And then over the course of time, it became from stadium seating, they started saying, now we have a big screen. Then and it was like, you know, over the course of the years, digital projection. And now you can get food from like the movie tavern and the, studio movie grill and places like that where you can go and see a movie and sit down and have a nice, you know, a croissant chicken salad sandwich, and that will be dropped off to you along with a milkshake and or like what I always get is the big, like if I go to see an AMC movie, almost every single time I go, I have to get my 1.5 pound Bavarian Legend pretzel, which is like a $16 pretzel. And I'm going to end up going sometime this week because I'm unemployed right now. I'm going to have to go and get my pretzel and watch a movie because I have a gift card right up there that's good enough to get me in for a movie, and I'm going to have to go see something because I like going to the movie theater. So anyway, every single few years though, there's a new trend that would be, you know, now we have reclining seats in our movie theater where you can sit back and watch it, and there's now SDDS and Dolby Digital and all these really awesome features that would get you in the door. And, you know, better food options. And now you could reserve your seating. So all these different things that you can use to get a better movie going experience. But what about the movie store experience? Well, it was pretty much unchanged. There was Blockbuster Video, there was Hollywood Video, mom and pop stores would pop up every now and then. And they would pop up and be like, sorry, I was looking for a picture, but it didn't actually search on my computer. Might be in a different folder. But you would have video stores, mom and pop video stores. And sometimes what would happen is companies like Blockbuster would come into town and they'd say, they had made arrangements. They had made deals with the movie studios to get better deals than the $100 movies in order to share their movies, and they would get better licensing, and it was part of it was getting the movies initially at a lower price, and then part of it was also the licensing agreement that a certain percentage of the rental costs would, after a certain period of time, go to the movie theater as well, or movie studio as well. And Blockbuster worked out a better deal because they were everywhere. And what they would do is they'd come into town and they would go into like the mom and pop stores, and they'd say, we'd like to buy your video store. And they'd say, we're not interested in that. Okay, well, I work with Blockbuster. We're going to be, if you don't want to sell to us, we'll give you this until this duration. You can still operate your store and whatever else, but under the Blockbuster name and brand with our logo out front and whatever. And or either that, or you have the option of continuing to work here and operating your store. But just know that we will be that like 2 streets down. We're going to be opening a Blockbuster Video, and it's going to have our full store and store and everything there. So it will be here one way or the other. You can either sell to us or you can go down. And that was basically the way it was. It was a machine back in the day. And it was quite intimidating for a lot of people. They would go ahead and sell out, and they were, and so people were like nervous. Our video store is now owned by Blockbuster. Yes, it was. The owner is still operating the store and stuff because that was part of the deal. We want to make sure the transition for the locals is going to be there. But if you're in a bigger city like Atlanta, New York, Chicago, L.A., any of those, they're not going to buy up mom and pop stores for the most part. They might put in a lowball offer, but they're going to just start buying up, or renting facilities and start, bringing out their monster and start doing the Blockbuster videos popping up everywhere. So what ended up doing in the video stores? Well, it was the experience that you went there for. Back in the day, it was you check out a movie. You might take your girl out on a date or something like that. Then you go to Blockbuster, you get a video, and you take it back. Well, now it's been replaced by Netflix and chill. I'm sure you've heard of that. But it used to be back in the day, you'd pick up make it a Blockbuster night was even what they said in the ad. Because you go back to a place, you turn off the lights, you watch a movie, and see where the night took you. But part of the experience was going there and looking and seeing if your interests were going to align with whoever that you were on a date with. And what movie you want to watch? You want to watch this, an action movie or a romantic comedy? Oh, yikes, I don't know. And then you would both find something that you were interested in. Oh, how about this comedy? I never saw that. Never saw that too, but it sounds interesting. Let's watch it together. Cool. You make it a Blockbuster night. Part of it was the experience of doing that. Now, originally, I don't remember the exact amount, so don't quote me on this, and someone could probably look it up. But it was something like a 2-day rental for $1.99. Maybe it was a 3-day rental for $2.99. Whatever it was like, or maybe it was a 2-day rental for $2.99. I can't remember what it was, but I remember that it was the idea being that if you go in there on a Friday and you picked out a movie, you would be able to drop it back off on Sunday, and maybe they would be able to rent it again to someone that wanted to watch it on Sunday night before they went back to work on Monday. And then usually the drop box would overflow on Monday morning because it was everybody dropping off the movie that they had rented out on Friday or Saturday night, and it was due then on a 2-day rental. Now, there was also late fees where you would rent out the movie, and if it wasn't back in time at the rental duration, then it was a certain amount per day. So it was like an extra $1 a day. So if it was a two-day rental for, let's just say $2.95, then if you kept an additional day, it was another $1. So the $1.50 that originally was basically a 2-day rental, so it's basically $1.50 a day. A 2-day rental for $1.50 a day would turn into an additional $3, then and then $4, then $5, $6, because it would slowly start to rack up if you were running late. But then they got the idea of, well, if we can get people to maybe check it out and we guaranteed that the movie was going to be in stock, maybe on like a Thursday, maybe they came in to pick it out on Thursday, maybe they would still return it. They'd come back on Friday or Saturday when they were done with it to pick out another movie. Maybe that we could get them back in there and rent something else of them. But it ended up not really working out with that way as much. People would usually, if they weren't there, if they rented a movie on Friday or Saturday, it was going to be delivered most likely on Sunday night. Right before they closed, they wouldn't have a chance to rent it out again, but it would still return that day or on Monday morning. So they got the idea. I'm just talking about the major chain like Blockbuster, first of all. They got the idea, instead of doing a 2-day rental for $3 or $2.50, whatever it was, we're going to do a 5-day rental for $4.95. Now, they still spun it as, oh, it's actually a better deal, or it's the same cost as it always was. It's still $1 a day, but now you have more time you can take. So you can rent it maybe on like a Thursday and make sure you get your movie for the weekend. And then you don't have to rush back and return it on Saturday morning. You can keep it an extra couple of days. Cool. But still, you're paying for it. But that price increase meant a lot to some people. Some people were just like, oh my gosh, I can't, swallow that. I can't absorb that. I'm not going to check out nearly as much. And of course, to your point, please be kind, rewind. Be kind, rewind. That was a thing because, with the VHS, VCR, you start rewinding the tape at the very, very end and you're burning up your motor. But those tape rewinders were terrible because you put it in there and that thing starts barreling and rewinding that thing quickly, which first of all, if you played a tape, it would align the tape evenly on the take-up roll, and it would be very precise about it. When you rewind it, it's just throwing it back on that roll and getting it back as quick as it possibly could. And it's random. It's going to perhaps crinkle or be overlapping or something like that. It could, anything could happen. And when it gets to the very, very end where that clear part was, that clear leader, as soon as it hits, it didn't stop there. Like there was on the inside of your VCR, that tape went around. It'd wrap around the drive, the head. But when you rewound on a VCR, the second that light went through and noticed that it shined through a leader, it would slam on the brakes and hit stop. So the black tape would suddenly go into the clear leader and the light would go on the other side and it would instantly say, stop, hit the brakes. VHS tape rewinder did not do that. It just hit rewind, and the second that motor hit a stop point and it no longer was able to stop because it hit something that stopped it, like the end, when it would like go all the way to the very, very end and it was trying to yank the tape out of the thing. Sometimes it would stretch just a little bit. Sometimes it would completely break. But regardless, whatever the case was, it hit that, and then when it no longer was able to rewind, it would say, okay, and it would pop it out. That was the thing that triggered the eject button. If you had a tape in there and it sensed that it was closed, it would instantly start rewinding until it would hit something and stop, and then it would suddenly pop open. And there was, of course, a fee that was for that too. Be Kind Rewind means, at the end of a tape, you would have to... You'd have to watch to the very, very end of a tape. And then when you were done with your movie, you'd hit rewind. And if you didn't, they would charge you 50 cents or something like that to rewind it for you. Because they wanted it to be where you stick the tape in and you could start watching your movie. That was part of the experience. Now, sure, early tapes would have a couple of ads from the smaller budget shows. Like if you had a Rhino video or something, they'd say, other Rhino video releases are this one and this one and this one. And if you did... like a major player like Disney or something like that, it was like, coming soon to home video, and then you'd see a movie that when you watch the VHS tape later, you're like, oh, look at that. That's so cute. Pocahontas hadn't been released yet. And it was saying it's coming this year on this date. You'd be like, wow, that's awesome. And you get to see some ads for some movies. Not quite like a movie in the theater, but it was the type of thing where you could always hit fast forward if you didn't want to see that. And it started off with a black bit, like a 10-second gap at the beginning of a tape. And that was because at the very beginning, when you first put the tape in there, sometimes that tape rewinder would crinkle the beginning of it or overstretch it or something like that. And that first bit of tape, as it was getting in through there and establishing its control check, it was chewed all up. Then it went to an FBI warning, and it was like, if you copy this tape, that's illegal. And it was like, don't pirate, that kind of thing. Not the current pirate ones that are on DVDs, but it was stuff like that. And like the fines. Then it would usually go into the ads for the whoever produced the video, the videotape, like Disney or other Warner Brothers movies or Paramount or whatever. But this is where it kind of takes an interesting turn. Because videotapes were expensive, as we mentioned before. But with the invention of DVDs, it was cheaper, it was flatter. Now, there was a media rate, and that's still available now. If you want to send a tape or a CD, a DVD, it's not just a regular cost of priority mail. If you want to ship it priority mail or even regular mail, there is a lower cost, what they call, I think, like a third class rate or a first class rate or something like that. That's the media rate. And the media rate is cheaper. If you were sending a tape or some sort of media, like a movie, something like that, you can get it cheaper, shipped cheaper because, the post office would offer a discount on that. And so it suddenly became an option where when you would have something along the lines of a DVD, that's when a little company called Netflix popped up. And they started to offer a DVD video rental service. And their idea was that, you go on their website, you put in, if you're never familiar with this, you're only like, well, that's a streaming service. Yes, it is. But there was back in the day, and I can't speak for it anymore. I believe it's still, there is still an option for the DVD service too. But they would have a video store has a finite amount of space. And once they get more and more movies in there, they would have to determine what they wanted to spend $200 or $300 on and get 2 or 3 copies of that movie and then put that on their shelves for a certain amount of time. And as they would start to make their money back on that, then over the course of time, it would go out of first run. It would go into, these are new releases. it would be like the hottest, the blockbusters, the major hits that are just out on video. Then it would hit their new. Then it would enter their general population, the general circulation of these are just regular movies. And so sometimes it would be like, if you want to get a first run movie, it was $2.99. You want to get one that's new, but not necessarily like, the first month or two it's released, it would be like $2.49. If you want to get an older movie, then it'd be $1.99, something like that. All right. But with Netflix popping up, they didn't have a finite amount of space. With tapes, you would rent it for a while, and then and you'd either have to say, okay, well, it's worth it me keeping it on the shelf because someone might, say, oh, I've always wanted to watch that movie and it would be perfect for tonight. But over the course of time, your store's going to fill up with new inventory, and it's got to go somewhere. So they would end up saying, all right, you know what? I want to clear these old videos out and make room for them, so you'd stick them in the bin. Instead of being on a shelf where it was facing you like this, the tape was facing you, where you could see the front of it, and you're like, oh, that's cool. I remember that on a poster. They would start turning them sideways when it was in the new releases, and you'd sometimes have a couple of them out there. So it'd be like a few like this, and then this. It was all alphabet under the genre. But then by the time you got to the bin where they were trying to sell them, it was like you walking over and looking down on the top of the movies, and you're like, oh, that's just a title. It was like the black top or whatever the shade of the box was, and you'd see the title, and you're like, oh, cool. I could buy this movie. This whole tape is only worth is only like $2. Cool. I'll buy it and take it home, and they've gotten their rental out of it, and now they sell it and pay their overhead or get new movies or whatever. Now, Netflix did not have that option. They didn't have that the same exact cost, plan that they had. What they could do is, because you would basically say, this is the list of movies I want to see, you could prioritize certain ones that you would want to receive, but it was not necessarily like they were going to ship you everything you were interested in. Instead, you would say, well, this is what I would like to see, and they would prioritize the movies that you have in your priority section, but they would still hold on to those movies that were on DVDs, and they'd get a lot of DVDs in, and they would try to have everything they possibly could. And because they didn't have to have it all in a big, huge square tape that was this big and this thick and whatever, they didn't have to show and spin, their front face like this. They could catalog it all, put them all very skinny, and that way it was just a big warehouse full of movies. And then someone would say, okay, Dances with Wolves, number 112774392. Okay, that's going to be in aisle number this and this and this, and they go there and they'd say, okay, well, here it is right here, this number. They'd pull it, and then they would send it off to you. Now, because that media rate, and because they negotiated being Netflix, they negotiated a cheaper rate. They would take that, they'd stick it in a thing, and it would ship out to you 2 days, and basically be like, it'd take a couple of days to get to you usually, because they were pretty quick. They wanted to turn it around because you paid a monthly fee for their service. Because you paid that monthly fee, they didn't want to spend a lot of time with movies out. With movies, well, you don't have anything on your list right now. They would be like, well, you're not getting your money's worth unless they would encourage you to fill it up with more movies you wanted to watch. So that way, the second that a movie would come back in, they'd check it in, they'd say, where's your list? What do we have available? Anything on the priority? And they'd take that and they'd send it to you. And then they also gave you a pre-printed label so you could use this and ship it back to them. So as soon as you were done with your movie, you would take it, you would open it up, and it would arrive in the mailbox. And you're like, oh, cool, which movie is this? Awesome. That's going to be great. And you watch the movie. As soon as you were done, it had a pre-printed label. You stick it back on there, slap it back in there, put it back in the mailbox. It's back to Netflix. 2 days later, it arrives at Netflix. They'd get it. They'd say, okay, catalog. So the idea being that that Netflix would send you something. It would arrive in the mail, maybe, let's say, on a Friday. You'd watch the movie over the weekend. On Monday, you'd drop it back in the mailbox. It would go back to Netflix. They would get it on Wednesday. They'd turn it around, ship you out something else on Wednesday. It would arrive by Friday, and you'd have something for the movie if you wanted to be quick and organized. Now, it didn't always arrive, in 2 days, not to everywhere in the country, but that was the goal. If you could make that happen, you were very happy. Now, so when you ended up getting your movie and watching it, usually it was like, they would try to tell you, get it 2 or 3 movies, something like that at a time. So that way you could have out 2 or 3 movies. And that way, if you wanted to have a comedy and you wanted to have an action or you wanted to have whatever, you could get those. And then you would send it back when you were done. That meant no longer going into the video store. And that also meant the overhead went away, because part of the experience of the movie store was going in and seeing the posters and the lights and saying, wow, look at all these movies. This is amazing. And I could take these home and watch them when I want to. And I'm not having to spend $6 or $10, whatever it was, on a movie ticket per person. I could just rent for, $4.99 a movie ticket home, and my whole family can watch it. We can get our own microwave popcorn, or we could buy their brand of microwave popcorn there and get candy there, and you could take it home and do that. But then they also sold like other cool little things too. They would sometimes sell, other movie trinkets, Academy Award for Best Dad, little trophy or something like that. Little things like that, the little trinkets that you could buy. Or they would sometimes sell, like in addition to candies and things, sometimes you would, you always had to have a membership card. That was part of the cool thing. Now, this was a rent a movie, take it home, and go back. This was you physically having to do this and go there. And because there was so many paper and plastic tapes mixed in with everything else, the smell was very nostalgic if you walked into one of those stores. There was like a strong smell of cardboard. There was a smell of usually like popcorn, and usually some plastic because they went through a whole lot of plastic there too. And it was just a very neat smell. But part of it was the experience, and you're like, wow, this was really amazing. But with Netflix, it was a monthly cost. It was a monthly charge. And it was not even the cost of renting 2 movies at your local video store in many cases. And because it was a monthly fee, you were encouraged to return those movies as quick as possible. Now, one of the things the video stores started doing is, in addition to giving you more days on your rental, after a while, people like Blockbuster, what they decided to do in order to try to regain viability, because that's one of the things they said about Netflix. You're paying your monthly fee, you can keep your movie as long as you want. But there was a monthly fee, a totally different structure, movie viewing structure, because it was not renting the actual movie. It was a monthly subscription service, and whatever movies, however many you could possibly rent and watch, that was part of it. That was cool. You could watch a movie every single night, and as soon as you're done with one movie, send that back to Netflix, and it's in the mail, and then you can watch the next night. You could watch a movie and send it back in there, and then if you had the 3 version, you could watch it and send it back, and then you're like, oh, geez, I don't have a movie to watch for the next couple of days. Then they would start coming back in. You could always watch something and send it back. But Blockbuster was more of a rent a movie, watch it, and return it. If you were out too late, then there was going to be a fee, a charge. So it was a totally different structure. Now, the reason this comes into play is because Blockbuster decided at one point, and this kind of, and I'm mentioning Blockbuster because there was Hollywood Video and there was local video stores. I worked at a local video store, and I can tell you about that experience later too. Good morning out there, Ilya Kurtov. Sorry, I butchered your name most likely. But in the early zeros, Blockbuster had a monthly subscription for a set fee. You could watch as many DVDs as you want. This was a huge deal, and I watched every single Celery Cone movie they had that summer. My mom was concerned. Cool. If only she knew that you were still doing it now when you're in your 30s. I'm sure she's proud. Okay, but in the 80s, but here in the early O's, now they didn't have that in all of them, I don't think. Or if they did, they certainly didn't advertise it. But that was something they were trying to do because high-speed internet started up in the late 90s. I remember personally I think I was the 3rd person that Earthlink set up with DSL. Now it was 1,154 kilobits per second down, and it was only like 512 up or something. But still, it was fast enough to stream video. And to not stream it up like I'm doing right now for this live stream, but it was fast enough to download, stream video, and definitely get your video games and stuff like that faster. But what was interesting to me was that you would still have to rent your movies from Blockbuster. And Netflix was a monthly subscription service. Now, the reason I say this is interesting is because Blockbuster then decided they did this big, huge ad campaign where they said the end of late fees. And they suddenly said, if it takes you a day to finish a movie and bring it back, that's cool. If it takes you 3 days to finish your movie and bring it back, that's cool too. If it takes you 5 days, that's cool. Bring it back. If it takes you a week sometimes, that's cool. But you know what? We're getting away with late fees. For some strange reason, they got it in their heads that that was a brilliant idea. And me and my friends were looking at each other, shaking our heads saying, that is not a smart move. Because what happened is most of the time people were renting the movies and bringing them back fairly quickly. But as soon as you said that, people would check out movies and then say, geez, I don't have time to watch that this weekend. Or I'm going to have a LAN party and play video games with my friends and not watch a movie. That's all right. We don't have a late fee, so let's just keep it. Now, it was cool kind of, from the perspective of no late fees, because Hollywood Video and local video stores would be like, yeah, we still have late fees. Sorry. We're still going to have to pay for those with us. And they'd say, well, I don't have to pay them with Blockbuster. Yeah, well, it's Blockbuster. And Blockbuster then started to realize how big of a mistake that was. So then they started doing commercials that were like, it's like, oh, cool, there's no late fee, so I can keep this as long as I want. Well, yeah, but dude, this isn't a gift. You're not buying it. This is just a rental. So, like, if it takes you a couple of days to finish it and bring it back then. But if it takes you a few more days, then, finish your movie and then bring it back. So that was what their campaign turned into. Yeah, sure. It was still, they did that because people weren't getting it. People were just holding on to the movies forever. And remember, when the movies first came out, there was a premium charge on that. It was a premium cost that originally it was like $100, $125 to rent that movie, to buy that movie rather. And you would pay royalties on that to the movie studio if you were renting their movie out. Now, the reason this comes into play, and it's kind of cool, is because Blockbuster was able to work out a better deal. But then came a company called Rent Tracks. Now, I worked at the time at a local video store in Avondale Estates. It was Avondale Video. And it was a local video store, and all of a sudden he went from like 1 or 2 first-run movies. He started having 13 or 14, kind of like Blockbuster. There was more of them there. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool thing that you're now able to get those. And how are you able to get that deal? And he didn't really want to let me in on it until I was checking out so many movies there that I had just gotten out of high school. I was in college at the time. I wasn't working for a video production facility for a short period of time. I was basically a DJ at this point in my life. And I would get maybe 1 or 2 really awesome DJ gigs per every 2 or 3 months. And it would pay all my bills, and I didn't really have to do anything if I didn't want to. And I would rent a lot of videos over at the Avondale Video. And I made friends with the owner and his only real 2 employers. I forgot one, or like Marissa, I think was one of them, and then Rand became an employee too. The reason this is a cool recollection is because I ended up joining their staff for a period of a few months because I was renting so much that he said, I need someone to just occasionally take an extra shift. Like I might need to leave at like 5 p.m. and we close at 9. So if I need to do that twice a week or something like that, would you be able to, because I lived right around the corner at Avondale Estates at the time. He's like, could I bring you in for a couple hours or for like 4 hours? I'm like, yeah, sure. I'm not doing anything. I was doing, freelance tech support as a computer technician, and I was doing DJing. So I'm like, yeah, sure. And he's like, if you do that, you don't have to pay for your rentals anymore. I'm like, oh, that's actually a pretty good perk. So I joined the video company for a bit. Shortly thereafter, that owner, he had a heart attack on driving down the interstate, and it coincided. It actually happened because someone had slammed on the brakes in front of him, and their car was low, and it launched him, and he drove like a high vehicle. His car actually launched, and he went upside down and landed on another car. And he had a heart attack, and he was in the hospital for a while. So me and one of the other employees, because by this point, the Marissa lady, she had left, and it was just me and Rand, that we were determined to save that video store, that local video store. And so we went in there practically every single day, one of us two, because we both lived in the same town, and we went in there every single day because that I wasn't at school, I'd go in there. Or if I didn't have a DJ gig or something like that, and I'd go in there and rent stuff out. And it was cool for me because I could go in there and talk to people about movies. Somebody would walk in there and I'm like, oh, let's talk movies. And, let's do this. And it's like me talking about sound right now. And so I had a big thrill out of that. It was really awesome to me to talk to people about movies. and get all my movies for free. The policy was, though, that you didn't just take them out. You would go at the end of the night. And at the end of the night, when you were done with with all the sales and you closed up the store and you're counting the money and stuff, you had two things that you could do. You could either check out a movie, or once you wrap the till, what the policy was that we had there was we kept a certain amount of money, I don't remember what it was, in the cash register that was there. But there was also a second cash register under in the back that you would unlock a certain way, and you would take the extra money out and you put it in there. You'd hit a button and it would do its cycle and print out a report. So at the end of that the next day when you came in there, you'd take that report, you'd stick it in that in underneath the cash thing on the other the extra money thing, and you'd stick it in there, and that way the report was there about the rentals. And what the owner would do is he'd go in there and say, okay, well, let's count the money that was in there. And he knew there was a certain amount of money in there, and he would make a record of the log and then say, okay, so we have everything that we're supposed to, and the credit payments are here, and that would print out on one little master list. And so you'd compare those and say, okay, we're good. And if you had a paycheck, what you could do is you could take that, sign it, and then you could go into that money and you could stick your check underneath there and pull out the cash if you wanted to. So you didn't have to go deposit it. You could actually take it in cash if you wanted to, which was really cool. Now, I'll tell you more about the video store here in a second. Let me play catch up on this, on the couple of things of, well, there's one. Can I ask you an off-topic question? Well, if you ask it, go ahead. In the meantime, I'm going to continue with my video story. But go ahead and ask it, Ilya, and we'll see if I take it. If you're asking me how to do something complicated, I might not. We'll see. Go ahead and ask the question. We'll see what happens. So at the video store I worked at, this company called RentTracks came up. And it was like, instead of paying $100, $125 for a VHS tape to stick in your local video store, and you'd have to shell out $250 or $300 to get 2 or 3 copies of a movie, when Blockbuster would have a whole bunch of them because they would have arranged a better deal for those movies. RentTracks came up and they said, for your DVDs, if you would like to get, let's say, 16 or 15 of them, based on your store size, we'll give you 15 copies of this DVD that would normally be about $25. And higher quality was like, oh, cool, because it was, new technology. It was higher quality, cheaper. And you know what DVDs are. You know what they are. You don't need to explain that. But instead of paying $25 for, a bunch of DVDs, they would practically give them to you. But 90% of the revenue that came in for the rentals on the first 1 or 2 months or whatever it was, 90% of that went straight to RentTracks. That was the deal. So you could get more copies of it and get more rentals on them. But that was the deal. You would pay them a little bit up front. I think it was like $1 per video or something like that to rent it. But then it was like a certain amount, and it was like 90% of it for the first few months or whatever. And then you could choose how many you wanted to send back to them. Or if you wanted to, you could take the revenue that you had sent them already and put a portion of that towards buying the video outright, and you could keep them. So you didn't need to have 16 copies of a video. You could maybe say, we're going to just keep 3 in the store. Okay, cool. Well, that's $75 then if they were $25 a piece. And we'll refund you back, $15 of that, so pay us $60. And you could think about it and say, well, geez, I paid less money up front, and I just basically got to pocket, maybe 50 cents on a rental, for that movie. But it was kind of cool because you didn't have to shell as much money out up front about that. You didn't get as much revenue, but you didn't have so much overhead too. So it was kind of a cool idea. And RentTracks was good, enjoyed that because they were able to pay, they were able to buy more movies at bulk and then send them out there. And they were making monies off of their rentals, and they could still sell the movies later. Now, the idea of video stores versus Netflix started popping up, and because streaming internet started to go faster and faster and faster, Netflix streaming service started to pop up too. Well, there were offers made from Netflix to want to, I think, buy Blockbuster's the way it was. And Blockbuster laughed at him. It's like, no, people are always going to want to go into video stores. Well, it's the same kind of thing that happened when this company called Microsoft decided that the CD-ROM was the future, and they thought they would approach Encyclopedia Britannica and say, we would like to put that on a CD-ROM. And Encyclopedia Britannica was like, no, people like to buy our 30, thick books like this. They're, and fill up 4 bookshelves full of our encyclopedias. People love doing that and spending $1,800 for that. Well, when they told Bill Gates that and laughed at him, Microsoft said, okay, fine, we'll just come up with our own. And they licensed another encyclopedia that was on a CD-ROM, and suddenly you didn't have to search so much. You could end up doing a search and search all the volumes and instantly say, well, here's references to the Arctic Pole or North Pole. And cool, there's something under North Pole. There's something also underneath Arctic. There's something under penguins. There's some, not penguins, but you know what I mean. There's a whole bunch of different, you could search by CD-ROM, random access. So the movie stores slowly started going under because they were not able to compete with Netflix. And their whole idea, like Blockbuster's idea of no late fees, and then try to do their campaign of well, it's not a gift, it's still no late fees, but bring them back when you're done watching it in a couple of days or something. That was still what they were trying to get you to do, but people were not doing that. It changed the way that people rented. And because of the streaming service that Netflix did, they were licensing movies and had deals to do that. And over the course of time, they made deals to get more and more deals. And now you know how it's now become, where a lot of companies like Disney that originally licensed their movies to Netflix are pulling them back in because they've launched Disney Plus and want to put all of their own content on their own streaming platforms. And now CW has one and Paramount has one. There's now Peacock TV and there's HBO, and all these different channels that Bandrew's even part of one that does horror movies. I forgot what that one's called. If he's still here, he could tell you. But there's all these different streaming services that you pay a monthly subscription to, and you can watch any and all of their movies. Now, some of those they're very interested in these little cheap, crappy, garbage, low budget movies, and some of them are just cheap movies. That's one of the reasons why some of the movies that we start on that are by no means great or pay us very well are the ones that are going to end up on these streaming services, because those are they'll be licensed to air, and there's enough money to give them that for a license. And big studios will say, well, we have to give them a certain amount of movies. Let's give them these, and we're also going to give them these, lesser known, 10 of these lesser known things that no one's heard of. But these are movies that will release this year too. So it kind of works out. Shudder, he says. That's an awesome thing. If I can, let's play this. On-screen chat box, yes. I did that so that way I didn't have to. I did a video, and then I think I forgot what it was. Oh, I remember what it was. I did the video where I showed, I think it was the one that I showed my trademarks that went through, and I realized that when I held up the trademark on the screen, I showed my address. And so as soon as I realized that when I held it up, but by then I had already done it, so I didn't pull attention to it. But as soon as I was done with that and that video rendered, I went into the YouTube edit software and I edited that. But doing any edits to your live stream removes the chat. And so there was one guy that wrote and says, wow, you're referencing all these things in chat, but no one knows what those things are that you're talking about. And I said, well, geez, okay. Well, what I did is I decided to play that. I undid my edits. I downloaded that video, and then I undid my edits, I had it, unlisted at the time. I played the video with the chat live. I recorded it, screen captured it, synced it up, and played the chat live with the downloaded version of it, rendered it, and uploaded it, and that's what was up there. But that way, it was at least protected. My address was protected. So, there you go. So anyway, that was why I started doing the on-screen chat box. So that way, if I do an edit for whatever reason, my chat doesn't go away. But you can still chat, and and you would still see if there's a super chat that pops up there or a super sticker, whatever those things are. They're going to be up on screen, so you'll see those, and you don't have to have chat enabled. And if you write something there, I'll see it, and I don't have to worry about later. And I'm going to look at maybe Stream something, not StreamYard, but some other Streamlabs, is that what it is? No, it might be StreamYard. StreamYard, another company. Whatever one is the stream one, they have different formats for putting chat on the screen. A lot of Twitch streamers use it and stuff like that. Okay, I really do need a sound advice. I have a Sennheiser MKH60, but most sound guys from Post asking about the 50 for interior boom mic, and now Sennheiser closed selling on the MKH series. Well, they didn't stop selling the MKH series. What they stopped selling is the 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, because they have the 80-50. The 80-60, the 80-70. That's the modular, smaller series. And that's one of the reasons they did that. Now, I was not aware that they discontinued all of them. I knew that they discontinued the 40, but they like the modular, the smaller diaphragm, because it's modular. You're able to use smaller, low profile, lighter weight shock mounts and that kind of thing. If I can get 150, should I buy it, or is there some other option to replace it? The 80-50. So there you go. There's your answer. Because it's a modular series, the 80-50, the 8000 series 550, and then you can do there's a whole bunch. If you do a search for 8000 Sennheiser 8000 series accessories, you'll have a whole bunch of them. There's colettes, there's right angles, there's there's a couple of different swivels that you can get for them and stuff. Kind of it's like the one with the CMC 641 Sheps. Things like that. There's some really cool things that you can do with those. And that the modular series is the reason why. People will tell you lose a little bit of the over low end that was extended off of like the 50 and stuff like that, but it sounds more crisp and you lose some of that extended range. But what you gain in response is the ability for modularity. You could use a digital preamp, for example. The noise floor is lower and people like the smaller profile. It's easier to fit into some things, but a 50 or an 80-50 is what you would want to get. And Post is, in my opinion, right in asking you to use something other than a short shotgun. Short shotguns like the CMIT 5U were very popular back like 10 years ago. But those are shotguns are exterior mics as a general rule. Use those on a table. There's a lot of reflections, and with noise floors as low as there's going to be a lot of reflections that pick up in rooms now. And something like a super cardioid pattern microphone as opposed to a shotgun microphone is a better choice for it because less reflections. If you listen to the video that I just got through releasing, the BPTRX timecode video, you're going to hear that there was a lot of bounce off of my screen, as opposed to the BPTRX review where I was standing up and I was completely enclosed. It was no real reflection, but because I was loud and I was speaking straight into my monitor, there was reflections that were coming back, and that was a little on the annoying side to hear. Personally, I dialed in on it and I wasn't that pleased. So, but anyway, the 80-50 is what you can get. Crappy garbage, low budget movies with the B movies have better production value. Better production value over? Huh? Low budget movies that B movies have better production value over. Okay, interesting. I'm not understanding what you're saying there, X80s. Streamlabs has chat box. Yeah, Streamlabs works with YouTube. Unfortunately, Stream Elements does not. I don't know what the difference is there. I'll have to figure that one out. Okay, MKH 20, 40, 60, and 70 have been discontinued. Okay, cool. I did not. Let's see. The 20 is the Omni. The 30 is the Figure 8. The 40 is the cardioid. The 50 is a super cardioid. The 60 is a super cardioid short shotgun, and the 70 is a long shotgun. Anyway, thanks about that. Sure thing. I'm saying there's C movies. Yeah. The C movies are the ones that would show up on the late night movie and stuff like that. Microphone blimps have some difference between them. Yes. Different transparency, different amounts of plastic, different amount of weight to them, different diameters. If they're smaller diameter, the microphone doesn't fit properly in there. It's not going to have as much air around them, and it's not going to reject as much, and it's not going to be as acoustically transparent. Rycote makes very acoustically transparent. As a matter of fact, if you look at a Rycote box, it will tell you the frequencies that are reduced in certain frequency ranges according to how the wind. But the idea behind one of those blimps is that you know how all sound is basically acoustic energy. A vibration comes through the air and it hits the diaphragm, and it becomes it is converted into an electrical signal that is used by and amplified and whatever else in the microphone. However, if air hits that capsule, it's a vibration also. The microphone can't differentiate between air that hits like this and a sound wave that hits like that. So the idea behind a Zeppelin is that it is going to keep wind from hitting that capsule, and it will absorb a certain amount. But you do lose a certain amount of highs depending on the transparency of the material used. So different companies will use different quality materials. Some are better than others. The grid pattern on them will be totally different. The new Nano that Rycote announced, I'm supposed to be reviewing one of those. They're supposed to be sending me that. As a matter of fact, they're supposed to have sent it, I think, last week. I need to follow up with them about that. There must have been a delay or something. But the Nano has a bigger. It's like, as opposed to the little small Rycote mesh like this, or the Rode that's bigger and circular. The Nano is like, I think it's hexagonal, and it's bigger, and they have less plastic, so it's lighter. And I need to test this thing, but it looks cool on their website, so look it up. The Rycote Nano, and then of course Sonella is doing amazing things. I love their Cozy still, just like I did when I reviewed it. So anyway, there is a difference between them, though. Difference in lightness, difference in all kinds of different aspects of it. Different accessories even, and how they mount. Some are pistol grips, and you cannot take those off. The modular series Rycotes, the WS series, the windshield series, you can take the pistol grip off and replace it and put on something that goes directly into your boom. So that's a great option. Waiting the review about the Nano. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting my hands on the Nano. So anyway. All right, so I've caught up with chat, answered your questions. Let me get back into the topic of this video. So I was talking about video stores. What ended up doing in our video store was, after the owner had a heart attack, and me and the other person, it basically was going to be that he wasn't going to end up coming back. So he made a deal to sell to the lady that, aside from me, helped basically save the store. She wanted to see the store because she was a local, and she had made some pretty good money. I think she was married in the past, and through either a divorce settlement or through her own professional background or whatever, she had enough money to buy the video store. And because the guy that owned it previously had a heart attack and he was not going to be coming back, he was very interested in selling to her. She bought the store, I think it was in October or November. And then came a bad snowstorm. And they're in the town of Avondale Estates, where this video store was. It was in the middle of the old 100-year-old building. And because of the historical, whatever they call it, Historical Preservation Society, said you're not allowed to do certain things that will change the physical appearance of the building. You have to keep it the way it is. They were not able to do maintenance upgrades to the pipes. They were allowed to fix things that came up, but they were not allowed to upgrade the old pipes and replace them with new modern pipes, or do anything that required tearing down walls, because certain walls were protected and the pipes went through those. So guess what happened? We ended up having a power outage when this bad ice storm came through. And it went through, and I think temperatures dropped down to the single digits. The power dropped into Avondale Estates, and this is an area where there were power lines going through all the neighborhoods, Avondale Estates. It doesn't go under the ground like in many modern neighborhoods now. Like in my neighborhood, we have power lines that go underground. So whenever there was a snowstorm, an ice storm, something like that, the power lines would freeze, they would break, a tree branch would fall and hit one, and suddenly that would break and they would send they would knock over the telephone pole. Sorry, I was listening. They would knock out off the power signal, the power lines, and they would have to be replaced by Georgia Power. And so the power outage that happened, that took out the building in Avondale Estates that the video store was in, it froze over. The water that that pulled up in the pipes froze. They burst the pipe, and that flooded the video store. So I was looking for the video. I was looking for the pictures because I remember very clearly. I was called and I had worked at the store. This was like around Christmas time. It was just before Christmas in like 2001, 2000, something like that. I think it was 2000, 2001, something like that. But anyway, the video store, I was working there. I think I was like the last employee that closed it, I think, on December. Let me see. I think I was the last employee that closed on like December 23rd because we were closed for Christmas, even Christmas Day. And I think we were also closed the day after. And when I got a call, I think it was the day after Christmas. And I was told, Alan, the video store is closed. It's not reopening. And I was like, wait a minute, what? That was a voicemail that was left on my home phone number. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And I turned around and I called Rand. I said, what are you talking about? Why would you close the video store? It's fine. It's not fine. It's flooded. I'm like, what do you mean it's flooded? She's like, the ice storm that's going on right now, it froze the pipes burst, and it sent water all over the place. And then that ice that is now frozen, the video store. I have pictures. I will share them. Here's what I'll do is I'll share them to members on my YouTube channel, and I will share it in my Discord. So if you have any interest, I will share those if I can find them. They're in some place in my archive of pictures. But I went into the video store that night. I know I will not find the video, but I think I took pictures as well. And the video store here was completely flooded. The drop ceiling there were tiles knocked out all over the place, big puddles, streams of water just coming down, drenching the place. And when it was hitting the ground, it was freezing because it was still in single digits. And it was terrible because of the water, because of the surge, and because of everything else. It destroyed everything. So that water damage destroyed everything. So that's what ended the video store, and that's when I no longer worked there. So anyway, let me answer these questions. Trying to figure out what words YouTube and mods think is intellectual advance for mainstream chat. Had a power line freeze and thaw after being partially torn by a fence post. Yeah. Can we get a modern day list? I'm of unsayable words. Apparently, instead of 7, it appears to be more like 700 now. Well, all right. Well, you're right. A lot of it is politically driven, and I'm not about to go there in this chat, in this live stream. But anyway, so that was video stores, and that was how streaming kind of has become more modern with regards to everybody getting their own subscription service. Now, cable TV is still a thing right now. Satellite showed up there at one point and started to sell satellite television service, but anytime there was a bad weather storm, it knocks it out. So there was still the appeal of higher quality and different, more channels available via satellite, but you would also you would lose that in bad weather. And then cable now has increased their quality. But I remember, I don't know if you remember, like there used to be huge, big satellite dishes that were probably 5-6 feet in diameter that were all you could get satellite wise at your house. And if you wanted to install it, you had to hire it. They'd have to come out there and put out like a little concrete slab, and they'd mount the thing to it because it could not move. You have a satellite fixed point pointed into a place in outer space, and somebody had to come out there and install your satellite dish and then set it to go to different satellites. And depending on the channel you wanted to watch, it would have to go to the different satellites. It was motorized, like that one, and you'd have to press a button. And if you went off of that satellite to another one, then it would be a moment while it changed satellites. Kind of cool. But then there was the satellite dishes shrank, and then they started doing HD, which had a different design to it, more not instead of a more of an oval. It was more of a circular shape. It became more oval shape with 3 of the little things in the front, whatever they're called, that pick up a signal, the HD signal. And that was like 20 years ago. We haven't had a satellite service here at the house in a long time. Anyway, Wonder if the disappearance of the video store is just a simpleton or an overall big box disappointment story. I'm not sure. But I can tell you something else here in a second. Oh, yeah, there's syndicated nowadays, such as dishes are much smaller. There's big monos, yeah. Excites, there was a new internet option. Cable will still be a thing, yeah. Until there's a new internet option, yeah, cable will still be a thing. Yes, there will be. Okay. Now, here's the thing. America, years and years, decades ago, like I wasn't even around back then, so I'm in my mid-40s now. This will give you an idea. It was older than that. There was services in the country. There was a milkman, for example, and he would come out to your house, and he would pick up, you'd put the glass bottles out. He'd pick those up, and he'd replace it with milk, and then he would leave. Service. However, here in the South, at least, it could potentially get pretty hot. Now, granted, you'd have a stay-at-home mom. Yeah, or stay-at-home housewife or something like that, but that would usually know about the time the milkman would come, but sometimes she'd have to leave and come back, and she'd have to get the milk in there. So if she missed him, hopefully they'd be able to get the milk in before it would spoil. Now, one of the things that happened was service started disappearing. And so if you wanted to get fresh milk, there would start to be, you can get it cheaper. Instead of having a milkman drop it off at your house, you can get the same quality of milk, but instead you drive around the corner to your local farm and we'll keep it fresh for you in a refrigeration, and you just pick it up there and it's cheaper because you don't have to deal with the delivery charge. So then you started to go get your own milk and produce. Oh, cool, I can get some cheese too, and this is from a farm. And it became one of those things where service started going away. And then after a while, when people started doing that, they started selling more milk at the grocery store and more milk everywhere, at the gas stations even, and places like that. The milk services suddenly went away. The same kind of thing happened with the video stores. When people stopped going to them as much and Blockbuster started doing their play around thing. Now, I said this at the beginning of the video, but I'm going to mention it again. Go see the movie on Netflix, a documentary called The Last Blockbuster. It is just amazing. And there's one located in the world right now. It is in Bend, Oregon. Eventually, I would like to go there and see it because I remember the smell, I remember the experience, and I would like to see that again. I have friends that live in Oregon. I may at some point in time go up and pay them a visit, and we'll see what happens. But I would love to go up there and see it. I mean, it'd be cool to take my family too, because I know my youngest daughter would have no idea. My middle daughter was like, I think I remember them, but I don't remember going into the store. I was like, yeah, because you were running crazy and weren't about videos back then. But the same thing happened with the Blockbuster videos, Hollywood videos, and the local video stores, that when people stopped going to them to rent videos as much, they were doing more streaming. Those video stores went away, and then popped up something called the Redbox, where if you didn't want to subscribe to a monthly service, you could go to the Redbox, pay $1 per day, and check out a movie from a box completely automated out front of a grocery store or drugstore, something like that. And they still have those today. I don't know if it's still $1 or not, but I know we have them outside of Walmart's. We have them outside of CVS's. You can go on Redbox's website. You can search and say, do you have this movie? Oh, yeah, they do have it. It's located at this one box because it's automated. They basically put on the inside of the disc right there, they put a little barcode. And so that way they put it in their own special sleeve. It fits inside the machine. You go there and you pay for your movie. And it goes and scans that code. It says, this is the one that matches your rental. And you can return it to any Redbox. So it may have been at this one store for 3 months, and then suddenly somebody was like, oh, I'm going to return it the one near my work instead. And they returned it there. And so suddenly you have to go on their internet site in order to find out that it's now at that video, at that video box. So, and it's like sometimes it'll be like Redbox 1 and Redbox 2 at that location. So you'd have to go there and say, this is the one I reserved. And is my reservation here? No, it's at the next one over, because this one's A, this one's B, or this one's A and this one's B. You don't really know. So the Redbox is now automated. You've heard the whole thing about, you start paying people more at McDonald's and stuff, there's going to be more automated kiosks. And then you'll see somebody who is opposed to that post a picture of a kiosk that has a broken screen and they'll do a study on how dirty the screens are. And then they'll show a picture of the blue screen of death on one of them. And there's a whole bunch of talk about that. But the fact of the matter is automation does save a lot of frustration from a customer service perspective. You don't have to train people. You don't have to worry about upgrading things and deal with accounts. You can't negotiate with the machine. If I go to the red box and I say, "Where's my movie? Where's my movie? My movie's not coming out of this box. Why isn't it coming out of the box?" I'm going to have to call Redbox and complain. And they're going to say, "Oh, sorry, I'll refund your 99 cents, your dollar, whatever." Oh, or they'll say, "Well, it's out at this store. You can't get it there. But what you can do is go to another one." And people who will call up the number will complain, but they're basically limited. They're going to say, and I've had to do this before, and they'll say, "Yeah, go to another Redbox if you want a different movie. Go on our website and you can see what movies we have available." Well, you rented the movie and then you returned it late, so that's why you have a late fee. It's automated. It automatically takes care of it. Oh, your coupon code didn't work? Okay, fine. Use this one next time, and it's a one-time thing for you. I'll email it to you. Something like that. But that has replaced the video stores. And now, of course, there's now digital streaming service that you don't even have to buy a physical disc anymore. You can simply buy the electronic version of a movie from the Amazon, Apple, whatever else stores, and you can get them. Now, the reason I'm personally not a fan of those is because as we saw with Apple a few years ago, all it takes is them saying, "You know what, I'm not going to renew my license agreement with that." Then all of a sudden the movies you bought and purchased are no longer available for you to stream down from their service because they lost the license to be able to do that. Personally, I think that's criminal. They should refund your money if they are no longer going to be able to supply that to you when you purchased it. So if you go online and you see that your $15 movie or your $12 movie, you watched it one time and now they didn't want to renew their licensing agreement for whatever reason, and you go to watch it and you're like, "Why can't I watch this anymore?" It's because they didn't renew their license. Well, that sucks. All of a sudden you're supposed to suddenly suck up the cost on that? That to me seems like that's criminal to me because you purchased something and it's not available to you. Now, if they were to say something to you like, "We're going to refund you a percentage of it," and they do that as soon as they say, or they give you choices. They say, for example, you purchased this movie for $15 and this movie for $15 and this movie for $12. That's a total of $42. And they say you've watched them a total of this amount of time. Well, we are prepared to, because we're not renewing the licensing agreement, we are prepared to refund you back $34. So it's like what? It's like, $2 or $3, for watching, and then they'll refund back partial amount because they're basically, they convert it to a rental at that point. Or if you wash it, 5 times or something like that, then they say, well, since we chose to not renew the licensing agreement, we will give you, if you would like to buy the actual disc from some place like Best Buy, you want to buy it from bestbuy.com, then we will give you a coupon code to buy that movie from Best Buy or Amazon, which I don't think they would do because Amazon's a big competitor of them. But they would say like choose a Best Buy or some other stores, and then say if you want to buy it from there, we'll give you a coupon code for it as a refund. That to me would be acceptable, but just saying, yeah, dude, that thing that you bought, you're not going to be able to watch anymore because we decided not to renew the license agreement. That to me doesn't work. So that's one of the reasons why I'm personally not a fan of the Apple streaming service. Now, I'm not an Apple guy. I'm an Android guy, as you know, but one of the big reasons why I'm not a big advocate for them also is because, for example, years ago, my wife got an iTunes. She got iTunes she had it on her computer. She didn't just buy music from the iTunes store. She bought it from other sources too. And she would take them and throw them into her iTunes. And she was really happy. She had bought like 80, no, it was more than that. She bought a few hundred songs. She loves music. And Apple sent her an email or something like that said that we are going to be upgrading our service to improve the quality. And she was like, "That's cool." And I was like, they're going to screw it up. They're going to screw it up somehow. You need to back up your archive. You need to back it up. She didn't back it up. Because, Apple's a professional company. They're well-known, whatever else. Well, some of the specialty stuff that she had bought and imported in there, the DRM free music and stuff that she had purchased at other locations and imported into her store, the digital rights, the DCP or whatever the thing is that is able to scan and see what the movie or what the audio is, and it's going to be able to match it up with what it is. It totally botched up. I think it was 80. That's the reason why that number 80 rings a bell to me. It botched up about 80 of her songs. She was listening to it and she's like, oh, this is higher quality now. That's cool. They've increased their, because I think it was like originally it was like 120 or 160 kilobits per second. And then I think they improved it like to 256 at that point. When they had scanned her music, the ones that were imported in and not part of the Apple Store at the time, it kind of matched up with what it thought it was and changed it and deleted out her old ones. So all of a sudden she's listening to music and she's like, what in the world is this? I've never bought a polka. And then she looks at it and she's like, I don't know what this song is. And skip. I don't know where that came from. And then she'd go on listening. And then all of a sudden she's like, what is this song? And what it had done is it had scanned and it had changed some of her music. And she went through all of her archive and came to me really upset because 80 of her songs that she had bought and put into her iTunes had been changed by Apple. So personally, I'm not a huge fan of Apple because of how proprietary their stuff is. But that was something that personally happened, and I'm not going to buy any of their movies for that reason. But then I'm also the kind of person that doesn't even personally like to buy movies just available for a digital download. I would say that at places like Amazon or iTunes or something like that wanted to offer a good deal, what they could do is say, if you have a digital streaming service if you buy let's say a $20 movie, you want to buy, I'm just going to throw out something that I think the last movie that I got that my wife purchased digitally was, that we watched was, Black Widow, because we had, we had wanted to see it in the theater, but then I ended up getting, told that I was going to have to watch it. I was going to have to work that weekend, so I wasn't going to be able to do it. We had to cancel our tickets. And then they ended up changing our schedule again, and then we weren't able to get those exact tickets back, and it was filled up. So we're like, okay, you know what? We'll just rent it instead. So I was kind of disappointed that we didn't go to the theater to see Black Widow, but whatever, because that's the first movie I think that I've seen that was first run that was at home, and we haven't gone to see in the theaters. So unfortunately, I'm part of probably the reason why Scarlett Johansson was not happy, and she's suing Disney right now, because I wanted to go see it in the theater, but I was kept from it. All right. Now, with regards to the streaming and stuff, though, where I was going with all this, I think, was if they wanted to say, all right, you have purchased this digital download, this digital version for $20, then the first time you go to watch it, you say, by the way, if you want to get the actual disc itself, you remember how you used to buy the Blu-ray and DVD combo set for like $26, or you could buy the Blu-ray and the digital download, which used to be like Ultraviolet or something like that, but now they've done away with that service. So the digital downloads on your disc, if you did not download those to your computer and they were digitally DRM free or whatever the digital version of that in high definition is, if you don't have a place for those, your discs are completely useless because that service is now a thing of the past. Now, me personally, I look at that and say, well, I still have the Blu-ray. But you still paid for a digital download that you're not going to be able to use. And they're like, well, you have this until this date to be able to download them. Okay, so if I buy a digital download, it would be really cool if they were to say, hey, you want to add on for an extra $3 an actual copy of this too? The Blu-ray? And you're like, $3 for a Blu-ray? Wow, that's awesome. And then they could still sell you the digital version, but then you have the actual tangible copy too. And that way you have bought a combo kit, and if they ever decide to discontinue the rental or the streaming service that streams that movie to you, you would still have the actual Blu-ray or the DVD or the Blu-ray DVD combo with the digital download, whatever you wanted to buy. And you would not then probably complain or say, well, I just lost the ability to stream that, whatever. So that's just an idea that if anyone's happened to listen, they would be able to use that. All right, let me play catch up on chat. Have 10 people, 10 likes. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, so all right. There's a new internet. Okay, I mean cable TV, and please don't call me X Hades. Okay, you have to have the X Hades stamps. I still don't know what X Hades stamps means. I've watched your videos and the 8-bit audio sounding intro or whatever, and it always comes through so loud. it's like, almost like, wow, that's so loud. And then your voice is like lower. So I'm like, okay, turn up the volume. But I would like to know at some point what ex Hades stamps means. I don't know what that means. You're a stamp collector. I don't know what that means. It'd be cool to know. If you don't want to say it here in chat, then shoot it to me in Discord if you wouldn't mind, because I'd be very curious to know. Or send it to me in email. Very interested to know. Okay, what video services are you subscribed to? Okay. Me personally, we have Amazon Prime in the house, and that's because my wife will pay one yearly fee, and then I can use that. I can get the free the 2-day shipping, whatever else, and you can add the people in your family in your household onto that, and so I'm a member of that. We also subscribe to Disney because of the kids. And so Disney Plus is something that the girls enjoy, and because it's a service that we know that they can pretty much watch almost just about anything they want to. And there is a kids version and an adult version also. You can select it to your own preferences and stuff. I like it for the National Geographic stuff. I'll watch, there will occasionally be one of those things I'm like, oh, well, I'll work on a Marvel movie or something. I'm like, what in the world is happening here? And then I'll go back and I'll say, oh, I see what happened. Or I'll say, oh, when I did that Marvel, that scene on Avengers, Infinity War, how does the CGI look? Because I remember it being kind of awkward and like the black colors were crushed a little bit. And like I'll say, oh, I want to go back and watch that. Or, what was that? And I would want to just watch a scene. I'd want to see something like that. Bring it up on Disney Plus, or obviously The Mandalorian. As a matter of fact, the first AD that I just got to finish working with on senior year, Jason, he just went and this last Monday started The Mandalorian prep, which is going to be like 6 weeks of prep, and then he's going to start The Mandalorian. Oh, I just made a nice little spill there. Okay, so we're with Netflix, Disney Plus, and the yearly Amazon thing. Now, because I work in the film industry, technically, I can write off a percentage of that because I use the Amazon Prime membership for a lot of stuff. I will watch a lot of the movies, and so I wouldn't actually touch that. I did buy my own Prime membership for a while, but I ended up only using it. I bought only one digital copy of something, and I did that because I was on Walking Dead at the time and wanted to buy the entire pass for Walking Dead so I could watch it as it came out and see it, and that way I would have a chance to determine if we needed to make what takes they chose to use and stuff like that. I was on Black Lightning, and I was watching on the CW app the day after. You could watch it for free there. So I would watch the work that I did in order to hear how it sounds. And that was cool. So I could write off a percentage of Netflix, a percentage of Disney, because I can't write off the whole thing because my family does use it. It would not be legit. It would not be a legit write-off. But I could write off a portion of that, which I would probably, anytime I personally buy a movie or something like that, because I am wanting to see it for myself, and it's considered research if you're working in the entertainment industry. So I could buy a movie, I could buy a DVD, I could buy a streaming service if I wanted to use it just for myself, and I could write off the whole thing because that's considered research. Now, granted, I'm also a member of the Cinema Audio Society, so I pay my yearly dues, and they have a FYC for your consideration, where every single time a awards season comes up, Golden Globes, Academy Awards, they'll send you either screeners on a DVD, or what people are preferring now is the digital ability to watch those movies online, where you could watch them, stream it to your house in 1080p or sometimes even higher quality, and in better quality sound than just DVD quality. So anyway, those are the services that we're subscribed to. We're Disney for the kids. We're Netflix for mainly me, and the girls do watch that too. And then we have Amazon. So that's what we subscribe to. Alrighty, that's okay. Redbox, cool. All right, to the one that does not like being called ex Hades. Many get special internet package deals with cable TV to get internet by itself. It can just cost as much. Yeah, internet. they run the reason why is because it costs them a certain amount to send a signal to your house. And if it's just internet, it's like $65. But if you want to add on another service that they're already sending to your house and billing you and doing all that, and they still have customer service available to you, and they still are charging you a certain amount for this, and then you want to add on another little bit of another service, they're like, oh, you know what, add on TV, it's another thing to send through the line, another $10. Cool. And you can maybe rent a cable box first for an extra $5 per month. And it's like another way to get that on too. Oh, you want a phone service too? You want a home phone? Cool. Another $10. And we'll give you the phone. You know, we'll set that up for you too. All comes down the same line. You still have the same overhead from the cable modem. But then they got the idea of taking a battery backup and put it in the cable because people were picking up their landline phones and they're like, I always have a ringtone. If my power goes out, I still have a ringtone on my landline. And because so many people have converted over from those to the VoIP, as soon as your power goes out, people pick it up and they're like, oh, my phone's dead. That sucks. I want to have my home phone service so I can call and check on my family. Make sure that they're all good. Well, now because we have smartphones, people are going to like tap, 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 tap. I mark myself safe from the power outage in my area on Facebook, and then I'm going to send out a mass email or mass whatever and start texting people, say, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? The world has changed, guys. So you at least have different options here. But that's the reason why it's only a little bit extra to add and combine services. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, that's why I like physical copies. Yeah. What do you think the Zoom F6? Have you tried it? Is it comparable to the MixPre 6? It is comparable. It's different. It's got digital preamps versus analog. It's got full 6 little, tiny little channels that you could individually, adjust there. It's a very tiny little box. I've seen them in person. And there's a lot of compact stuff on there. It's a lot of people like them. I mean, it's 32-bit floating point, just like the MixPre 6.2 is. The MixPre has 4 channels on the front, and it has 2 on the little side auxiliary input. The MixPre has analog inputs though. The Noise 4, I believe, is lower on the MixPre. It's sound devices versus Zoom. It's which is higher quality as far as I'm concerned. It's also got the ability for you to use plugins that it's not available on the Zoom. It's fine. I mean, there's a reason why it's cheaper. There is also you have the little faders, the little round faders on the front of the on all of them, except that on a MixPre you only have the 4 for the XLR / quarter-inch inputs, the combo inputs. But on the F6 you have control for all of them. So I mean, there's differences to them. The MixPre is more expensive because it's better, in my opinion. There's more that it can do, and it's also sound devices, which is made and supported in America. So there you go. Is it a situation indicating of society that allows businesses to sell services that are not compatible, not capable of delivering, nor require them to carry insurance to cover their failure to do so? Yeah. There's here's the thing. The world has changed a lot in the past 20 years, and there's not a lot that they've caught up. They're slowly catching up. I mean, the idea that I'll tell my daughters, I used to be the person that said, I'm never going to say, back in the old days, but I constantly tell my daughters, you don't understand. Back in the day, it used to be different. And then I'll put on the old man voice. I'll say, little girl, back in the day, it used to be we would have to go to the library and we would have to look through a little, catalog of little cards to find the book that we were looking for. And it would tell us where to go in the library. We had to talk to the librarian. Computers weren't really part of it. And if there were books that we couldn't find, we'd have to write up a little slip, and a librarian would have to go to the back and find it. And they're just like rolling their eyes, Dad. But that's the reality of what it used to be, is that we would have to send them to the back for a book that they didn't have in general circulation at the front. Some books you could only check out to view and under special permission, like some high-end libraries, you had to use gloves, and you had to have special permission and in order to handle those gloves, because the oils on your skin would deteriorate these old books. and they don't want that to happen anymore. So they would make you wear gloves in order for you to handle them. But the idea, I mean, it's just like when we joke around and we say, we used to have a phone that was on the wall at our house. And it's funny because so many people now will look at the coiled headphones and they're like, how do you undo these? I'm like, same thing you do with a home phone. Oh, that's right. You're too young. Home phone cords. How many times do we stand up in the kitchen or wherever we had with the short cable, and you could be on the phone with your girlfriend or with somebody and you would unravel it. That coil was perfect. You'd hang up the phone. Somebody would call 10 minutes later and you're like, how did you get untangled and completely screwed up in that short amount of time? But it would. So anyway, it was kind of cool. But there's a lot of things that have changed in the past 20 years even. And they're trying to play catch-ups, but there's so many people using technology to try to be destructive and to try to take advantage of things. Like we've seen in previous elections where they're worried about international influence of that, and yet they go ahead and decide they're going to put into policies in place that are going to make it easier for international for international interference. Whatever. Government's going to do what government's going to do. So let's not get political here. Let's move on. Okay. What do you prefer for watching videos? 5.1 stereo headphones and how loud? Usually, like my headphone volume right now that I'm listening to right now is about what it would be like if I heard my voice and I was talking to myself at a regular volume of 3 feet in front of myself. On set, it's the same way. I will usually say the volume that I will set on my headphones is approximately the volume that I would want it to be if I was listening to the actor I'm booming at a normal volume, which means that when the boom is standing next to me between setups, I'll have it turned up a little bit louder. And as soon as we get quiet, I'll leave it up for a second while I can listen to noises. And if I point the microphone around to try to find a noise, but as soon as we get ready to roll, I know exactly how much on whatever the IFB system I'm listening to, exactly how much to turn it down. So that way that when I put my microphone over an actor and the microphone goes from being 6 feet away to suddenly, 9 inches away from their mouth, it's not going to be like, yikes, this is getting too loud. I'm going to have to do this number and operate with my headphones like this. I don't want to do that. So anyway, there we go. So the volume I usually use is try to match the volume that they would be at when I talk to them or see them in person. And as for when I watch movies at home, if I can, I have an external Blu-ray drive, but I don't use it. Like I mentioned, my wife will stream stuff downstairs, and she buys more streaming videos than I would prefer us to. But because of our streaming services that we're subscribed to, we'll just basically stream that straight to our TV in the front. And we don't have to buy a whole lot of things anymore. And she likes to do it also, but she doesn't like storing the media. So I end up having so many storage things of media in here, or I'll box things up and later find it and be like, oh, cool, look at all these movies. I remember having these. These are amazing. So, but I personally, at this point, downstairs, we just have a 2.1 sound bar because we still have kids and we still, we don't really crank it up really loud because we don't want to fry out their hearing. And so we don't turn it up very loud downstairs. And we talk also, if you turn it up loud, then everyone has to talk louder. And because we have a 5-year-old, we don't want to end up talking extremely loud. So we don't turn the TV up nearly as loud. And that way you don't have to yell over the TV. We'll say, hey, keep it quiet, keep it down. We're trying to watch or whatever. But when I'm up here and watching something, I'll usually have it at not a loud volume. I'll have it at a decent volume. Now, if I'm listening to a song I really like or a movie that I really want to get immersed with, I'll kill the lights and whatever, and I'll watch it. And if I'm watching a scary movie or something like that, then I'll crank it up because I want to see if I can get jump scared. I want to see if I'll be alerted to it. And I'll almost always end up turning it back down because I'm like, Jesus, it's so loud. I don't want to fry out my hearing. I know that it's not what it used to be from, when I was younger. I remember turning on TVs and hearing high-pitched sounds. I will sometimes go into locations. I'll turn on on my phone, the frequency finder, and I'll say, wow, listen to those high-pitched sounds. My microphone on my phone's picking it up, but I don't hear those in my ears. And then our younger sound utility will say, oh, I hear them. I'm like, you do? cool. And he's like, yeah, I hear them. It's driving me crazy, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm like, well, wait until you get a little bit older. You won't be able to remember. You won't be able to hear anything. My grandmother's in her mid 90s, and I went to visit her earlier this week. And when I went to visit her, I was talking about frequencies. I always end up talking to almost anyone I know. I'll talk to sound about was sound, and I ended up talking to my grandmother about it. And I turned on a frequency sweeper, and I was talking about high pitched frequencies. And then I said, like this sound, for example. And I think I was talking about shutting down noises and how I have to listen for the sounds that would be picked up in the recording. Because just because you can't hear something doesn't mean that you don't need it. That your microphone could be picking up a sound that you can't hear, and that could skew your meters. If it's a very, very high, high pitched sound, and you're like, it's quiet though. Well, there's a high pitched sound there that's driving your meters hotter. So you have to be careful and use your head when you're a mixer as well. But I was talking about this, and I put on a 12K tone. I said, so you hear this? And she's like, no. 10K tone. You hear anything? 8K tone. 6K tone. Oh, I can hear I can hear something. Are you doing something? I'm like, 6K tone is all she has now. But, human vocal range is below that, so she's fine. She can hear me. She does have a hearing aid, but, it happens as you get older. You start losing your high-pitched frequencies. I have a video called Harmonics, Overtones in the Human Voice, and in that video I talk about presbycusis and what that means and how you lose your highs. Watch that video if you're interested. Okay, moving on. The Stamps is named after my, at the time, favorite Minecraft YouTuber. The X is because I thought it was fun, and the Hades is because I was into Greek mythology. Additionally, I go by X, Hades, or Stamps, but not X Hades, I guess. Okay. All right. I actually produced a half-hour music video television series back in the day called Dovidox, Dovidox. If you go to Google right now and type it in there, you're going to find that back in the day when I used to produce this show in the late 90s, it was a half-hour, it used to be Dovidox, the half-hour music video television show, and anyway, I would play music videos, and I'd sometimes, have interviews with bands and stuff like that. And at its peak, it was on never really a big network show or channel or something like that, but it was on smaller cable access, public access, a small broadcast station, local stations and stuff like that, up to 6. There was up to 6 channels that I put the show out to, and this is when I was in my late teens, early 20s, and that was really cool back in the day. We also, and so that's why I know a little bit about the cable, because we ended up talking about it at work, because I even got at one point the cable, the advertising, like one of the channels that played like wrestling and stuff like that, and some of the channels I had their advertisement schemes, like depending on the time of day, what the advertising cost was, and sometimes for a single spot back in the 90s, it was like, over $100 easily for one on even a smaller station. But in the middle of the night, you could get, depending on the time that you wanted your ad to air, it could air for like $2.17 or something. And I remember looking at that and thinking strongly, I should do this. But when I called them up, they said, yeah, you just have to book a minimum number of like 50. I'm like, I guess that means I'd have to spend $100. I don't want to have my little ad. I mean, this is back in the 90s. I was like, I don't want to have to spend $100 just to have you air my ad for, a few times. And what's your advertisement? I'm like, I don't know. I want to make something, but I could have produced it easily, and it would have been just as good as any of the other local commercials you see back then. But anyway, my television show Dovidox, the way it got its title is because I was trying to think of a really cool name, and I wanted to think of something that was unique. And so I was like, I want like a 3-syllable name, and I want it to be cool, something that would stand out that no one else would have. And so I said, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the TV. I'm going to start flipping around. First thing I stop on, I'm going to take the first syllable from the first word, and then I'm going to take the first syllable from the next thing when I flip around, and then another first syllable from the next thing I flip around to and find, and we're going to make a TV show title and see if that works. Flip it around really quickly, and the first thing that happened when I stopped is I saw a Doberman Pinscher. I'm like, D-O, okay. And it landed on either VH1 or MTV. And it was just a random video, but from a band I did not know. So I was like, all right, vid. Dovid. Okay. Scanned around and it landed on like the, National Geographic Channel or something like that. It was a special on the Amish. And the first thing my eyes focused on was ox. Something Dovid ox. Cool. Dovid ox sounds awesome. I like the fact that it has a V and an X in there. That's really cool. I'm like, no one's going to be able to pronounce it, but it's going to be an awesome name. So Dovid ox is now the name of my TV show. At the time, I plugged it in Alta Vista. If you remember back then, because Google is only going to turn 23 years old next month, like in about a month from now. And we did not, before Google was released in 1998, it was Alta Vista was like the big search engine. And I remember plugging it in there because I started the show in, I think, 95 or 96. And so when I produced it back then, I plugged it into Alta Vista, 0 searches. Cool, Dovidox is my name. Now, if you look on YouTube, online, you'll see Dovidox 5%, 10%, and 15% because at some point after I stopped producing my show, I mean, I was still producing it. It was like airing and re-air or something like that. And it's still floating around. And there were certain bands that had been interviewed on the show that were like bragging about, we were featured on Dovidox and, Sir Maniac Productions and whatever. You'll find that on Google if you search. But you'll also find a whole lot of this one drug because in the early aughts, some company in Mexico started making Dovidox 5, 15, or 5, 10, and 15%. I'm like, what is this? And I remember saying at the time, I want to get a hold of whatever this drug is because I want to put the labels and I want to put it up on my wall. I mean, I could throw out the drug itself, but I want to get a label with Dovidox on, to put up on my shelf because that's my word. I made that word. And then, of course, I ended up trying to look it up and it was like by prescription only or something. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be able to get Dovidox and put it on my shelf. Not that I would ever do anything. I don't even know what the thing does. I don't know what it's for. It could be for animals for all I know. But I thought that was pretty cool. And I made a word, and now if you search for it, there's thousands of entries that come up for Dovidox. And if you scroll around and do a search for my name with it, you'll come up with, the town I lived in that I mentioned earlier in the stream, Avondale Estates, and you'll see Avondale Estates, Dovidox, and things like that. And it's really cool because that used to be my half-hour music video television show that I produced. So anyway, time and time ago, long time ago. Okay. But anyway, that kind of goes back to what you were saying, how the X80 stamps kind of came together. X because it was fun, 80s because you were in Greek mythology, and the stamps because it was named after your, at the time, favorite Minecraft YouTuber. Okay. All right, so that was a great time. And that pretty much brought us to the modern day. So I'm pretty much done with the topic of this video, remembering video stores, premium channels, streaming and cable. I mean, the only thing I could really add at this point was that when people started, and I think I even mentioned this already, they started to realize that Netflix was making a lot of money and there was opportunity to be made off of their own streaming content because a lot of these companies have a lot of content. And there's companies now like Warner Brothers, Paramount, I mean, all the big guys, Netflix even. Netflix is producing content for their own streaming service, as you know. And when people started to pull more of their movies out of them so they could release their own streaming service, Netflix started amping up their production. So Netflix Studios produces a lot of stuff. My next show is with Netflix, as a matter of fact. And Netflix has in many ways changed the game again because the movie industry used to be long days, fast pace, and do it cheaper. Well, a lot of Netflix shows, TV shows will say, let's slow it down just a little bit. We don't have to do it in 6 days, a whole episode of an hour-long episode of a show in 6 days. Let's slow it down a little bit. We can do it in 12 days, 13 days. When I was on Stranger Things, we would do a block of 2 episodes and it would be we would schedule for 26 days or 24 days. And then by the time we were done, it was in the 30 days for the 2 blocks or sometimes even 40. And we would be doing a lot of days for each episode. I'm sure they're still doing it now. It's basically like a movie, but you're very slow paced to do things slow in the right way. Netflix is changing the game in some ways. And some of the bigger studios are still sticking to their guns on things, but some of them are slowly starting to conform, especially under COVID. They're saying, we're not going to book longer than a certain amount of hours in a day. Some aren't. I'm not going to start calling calling studios out for not following along protocol or not following along with everyone else, but some are still doing as many hours as they want to, while others are not. But those services, now that they are now offering, Netflix is now producing a lot of original content, which is really cool. They're doing a very good job because they're spending more time to do things the right way, and it's adding to what their service can offer. But companies that have their own streaming services too. HBO has a lot of movies they could pull from and put on HBO Max. I wonder if HBO Max, that's their subscription service, right? I wonder if that's because of HBO Cinemax, now that I think about it. Because I mentioned at the very beginning of this video, I think they were owned by the same company. I wonder if that's it. I don't know about Showtime and the Movie Channel. I haven't done any research on them, but I'm sure they're probably still around and been acquired by somebody else. But there's also a lot of these low-budget movies that will never make it into a theater. But a lot of these movies are putting people, to work, and they're putting actors to work, and they're making their money back. If a movie with a $3 million budget can make back $8 or so million, it doesn't sound like a lot, but they didn't put a lot into it, and that's a pretty decent turnaround when it's not costing them a whole lot to produce. And it's like you still have your producers of the big budget shows still doing their thing, and they're not going to make nearly as much, but it's also grooming the next generation of filmmakers to come up, and they're going to start making the big blockbusters again, because you got people that will get older and they'll retire after 30 or 40 years. And then the next generation will come up. The 20-year vets will become 30-year vets, then 40-year vets. And the people that are brand new starting in the industry right now are going to be the people that when I eventually retire are going to be the ones that are the old school people with, crabby attitudes and whatever else that are going to be, doing whatever. So it's just an endless cycle. But it's really cool that there's now a lot of production because people are wanting to put it on their streaming services. People are less interested in putting it in theaters, but they're very interested in doing it on the streaming services. Sorry, I keep hearing random noises. It sounded like our garage door open and close, but I know my wife's still downstairs. She'd be on that. So... Okay, never 2 out of 3 parts, though. Oh, I see. No, oh, that's what you're talking about. Never X Hades or Hades stamps. It's always either X, it's Hades, or it's stamps. It's not, or it's X Hades stamps. It's not X Hades or Hades stamps or X stamps. Okay. All right. Preferences. Have you seen the new Rycote Nano Shield wind protectors? Can you review it against a Sinella? And if you do, I mentioned it earlier. I have been in contact with Rycote. They're supposed to be sending me a Nano, and I will be doing a review about it. So there's your answer on that. I will most likely put it up against something. I have an idea. I'll just put it this way. I have an idea of something that I'm going to do with it. I'm not going to give any teasers because all it takes is me giving a teaser to what I'm going to do, and someone could steal the idea. And because it takes so much time to actually produce a video and do things, in my opinion, the right way, it means that that I'm not going to probably end up getting it out as soon as the Nano Shield drops. So if you're happy with your current wind protection, give me a little bit of time. I have something right there I need to review. I have something right there I need to review. That's the first thing right there. That I'm going to review. That or that. That's going to be a quicker review than that one. Actually, they're both going to be fairly quick. I have 3 things I need to review right now. And I'm hoping that I get those 3 things done before the review, before a product that will hopefully be back in stock in about 4 months. It was supposed to happen during the pandemic, but they shut down their production. They had a problem sourcing something when they came back into production. Now there's a different issue. They're supposed to reach back out to me when they get their stock happen, but I reach out to them about every 3 months, and I'm not going to give you a tease on that. But it's going to be cool. Oh, and I so want to discuss some stuff. There's some cool stuff coming. And no, it's not all from Deity, just so you know. None of the stuff, I have no commitments right now to Deity now that I did my BPTRX review. And I did that other video earlier that I released a couple of days ago. Yesterday. Geez, it was yesterday morning. And that was me choosing to do it. That was not me being pressured in any way by deity. Um, but yeah, there's a few other videos that I will need to do a review for, and none of them are going to be nearly as crazy as that BPTRX, because that took a long time to do. It took a long time. I recorded so much for that review. It was crazy. Anyway. But here's what I will tell you is that, yes, I have plans of testing it against, I will test the Nano Shield against other products. That is definitely what I have in mind. Nostalgia is good, but not enough for the time. I don't know what that's a reference to. I'm not sure this is suitable for a topic for the stream. Ignore it if you'd rather not talk about it right now. Oh, I already answer your question. Do I play video games? Not really. I mean, I used to, like, as a kid, I played video games on the Sega Master System, then the Sega Genesis. I played a little bit on my computer, but computers back in the day were, like, I was not a computer person. I wanted to play Doom, but originally Doom was something you had to install through a command prompt. And I did not know how to find Doom by a command prompt on the computer because there was no icon for it on our computer. But what I figured out was that if I installed Doom, it said as soon as you were done, oh, you have installed Doom. Would you like to play it? I would say yes. So every time I went to play Doom, I would reinstall it. I would go through and reinstall it and go back through because I could never find it again on the family computer. And they were always off at work whenever I wanted to play or never there or doing something. And so just figure it out, find it. You'll find it. I'm like, what do I type in? Where's Doom? So anyway, I would have to reinstall it and then would say, you have finished installing Doom. Would you like to play it? Yes. And then after a while, it started to kind of mess up a bit. And I was told it was probably because you've reinstalled it over itself a bunch. There might be a glitch there. I'm like, okay. I didn't want my Doom messing up. So when it would say, what destination would you like to go to? I'm like typing in Doom 2, Doom 3, Doom 4, Doom. And then I would start saying, what number am I on right now? Doom, like this. And I'd start typing in a bunch of random keys. All right, Doom, do it again. And so at some point, I remember that our home computer started getting all sluggish. It was starting to mess all up. And so they went through it. And it's like, why is there like 50 installs of Doom on this computer? And I'm like, well, because every time I want to play Doom, I have to reinstall it. You don't have to. It's on the computer. I'm like, you never showed me where it was. Would never show me. So I would end up reinstalling Doom into a different location because it would always run fine when it was on a new location. If I reinstalled it over itself, sometimes it'd mess up. And I didn't want my messed up game. So anyway, Doom was something that I played for a while. And I loved my no clip, my God mode, whatever, because I've never been a great gamer. I've never been like someone that Carl Jobst would end up talking about, or a speed runner or somebody that would be able to do a no-hit run or anything like that. I was the guy that, whatever. Anyway, I did do, a few years ago, before I started Sound Speeds, I did do a couple of gaming YouTube channels that were very small. One was a World of Warcraft channel. My World of Warcraft account, I played Final Fantasy VII and mastered the game as far as I'm concerned. Not nearly as good as FH Productions. That dude is like an FF7 god. He's amazing. And 4-8 production, rather. 4-8 Productions. And if you want to know how you can enter a fight with like Emerald or Ruby weapon and don't even touch the controller and kill them, that dude has tricked out the game that much. He has started the game with one character, Cloud, with 999 MP and 9999 HP, made it all the way through the game and never healing, never any of that kind of stuff, and just by managing his materia combinations and his health and his magic, he has managed to beat the game. Then he says, for an extra added challenge, I'm going to beat Emerald and Ruby weapon, and he beats them also with the same characters and the same remaining HP. And if he runs out, it's like anyone else. You run out of HP, you run out of MP, you don't have it anymore. So he had to manage it. And he was able to beat that entire game. So it was amazing. I played World of Warcraft for a bit, and I actually started a YouTube channel called Fast Forward Feral. FASTFOWFORWARD because I was a feral druid. And what I did is at the time I didn't really have, I did not take my work home with me at the time. Well, I say that, but I still taught classes on the weekends and stuff. But what I would do is at night I'd come home from work, and instead of thinking sound speeds, what am I going to do? I'm going to do something like that. I would log into World of Warcraft and I'd play, and I'd, tank a raid, or, I'm never part of a raiding guild or anything, but I'd do a looking for raid, LFR. Or if my guild was like, oh, let's do a raid to whatever, and we had enough people, then sure. If not, we dungeon together, we PvP together, something like that. For a short period of time, I played Star Wars: The Old Republic because I got kind of tired and burned out on WoW, and then I stopped playing everything for a while. My daughters were into Minecraft, so I played Minecraft with them, and started playing Minecraft. And then I went back into WoW, and when I joined the Podcastage community, and they decided to create a Podcastage Minecraft server, I kept going in and talking to people in chat, and they were like playing Minecraft again. I'm like, fine, I'll join Minecraft. And so I joined Minecraft, and now no one plays it anymore. But occasionally what I'll do is I'll pop in maybe a couple of nights per week while I'm watching videos or listening to technical documentation or something like that. I'll do something. I'll do something in that. But I would never call myself a gamer. I could take it or leave it. I could uninstall Minecraft right now, and I'm not going to cry about it. I just, it's something I do right now casually. Sometimes I'll log into the game and say, what do I want to do? I'm just going to go up to my mob farm and just sit there and farm XP. And I won't do anything. I'll close the window, or I'll minimize the window and do some other stuff. And then I'll come back at the end of the night when I go to restart shut down my computer. And I'll say, oh, that's still running. Oh, cool. Because I would have killed sound on it. And, or something, I don't know. But anyway, so I don't really play games. And the reason I don't play them anymore is because when I used to play WoW, when I played Star Wars Old Republic, when I played all these other things, I found that I was spending so much time on those games that I felt like they were not, I wasn't amounting to anything. If I decided not to pay my $15 subscription to World of Warcraft, and sometimes, by the end, I was just sitting there, I'd log into WoW and I'd be like this. I don't really want a PvP because it changed that. I'd built my characters up to a certain way, and then they nerfed one ability. And I'm like, do I really want to go and twink out another character? Because now that you go so fast, you level so fast, if I get the best gear, I freeze my level and I go and get the best gear, all I could do is maybe 2 or 3 PvP matches, and then I've negated about 8 hours of work because I'm going to level up, and then that's not going to be the best in class anymore. And so I got to the point where I was tired of it. And I didn't want to enter the BIS queue because it would take longer to pop. And then when it did, it was like people that were practically hacking the game. These people were ungodly crazy. And like I said, I'm not a gamer. So they were just wiping me out. And I'm like, I don't mind putting in the work to play in regular PvP with regular people that match my game skill. And because I put in the work, I have better gear. I don't mind doing that. And I'll be a little bit better than them, perhaps. But I don't want to end up playing against people that just are amazing gamers because they're in the twink queue. That was crazy to me. But what I realized, though, is that by playing so many games, I wasn't really amounting to anything. The time I spent in the games, if I discontinued and didn't pay $15 per month, my account, my digital people do nothing. They just sit there in the nether world and don't do anything. And then after a while, the WoW Armory no longer lists my characters. Then after a while, they no longer, I don't talk to any of the people in my guilds or anything like that. Occasionally I receive a text from someone that used to be in a guild with or something, but I don't think about it anymore. And it's never really been something that has occurred to me because I then started putting my time into something else. It was called sound speeds. So with that extra time that normally I would spend gaming or something like that, I was like, you know what? I already teach a lot of classes in the real world. I decided I was going to do 100 videos that were designed to teach things that I was commonly asked questions about. Hey, Alan, could you explain this in a class? I'd be like, sure. let me play this video. And sometimes I would answer a question. Then somebody else would walk up and ask me the same question because it was outside of class. It was like, let's take a quick break. And someone would ask me a question. I'd answer that question. Then they would go to the restroom. Someone else who would just come back from the restroom would come in. Alan, can I ask you a question? Sure thing. They'd ask me a question. I'm like, that was the thing. I just answered that. Oh, sorry. I was in the bathroom. Fine. I'll repeat it. So what I started doing is creating videos that would answer the questions that I was asked a lot of, and that would answer certain questions that I could say, watch this video instead of me explaining it. And sometimes my videos would be a tutorial of something that would require location shooting or something to really explain it properly. And then I would go into my classes and say, now we're going to watch a quick video from Sound Speeds where I talk about that and show it. And then I would do that. I try not to do that. I give that most of those videos extracurricular stuff, but if there's a short video that is a boom operator related topic, that's a 3-minute video, like a lot of my earlier ones were when I produced a video every 3 days for 100 episodes. I did that. And I would play those in my classes sometimes. But now Sound Speeds is now my brand. It has grown into, thank you very much. If you're one of my 11,400 subscribers, I appreciate that. A little bit more than that. It's making me a little bit of money. My channel is a niche of a niche of a niche. The fact that you guys are in here right now either means that you like me, you like trolling me, or you like learning about sound. Whatever the case is, I appreciate you being here, because 4 years ago when I started this channel, I did it mainly to be a help with to help aid my classes. The first community, the film industry people are like, you learning from people on YouTube? No, not my thing. But over the course of time, slowly people start catching on and start watching the videos. Not a lot of pros watch live streams. A lot of pros do not watch YouTube videos. They're going to get their information from JW Sound. They're going to get it from the forums on Facebook. They're going to get it from calling up somebody and asking them a question directly. They're not going to get it from a YouTube video. And I'm very aware of this. But my channel is still very much dedicated to sound, targeted towards pros, or people that are interested in a review from a pro guy that is not just standard testing, the same testing that everyone else does. To me, the idea of unboxing something, no offense to Bandrew, unboxing something and going over the contents and talking about specifications does not interest me. Everyone else does that online. And to me, I don't like the idea of using a microphone the same way everyone else does, saying a shotgun microphone is right over my head, and I'm going to basically say, oh yeah, I listened to that, it sounds good, buy it, using my affiliate links down there and make me a bunch of money. I don't do that. I basically will say, okay, well, I'm going to go into various environments. I'm going to go various heights over myself. I'm going to basically scream into the microphone and throw my voice out. I'm going to do all these different things to test the microphones in different ways. And then at the very, very end of that, I'll say, well, there's your video. And that doesn't appeal to a lot of people. They're like, well, you didn't talk about this and you didn't do an unboxing. And I was like, no, but I covered the stuff that's in the box, except the BPTRX video. If you recall at the very beginning of that one, I said, look, I'm not going to do the same thing as everyone else. Do you want me to do that for real? Let's just dive deep and not do the same test that anyone else does. And that's why I went an hour and 7 minutes, because I kept, as I was doing the video, I'm like, oh no, I found another thing I got to test. And now I found another thing I got to test. And now another thing and another thing. So it drove me crazy. But that video is now done. I can now see straight, which is nice. Okay. But do I play video games? No, I don't, because now I dedicate my time to Sound Speeds unless I need a quick unwind, in which case I will maybe jump in Minecraft and I'll just sit there, maybe roam around a little bit. But right now I'm in the process of building a brand and educating through Sound Speed since, the world shut down due to COVID. I may end up teaching another class sometime in the near future, but and starting to get back into that. But then the whole Delta variant thing is going around and people are all concerned about that. So doing an in-person class there probably wouldn't be the wisest from a perspective of, but you see, a lot of the classes that I teach in the real world involve hands-on training. The last boom class I did that was, I think, 2 weeks before the shutdown last year, was at the very end of February last year. We had like an ice storm that happened. I had two actresses that were supposed to show up, and one of them got iced in at her house in North Carolina. And so we only had one actress. And so we talked about, we was a boom class, and we talked about techniques of how to stand someone up, how to sit someone down. So when someone goes from standing up to sitting down, how to cue the microphone off of the table, cue the microphone off the table or how to play off of a wall, or how to play off of different surfaces and what the different patterns of microphone did. And I started talking about techniques and how you can save your muscles by doing certain things. And I ended up, it was funny because there was videos now that people in the class were taking where they said Alan had to dance with everyone in the class, because they would be holding the boom, and I would say, no, hold on a second, let me show you this, hold it this way. And I would basically hold it out, awkward to me, but I would correct their posture, and that's, when you move, and I would lead them like it was a dance. I'd say, let's go this way, let's go back this way. And I had my actress walking around talking, and I would show techniques. And I taught that way, but it was hands-on, literally hands-on, where it didn't matter if it was a guy or a girl in the class, it didn't matter. I was still, face to face with them, like this far away, and showing them how to move with the pole, when to move with your feet, when to move with your hands, how to move, how to shift, how to transition with the microphone. And I did that in person. And there has been talk that if there was not this resurgence of COVID and the Delta variant, then there was talk with my wife about me trying to do a road trip around do a road trip around America, where I would book some locations. I would book some places, and I would do like an Eventbrite thing and try to sell tickets and travel the country, where I would drive into a town and try to like meet up with some people that I would know in that town for one night. I would then, the next day, I would wake up and I would teach this class all day. And afterwards, maybe meet up with someone else and then go to sleep, wake up the next day and drive to the next place I'd drive for like, 8 hours or something like that. I would then meet up with friends for dinner and then start the process over again and do that for 2 or 3 weeks between the show. There was talk about that because I could very easily take gear with me. If you want to, the way my classes are is like, if you want to hear sound gear, you want to play around with various different boom poles. If you want to see a trick and you want to bring your own boom pole, and you're like, there's this, I don't know where this rattle is coming from. I could look at it and say, okay, well, your problem is right here. What you need to do is this, or tweak this, or you used to use this instead. Actually, I think I have one right over here, and I could pull it out and do that. That's what I think would be really cool, to do a trip around America and just start going across the West, here in the South, and then loop around the outside. I was going to do this in 2018, but I ended up coming off of Walking Dead. The sound mixer decided to use a different boom operator, and I didn't find out about that until I turned down some work, and turning that work down meant I wasn't going to sync up with some mixers, and I didn't have work for months. And that's when the next mixer I worked with was Michael Wynn. And it was months. So I did not work on anything other than day playing or commercials or anything like that in months. And I had to stay open because I couldn't just plan on being out for or working for 4 months and then taking 2 months off or 2 weeks off and then come back and jump back on a show. I couldn't do that. But there's talk now, if the Delta variant wasn't there, I'd be doing that right now. I would have already been scheduling like a Saturday here and like a Wednesday, and try to do that, doing that during the summer when people could maybe schedule to take a day or something like that. Because if I'm talking about training professionals in advanced techniques, pros that would want to show up in all these different markets would perhaps, want to sign up for the class and have literal hands-on training where I would be there and I could say, let me show you this. And if you said, would you lob this person up? And I'd say, okay, well, let me show you. And, and I would actually show you, and I would try to do it as well as possible as I could. Like in the real world, when I would do a lav class, and I can't do this on YouTube, you'll understand why in a second. But when I would do a lav class, I would talk, I'd bring people in and I would talk to the class. I would lecture for a bit, and then I would bring in one male and one female. And the male had to, as part of the agreement, would take off his shirt, and the female would have to take off her shirt too, but down to a bra. And part of that would be because you would never ask an actor to do this, but I wanted to be able to explain what happens underneath the shirt. So I would say, okay, so here's how it works. Because I could explain, you'd have to go up and over here or whatever, but when you go to do it for the first time, you're like, well, what about if they're hairy? What about if they're smooth? What about if they're this and this and this? And I could show different products and the way that they would mount and the way they would do things. And I would say, okay, so I'd say I'd bring the guy first. I'm like, okay. And after I would talk about how things would go, I'd have him remove his shirt. And then I would say, okay, so we're going to run a wire up here, run it over here. And you see how this happens following this rule and this contour and whatever. And then I would have him put the shirt on and show how the lava's fine. And then I would bring in the female and do the same thing. But this is after talking about how there is no, ooh, yummy, look at these people. There was none of that. It's all professional because we're talking to pros and I teach union people. But if I did this on YouTube, my comments would fill up, man, look at the girl with, I'm not going to do that. That would not be good. I might at some point in time, if I wanted to do something like that, get a mannequin. Because I'm not about to do this with a real person, because that's going to be a great way to get flagged, demonetized, whatever else, and have certain videos that I spend a lot of time organizing turn that up wrong. I will teach those in person and do it maybe that way. The lav classes that I would also do, I would bring in sometimes people from the wardrobe department. And I would have a talk with them where I would say, okay, well, if we have a lav right here, show us what you are looking on and how to make that look presentable for camera. What are some tricks that you could do? And when they're not on set, trying to do a last look or trying to quickly do a lav or whatever, they'll be happy to talk with you. And I'd bring them in for a couple of hours as part of these classes. And then I would also have them part of the wiring thing. So as we were talking about this, they'd say, that doesn't work for us. And here's why. Or they would say, oh, that's actually clever. I like that. And some of the things that we would say in sound, they'd be like, I've never heard that before. That's really cool. I like that. And we would teach them and they'd teach us. And one of the things I would also do is bring in 4 people, 2 guys, 2 girls with various different wardrobe options. And what we would do is have them change in and out of wardrobe. So there would be people that I would line people up and I'd say, we have different stations. I want you to try going to some of the guys to wire, some of the girls to wire, and I would want you to practice wiring them. They're going to, after they do 1 or 2 people and you're standing in the line, you're saying, oh, okay, well, that's how you wire a skin tight shirt on a guy. And then like, okay, well, what if there's, and then I would have the girls like bring in something. I'd have the guys bring in different things like formal wear, non-formal wear, casual wear. And so like, I would say, okay. And I'd say to the guy, like, let's have shorts. You're going to be wearing shorts and it's a period show. So you have to tuck in your shirt. What do you do then? How do you run it up there when you have those shorts that like, here's the crotch and the shorts end here? What are you going to do then? I would have to talk through that procedure. I would say, okay, what about a hair rig? So I'd have a girl, bring in a wig. And so we would talk about how to do hair rigs. I would have girl bring in a dress that's like got see-through elements on the side. So it makes it difficult to route a wire, or it would be completely open in the front. And you'd have to find a way to hide on the side. I'd have guys bring in bow ties. I'd have guys bring in ties that were either clip on or that they would have to tie different kinds of knots. I'd go over all these different things. That's the kind of thing that if I were to travel countrywide, I would want to coordinate. So anyway, that's the way that I would want to do it, and you can't do that right now under the Delta variant going on, that kind of thing. But who knows? Maybe in time I might end up scheduling something like that where I travel around and do a class every 3 or 4 days and have people sign up for very advanced level stuff. Okay, let's play catch up on some of this stuff. Thank you very much for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. I haven't kicked the whole physical medium thing. I'm still buying I'm buying 4K Blu-rays now. Very good. Are old headbangers like you and punk kids like Banjo finally willing to accept responsibility for the music production being 2 times louder than dialogue? Let that be your answer right there. Here's the thing. Times change, dude. And if you do it right, it's going to sound right and it's going to balance well. So I would also point out that that the people that are in charge of a lot of productions right now in post, the people that are in charge of doing the mixes are not my generation. They're baby boomers still. They're people getting up in their 30 or 40 years of experience category, and they might have lost some of their highs. So they're the ones doing the mixes now. By the time Gen X people start to get in there and start getting in charge, you're probably not going to see that nearly as much. So don't blame my generation, man. I'm Gen X. I'm not millennial. I'm Gen X, man, and proud of it. We're the chill generation of people that grew up under the baby boomers, so we still understand and respect certain things, but at the same time, we're also the people that are face palming a lot of the things that are going on this day and age with our kids today, and we're like, holy crap, let's teach you kids the right way, and then they don't want to listen, and we get frustrated, and we're like, okay, we're gonna lay a smack down on them and not be afraid of it. I mean, I'm not saying go and smack your kids, like. If you talk to your kids, you know how to handle them. You're not their friends. You're their parents. Parent the kids. And don't let them get out of control when they're 2. It all accrues. But anyway, I'm not going to. But no, I'm not expecting any responsibility for baby boomers, homie. All right. Well, I cleaned up the interior of Town and Country. Apparently, I left my stuff there. Okay, cool. I wish I worked with Netflix here in Russia. Yeah, they're actually pretty cool. Aaron Knight. I still have my Soundspeeds podcast email address opened up in my in my email, my Yahoo email that comes up in one of my tabs. And every single time, since both of them come in there, I'll see that there's nothing new in the Soundspeeds podcast. But if I ever click on it just to see, you were the last person that ever emailed me, so your name is at the very top. Kind of cool to see that you're in here. Long time missed you. Great to see you. Great to hear from you, Aaron. Okay, what is better than to be able to troll Alan and learn a ton of audio at the same time? I don't know. Few things are better in the world, I guess, unless you're my daughters and wife. I tell you, I have to go on the internet to get people that will listen to me talk about sound. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, I go downstairs in the morning, and my daughters will greet my daughter greeted me this morning, and I'm like, getting frustrated because two shows I wanted to watch are both streaming on HBO Max, and I don't have that. So I was like, I really wish. And we had Disney Plus on because my 5-year-old we're about to put on a movie. We brought up Disney Plus, and we're like, wait a minute, Greatest Showman is on Disney Plus? Why? And I'll reiterate this story again. And we're like, oh, it's because they now own 20th Century Fox. Because we hit play and it came up 20th Century Fox. We're like, oh, well, they recently bought them. That makes sense then. And then I said, man, I want them to buy HBO. So that way HBO Max shows are part of Disney Plus. Anyway, so that was the idea. And I said that to my 16-year-old. And then she's like, well, and then she says something. I don't even know how we got into it, but it led me to what she would tell you is an hour-long lecture on basically what I did for the first hour and a half of this video, or 2 hours of this video, whatever. And I was just talking about this, and she's like, listening to it. My other daughter walks in, and she's like, realizes I'm in the middle of a lecture, and she's like, Dad, I'm going to go do homework. And I'm like, okay, good job, sweetie. And then my wife comes downstairs, and she's I stopped talking, because I come to a stop point. And she's like, are you all right? And my oldest daughter's like, yeah, Alan's just been lecturing me. Or Dad's just been lecturing me. And she's like, what have you been lecturing her on? I'm like, and then she instantly jumps in and says, oh, he was talking about streaming, and he was talking about cable TV, and he was talking about video storage. And my wife says, he gave me the same lecture this morning. And I'm like, yes, but my wife left the room, and my oldest daughter walked into the room, so I got to redo my lecture to her. So, and I didn't get it all out because then they start making fun of me for this. So you guys get a lot of information that my family is like, going into a coma listening to. Anyway, it's funny. So how far am I behind in chat? So luckily, I'm only like 15, 18, 16 minutes behind. Okay. Just ask him about butt fizz. He literally did a whole video fueled on that fizz stuff. It's not butt fizz, it's zip fizz. And I always have my zip fizz right underneath me. This is the thing I have from the last year during the shutdown, and I had no income. I was making cables, trying to make some money to pay bills. I was trying to do various different things. And at the time, I didn't want to spend anything I really didn't have to. And I had mentioned in a stream that I'll eventually one day try all 13 flavors of Zip Fizz. And I don't think I had tried them all. And so one of my viewers after that wrote me and said, I don't want to sign up on Patreon. I didn't want to donate as part of the stream, but can I PayPal you and I'll buy you the Zip Fizz because I would love to see you. I'd love to support and have you actually do that. So I said, sure. And then it became one of those things where, and I told Bandrew, I said, you started this, where at one point he came into a live stream and said something like, I hear all it takes is, I think he said $5 to get Alan to take a Zip Fizz. And so after that, people realized that when I started to kind of get a little bit tired, because the live streams got really long, they used to be like an hour and 45 minutes or 2 hours long, something like that. But when I started to take a Zip Fizz as part of it, because Bandrew came in and trolled that one time and said, I hear all it takes. And I got all hyped up on Zip Fizz. And then all of a sudden I'm like doing 6-hour live streams and I'm, let's talk sound and let's dive deeper and let's do this. And people were like, holy crap, this guy's crazy and all, and it was like, it was really awesome. So I started doing that. And then, so that's where the kind of donating for, a Zip Fizz. And then I think it changed from $5 where I was like, I never wanted it. I'm not going to just sit there and take Zip Fizz constantly. This channel has never been about the money for me, as you guys know. But during the Epic live stream on December 30th, what I did is I changed it. I said, you know what, if you're going to want me to take a Zip Fizz, I'll take it for $25. And after that, it became $25 is the amount, basically. I think at some point after that, I don't think I did a live stream until for like a few months because I was working on shows. And when I did, I think it was actually you, Liberty. You came in here and I think you had paid $5 or something, and then you paid like another $5 or somebody else paid, and then it came up to like $25, and I said, yeah, for $25, I'll take it. Or something. I forgot how it came up, but in my mind, for some reason, it's like $25 now is the going rate for Zip Fizz. I don't know if that's just me not remembering right. I don't know. But I don't want to just sit there and take Zip Fizz constantly. But yes, I will talk sound. I will talk, about sound. And since I don't have a video tomorrow morning, because I'm going to do, my next video is going to be on the short side because it's a video I've been wanting to do for a while because I personally find a cool value in it and for the reasons I'll go into in the video. And it's going to be one that will probably drop maybe Thursday. I'm going to start, because I didn't go into it in full depth in my BPTRX timecode video, but I had borrowed a bunch, 3 timecode slates, TS2 timecode slates with integrated sync boxes from my sound mixer when we wrapped senior year. And I had bought a whole bunch of cables and a whole bunch of splitter adapters and different other things. And the adapters were lost someplace. Thank you, UPS. So those things have vanished. UPS had marked them as delivered. I'm like, they were never delivered. And their system was like, they said, oh, well, it apparently updated in the system before it was actually delivered. I'm like, what are you talking about? It was not in the system. I was like, are you kidding me here? That's insane that your system, because I talked to someone and they're like, yeah, it updated our system as being delivered when it hadn't been. I'm like, why would your system automatically update and say that the package had been delivered? And they're like, oh, well, I don't know why. I don't have any information on that, but the next few days it'll probably arrive. So I had borrowed all the stuff over that weekend because we were supposed to be loading out of the show on Monday, and I was going to be splitting it, doing all my stuff, and my stuff had been ordered for me to do that video. Splitters had not arrived. I had to, in order to be responsible and to do things the way I said I would, I had to take the slates back on Monday because I was borrowing them. And that's a lot of this. That was like 3 slates. And so I said, I'm going to have to do this test twice. And I went out of and recorded 12 hours. And then I went out again to this timecode external display. Otherwise I would have split it and done them separately. And I would have done the same test twice. But I didn't. I wasn't able to do that with the splitters because they still have not arrived even to this date. And it's been over, it's been almost 2 weeks since I ordered those splitters, and they have not been here because they were marked as delivered on the 30th. And I'm like, that's a joke because it was not here on that. I ordered them so that they would arrive on that Friday. So since then, I've gotten my money back because they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're lost. And I've already done the testing, so there you go. It's done. Oh, Aaron, thank you so much for that. That's amazing. And that's pounds too. So that's even worth more to us Americans with in the dollar. I don't even know what that would be. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Aaron. Holy crap. But what was I talking about? What took me into this tangent? ZipFizz. So if I do the national tour, okay, then yeah, ZipFizz would be an interesting name. So hey, buddy, it's he's all about the butt fizz, ZipFizz. Did he just say he was hands-on with an actress? No. Okay, let's not. This is going to end up in my Discord. I have a channel on my Discord that's dedicated to mocking me and trolling, and people will take screen captures and freeze frames, and they'll do the unnecessary censorship thing of bleeping out words or blurring things or whatever, and there's an entire channel on my Discord that's dedicated to trolling me and messing with me, and it's hilarious. But no. When I am talking about this, there's one thing that you will not hear a professional sound person make fun of and mock, and that is wiring somebody, because it is very much like the bedside manner that you will have with your doctor. When a doctor says, open your mouth and let me look at the back of your throat. You do that, and you understand it's a doctor for a medical reason. If they say take off everything down to your underwear, they're going to be checking your spine. They're going to be checking your skin. They're going to be checking everything. If they ask you to do other things that are more intimate, it's professional. Now, granted, sound people are not like that. We're not going to say strip down to your underwear. We are getting in your personal space, though. If you're an actor or an actress, we get into your personal space. We invade that personal space. And the deal is that there is a trust that happens between a professional sound pro, the person that is wiring them, and the actor or actress. And that means that we are not going to touch where we don't need to. If there are actresses, I don't want to touch at all. I don't want to touch an actor at all if I don't need to at all. An actor or an actress. An actress, I will most likely prep it, and I will say what you can do is I will say you'll go up underneath your shirt and you'll put it here and then tuck the wire into your bra, or I'll say because of what you're wearing now, it's low cut, so we're going to stick it here instead. Are you okay with something sticking to your skin? Then let's stick it right here with this. If there's a male, what I'll do is I'll have to go through certain procedures with a male also, because you do not want to touch where you don't have to. It's not like, oh, yikes, you're afraid to touch someone. It's not that. I don't have a problem in the world doing it, but there are too many people, grips, electrics, who other people on set that are novice, that are sound completely ignorant, PAs or whatever, that are like, you get to put your hands up that person's shirt. Man, he is so hot. Man, she is so hot. They'll play jokes like that. They're going to say that. And it's like, that's not it. You don't even think about that. I could tell you people that I've wired. I can tell you other people that people have wired and how they've gotten intimate. I have been on shows before where people have basically thrown off their clothes because they've been urgently trying to get wired, and it's something else is a bigger priority, and they've thrown it off there. And I can't tell you the first thing because it was not on my priority to sneak glimpses or to try to do things that wasn't appropriate, because that's not what you do as a sound professional. Just like you're not going to do that and take certain liberties as a doctor. You don't do that. There's always if you wire someone, there's a wardrobe person there. If you wire a minor, there's protocol. If you're a guy wiring another guy, there's protocol. There's a guy wiring a girl, there's a protocol. If you're a female sound utility and you're wiring a guy, there's a protocol. If there's a female sound utility wiring a female, there's a protocol. There's protocols for everything. You do not want to deviate from it. And here's the thing. You're going to have novice people that are just going to be like, oh yeah, it's fine. I'll do that. No problem. The problem is though, if you start to deviate from the standard protocols and procedures, it's going to get out of control real quickly. If you are in, for example, I'll give you one example and then I'm going to get off this topic because it's something that I actually cover in my sound utility class, which is available for $50 if anyone's still interested. It's something that you have to purchase though. But if you, for example, go as a sound utility and you agree, which you shouldn't, to wire someone in their trailer, an actor or actress in their trailer, you will only go into that trailer if there is a wardrobe person and if there is someone else there. The same way as if a male doctor walks in to examine a female patient, there has to be another female present to observe. The reason why is because of liability and accountability. If I go to wire a minor, for example, the last thing in the world I want to have happen is someone to say, my daughter had said, or my son or daughter or whatever had said that this sound person touched him or her in this place. No. Just like if I go to an actor or actress's trailer to wire them, and if I do that alone, they could suddenly decide that they don't like me for whatever reason. And, oh, that person, anytime they go to my trailer, I feel awkward because they touch me inappropriately. Guess what? It's not just you're getting in trouble with HR. You're not only fired, but that's a career ender. There's procedures and protocol that you need to follow to make sure that you protect not just yourself, but the actor that you're working with too, and the production that you're working on. And if you are a novice person that don't know those protocols and procedures, then you could easily say, oh, I just didn't know. Well, guess what? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the rules is no excuse. You can claim ignorant, but there is nothing better than a strong sound person that says, no, that's a liability to you. That's an invasion of space to the actor, and I require this in order to do that. If you want that from me, which is not the norm, then you're going to have to give me something for it, and that is going to be, I need to have someone from the wardrobe department. I need to have a parent or guardian there with that minor. There's certain procedures you follow. And because there are certain things you do not want to play games with. And there are different things, depending on if you're a male or a female, procedures you have to follow. And so, yeah, no. Of course. Liberty Dude, of course, thank you so much. The Fizz Tour content creation, thank you so much for that donation as well. You're amazing. I have totally gotten derailed in where I was in chat. Let me see where we were. But that's all I'm going to say about wiring. But if I were to do a countrywide tour, something like that, that's the kind of thing I would do. Is I would pick a topic that is one that is not easy to teach online, and something that, especially in remote areas, you're not going to have the opportunity to really have the interaction with the pro and to learn the pro techniques and stuff like that. Because I'm still very old school in the sense that I can use some of the new things from like Hide-A-Mic and Bumblebee, and there's a lot of cool products and I can use those and they make things very easy, but still I'm old school in the sense that if I'm going to make, I'll make something to put on somebody. I will do that in many ways. Now there are some products that from Bumblebee, Rycoat, different companies that I love this thing. I'm going to definitely use that. And those are the kind of products that I would show in my classes that are not like, there's a lot of products now that are, if you are novice at sound, you could easily put a lav, as long as you know how it properly attaches, you can easily place that on someone and it'd be very effective. But I'm not about to go into that in a video, because there's just a lot to it, and it's really something that interactively people need to see and experience and have hands on and do things yourself with regards to mic placement. And you have to, and some of the things regarding require feeling actual materials. Like, for example, this material here is different than this material here. And I need to do examples of like, this is how things sound. And here's a couple of tricks you could use if something is overly starched and things like that. Okay. Um. Okay, I've just gotten into Walking Dead season 6, so I'm glad you joined them because the previous season sounded so boxy, like they were doing ADR in a cupboard. Interesting. I joined halfway through season 7. I joined on the second day, I believe it was, of episode 7, season 7. My friend Charles was the sound boom operator before that. And I did the rest of season 7. I did all of season 8. So that was when I joined Walking Dead. So when you get to season 7, which is by then you have met, by the season finale of season 6, you meet Negan. And it's all about Negan and his control in season 7. And then season 8 becomes the all-out war with Negan and against Negan and his team. And that was pretty amazing. I mean, it was a pretty intense at times. I cannot go into some things, but I so would want to, because there were some things that happened that were pretty intense. But even after shows like that, there were some things that an NDA just you cannot reveal. Anyway, if you ever get to do the national tour, you should call it the Fizz Tour. At every stop, you meet someone. Record a YouTube short of you doing a zip fizz together, and would be delightfully funny. You know what? I could do that as part of the class. Say, all right, whoever's in the class, if you want to take a zip fizz, we'll do a zip fizz straight for the video. That'd be fun. Do a straight zip fizz with any viewer that wants to, and I just bring a supply of zip fizz. If I ever do that tour, I would probably call Zip Fizz and strongly suggest that they send me a couple of boxes, because I'll say, look, if I'm doing this national tour, it'd be really cool to have a Zip Fizz and to show people why I love them, because they're not available everywhere. But I could do that and say, hey, try a Zip Fizz. If you want to try it straight, let's do it together, and I'll put it on YouTube. Anyway, that'd be fun. Okay. Aaron Knight, hells yeah, totally noticeable. Just because the character in the room doesn't mean that they're in a container. But you know what? It's important for something to sound like it looks. If someone is in a room that has if they're in a prison, you have two schools of thought. You could have a sound mixer that says, we're going to put in acoustic foam and we're going to deaden this place to everywhere that's not on camera. So you record and they're like, oh, post will add that sound in post. True. They'll make it sound like what they want to, and the recording will sound good. It's going to likely affect the light, though. Excuse me. And aside from affecting the light, there's also going to be the potential for it to sound too sterile. You want to have some life in the room. If you start treating all your sets. All right. Here is one example when you get to this episode, and I think it's season 7 of Walking Dead. They're in the kingdom. Daryl goes to see the tiger Shiva. He walks in there, and I think he has a groundhog that he shot or something of that nature. And he passes it through to... he passes that through the bars over to Shiva, and Shiva eats the rodent. That was a big room with. It was like a warehouse. We shot that at Fort McPherson, where the Kingdom set was, and I don't know if it still is there or not, but it was concrete, and it was hard, either wooden or it was like concrete walls. And it was a big, open, boomy room. So when he talked, it was very echoey. And when I read that in the script, I looked at it, I thought ahead, and I said, all right, here's what I want to do. I'm going to have a whole bunch of carpet standing by, and I got with our sound utility, Dennis, and I said, this is what we want to do. I got with our key grip, Ray, and I said, I'm going to need multiple Fernie pads on that we were furniture moving blankets up on stands. So if you could help me by making some stands, we were going to do it in certain ways. And then I said I wanted, and I involved the PAs, I involved the grips to help me with a couple of things that involved ladders because I had all this stuff standing by. So as soon as we got out of the wide shot and we punched in, I carpeted the entire floor. I put all these pads up on the walls and put things on there. And by the time we were done, if you clapped, the sound would dissipate really quickly. It would echo very little. And so if you watch that scene, it's when Daryl goes and he hands a rodent that he shot, groundhog, I think it was, and he hands it to Shiva. He's talking to Shiva, and then I forgot who comes in there and talks to Daryl, but they were raising their voice a little bit to talk to each other. But that pretty much anywhere that was not on that camera, I had fronty pads. I had it deadened because that room was extremely reverberant. And the echo that you hear was used in the show, and they didn't have to do anything. But if you saw the prison cell that we were in when in Alexandria, that prison cell, when we were in there, I usually would have one or two fronty pads up on stands, or we would also clip them onto the ceiling. I'd tell Dennis where I wanted it to be acoustically, and Dennis would get up on a ladder and he would clip it onto the ceiling because the top of it wasn't concrete. It didn't go concrete all the way up at the top. There was a little bit of a lip up there, so we could actually put number 2 clips up there and then throw the pads over it and then clip them into position. So it was quicker and easier. And he's actually tall, so there were sometimes he was just able to do that. Dennis is amazing, and he was absolutely, he's no longer in the industry, but he'll occasionally do favors for someone if he can or chooses to. But I tell you, Dennis was an amazing sound utility, and I really like Dennis a lot. I sometimes think of him and I text him just to, because I know he's got his life and he's living a great life, and he's a really good guy, and I missed working with him a lot. We did season 7, half of season 7 and all season 8 Walking Dead together, and we did season 2 of Stranger Things together. Just a great guy. Anyway, but yeah, it's important to make a room not sound dead, but not sound overly reverberant. You can do some things to tame that. Let's see here. Where are we? Yeah, had a major family issue. Needless to say, I won't be moving to New Zealand at the end of the year. Yeah, I know, right? ADR is often shot in a studio. They're filming when they're filming on a soundstage. It's not so bad. When they're shooting on location or exterior. It's so noticeable. Yeah. There are tricks they can use, ambience matching and EQ matching and stuff like that through things like Isotope RX, but it's still better to have a controlled stage and a controlled exterior location when you can use the actual production sound. I guess when the Sound Ninja joined The Walking Dead, the boom got better results than previous seasons. Actually, no. The guy who was on seasons, he joined at this very end of season 2, and he came aboard season 3, 4, 5, and 6. His name is Robert Maxfield. If you do a search on my channel, you will see me interview him, and he tells a story. I called it Stories from Set. It was something I released in 2017, and I did one with Flip Barrero, with Whit Norris, with Cooper Andrews, who's an actor now, and then with Robert Maxfield. And Max is amazing. He's been in the industry for over 30 years. He is a wealth of knowledge. He's a great, great guy. Just a completely cool guy, full of knowledge. He's encouraging. He's positive. He's fun. Can't say enough good things about Robert Maxfield. Max is just amazing. And he was the boom operator before. And he's got more experience than I do. He is chill all the time. I'll get amped up, as I'm sure you can imagine, and he'll stay chilled. And he's got experience to back up any one of his decisions and things that he says. And he's when I took over on that show, I have no doubt in my mind that Max did everything equally as good as me, if not better, because Max is amazing. And the boom operator that came in after me, Kevin Cherokee, he's absolutely amazing as well. I mean, he did over 20 years of movies with Michael Bay. I mean, he did like Pearl Harbor and stuff. I mean, he's an amazing boom operator. Just and another one of these people that is just genuinely the nicest, most down to earth, cool person. I can't express how when you have a sound pro that is just a stellar, amazing human being and they have experience, they are just a blessing upon this planet. A lot of people like that are just so giving of themselves, maybe not on YouTube and stuff like that, but they will mentor, they will teach to people that are on set with them, and they will give you, they will advise you, they will mentor you. You'll learn a lot from them, and that's the one thing that I really regret about being a boom operator first and being hired as a boom operator first. I did not have an opportunity to be a sound utility for an extended period of time where I would work with various different pro, like high top tier boom operators and really learn the way their tricks work and stuff like that. Now, there have been boom operators that I've worked with as an additional on a second unit, or I've been a second boom, or or I've been on a second unit and I've gone by their sets and seen how they run the set. And those guys, they're amazing. And I pick up a lot from watching them, but there's not very often times that you would have a second boom operator or that I've ever had to work with another boom operator. So a lot of it is me talking to these guys on the phone and sharing ideas, or people that have watched my Sound Speeds videos and then they call me up or they send me a message and they say, "Hey, Alan, there's another trick for you to know," or I'll say something in a forum and then they'll shoot me a message and say, "Oh yeah, call me sometime when you have a chance." And I'll call them and they'll say, "Yeah, to your point, the thing that you said, there's actually," and they'll start giving me history and they'll start talking to me, and all of a sudden it's like turns into a long conversation. These guys are genuinely amazing. And there's especially through doing Sound Speeds, there's a lot of professionals nationwide that I've had the luxury of being able to meet and talk to and really learn some cool sound stuff. And a lot of that information I will turn around and send out to the world when I can. But no, sound was not better just because I was there. It was just as good with Max, if not better, just as good with Kevin, if not better. And then whoever has been there after me, there's, before me and after me, there's going to be problems with locations, and post will get it out. They have great team in post that will also make it sound good. And they do their job and do it very well. Okay. Buttfizz is a very different video. You're right, Bespoke Booth. If you could ever come out to Curtis Judd country, I could arrange a meet-up place and come fizz with you. Oh. I'm glad you said that, because this summer I was planning on doing a road trip with my family. And that was going to take me near Curtis Judd. And I reached out to Curtis and told him when I was going to be there. And I said, I'll reach out to you closer to time and let you know when I'll be in town, because I was going to meet up with him, just like I was going to do with Bandrew. With Bandrew, I was going to do the road trip. The way it was going to be is just like when I went to Electrosonics. There were different places that I had prearranged that I was going to fly to. I was going to be there. I was going to do different visits with people. And I've traveled quite a few places this summer, and many of them have fallen apart with regards to meeting people and doing other videos. But when I traveled to Electrosonics country, I did that video. When I traveled out to visit Bandrew, I did that video with him, the collaboration with him. And I was going to get Curtis. Curtis is not going to ever zip fizz. He'll not ever do one of those. But I'm glad you mentioned that, Liberty, because if I ever do go out there, I will certainly reach out to you, because it'd be cool to put a face with a name and to shake your hand, hug you, and probably share some stories and probably some Sound Speed swag or something. I don't know, man. I'll definitely have to do something. You have been a huge supporter of this channel at the very beginning. Pretty much, I think as soon as you discovered this channel, you have been a big supporter. You've been, a member on this channel for a long time. You donated in this stream and a lot of streams. Very much appreciate you. You're in my Discord. We share stories and talk in there. I look at what you write, and I agree with you on a lot of things, and I'm glad to have you you know, as a person in the Discord as well. So, I will absolutely meet up in person with you. There's not a whole lot of people that I would go out of my way to interact with or to meet up with in person, but you're somebody I would. Aaron, you would be the same way. I would meet up with you in person. I don't know a lot of other people. There are other people in the Discord that I would. Some people in the Discord I wouldn't. But anyway, so anyway, that's said and done. But yes, Curtis Judd Country, I will definitely reach out if I'm over there, because I was going to be doing a road trip right around where Curtis Judd is, and I was going to try to meet up with him for dinner and hang out for a bit. Okay, by the way, that idea should scare the hell out of you. No, it doesn't actually. It sounds like it could be taken out of context. Celebrity did. You know what? No. No, I'm Oh, I see the joke there, but no, I'm not. There's some people I would certainly not want to meet up with, and there's other people that I would not mind at all. Anyway, you're more than welcome. You've done so much for me, countless videos. It's the least I could do. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. Most of the time, we are professional, and there is no problem. You're right, Sound Kayak. There is. And now I'm like 22 minutes behind in my chat. I once got lobbed, and the man that wired me accidentally brushed my bum when he was clipping my pack on, and I said, normally a guy buys me a beer first. I had no idea the jokes were. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'll say one more thing. I know a sound guy that was very green at the time, and I know a very well-known actress. This was a few decades ago. He had to go and put a lav on her. She was a model. She's an actress. She's very talented, and she's very pretty. He went to wire her, and this is like the first big time person that he was going to act, and he was a little on the nervous side. She could detect that he was nervous. So to break the ice, she did this. She said, stop, because he was trying to be so gentle about how he didn't touch her at all. She looked at him and was like, this is, it was making her feel awkward. So she said, stop. And then he stopped and froze and kind of pulled his hands back like this. She grabs his hands, pulls him straight to her chest, and says, okay, you felt him now. Now can you do your job? Yeah. And that's one of those things that you would never, as a sound person, do that. But when she did that, it makes a story. Because, and even then, it's not the kind of thing that when he told me that story, I wasn't like, oh, dude, what was it like? I mean, it's not like that. Because guess what? He was in shock. And that's not the kind of professional thing that you care about asking someone else. It was more like, holy crap. That's a story. That's an amazing story that you can tell people that you're training. Because that's like geez. And that's honestly one of the reasons why I get so frustrated when you end up hearing all the video you hear in the interviews where people are talking and they'll ask, and sure, because Aaron, you're in here, you're going to, I'm sure, hear this constantly about how the film industry will say, don't objectify women, don't objectify women. But then what do they do in movies? They objectify women constantly. And then, and it's funny because you'll have a movie like Magic Mike and people won't bat an eye at that, but you have but you have no problem putting, the superhero shows. You'll have skin tight clothes on guys and girls both, but the guys will always have like leather up to here. And yes, it may be form fitting, but then you'll have someone like Scarlett Johansson wearing a very low cut thing. And then all the questions that end up in the meeting in the news media that you'll end up hearing questions about is, so tell me, male actor, what was it like working with this director? What was it like shooting that weapon? And did you have to learn that kind of training? They asked the female, hey, did you wear a bra underneath that outfit? It's like, good God, is that really what's important to you? Why do you care? She is doing her job. She's doing it, the way it is. And then, and it's like, and I can tell you right now, I know the sound utility that has worked with her quite a bit. And and it's not something that you You go into how do you wire if I asked him how did he wire her outfits and stuff, he'd tell me, but it's nothing like, you're saying, hey dude, could you answer those questions? You don't care. As a sound professional, you don't care, and you realize how stupid it really is. Because let the truth be known, bodies are all pretty much the same. And that's not what's most important. What's most important is doing two things when you live someone up. It's got to look good. It's got to sound good. If it doesn't sound good, but it looks good, then it doesn't do sound any good. If it sounds good, but it doesn't look good, the wardrobe department that comes in there and does last looks are going to make sure it looks invisible and it's appropriate for that wardrobe. And that way it doesn't stand out. I'm about to get into another lecture. I don't want to do that. I don't want to end up, getting all fired up about this again. But this is one of those things that really irritates me, is when you end up hearing, and it's always these, you always end up hearing actors individually will say one thing, and then the film industry will say one thing, and then the media will say something else, and it sends mixed messages and whatever else. It's like, look, you got to be consistent. I understand there are funny things that you can say in a comedy, just like stand-up comedians will say things when they're joking about everyone, and that's fine. In movies, I understand there are sometimes things that will make us nervous, like violent scenes, or there's mistreatment of people. There's a lot of different things that happen in movies. But it is just a movie. It's just like watching a stage play. These people are actors, they're performers, they're people doing a job, just like a doctor is, just like you are in whatever your job is, just like everybody else. There's professionalism that counts, and there's protocols that you have to follow. And especially when you get into someone's physical space, especially like right now due to COVID, believe it or not, not a lot of things happened and changed in the world of sound, in the professional sound community when we started with COVID. Not much changed because we would make sure we follow a certain protocol and guidelines to do things properly. We never have just gone and invaded someone's personal space. We don't ask personal questions like that. We don't handle things in a way that would make it. The whole goal is to make them feel comfortable with us when we are wiring them or working with them to get wired. Unless I started to say before, if I ever go to wire someone, I would try to very minimally touch. You always announce I'm about to get into protocol again, but there's always certain things that you would do. You would announce what you're going to do, and whenever there's possible, I would say, do this and do this for me. And as soon as especially an actress will start to go under her shirt, I will turn my back and close off. If I'm wearing like a jacket or something, I'll open it up. I'll back up to whatever. Even when I worked on the show P-Valley, that's a show where there was a lot of nudity every single day. Even then, when we had a scene going on, and you could argue that this is ridiculous because if people were naked on the set every single day, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Well, here's the thing. When I would send our sound utility Rachel in to do a live adjustment, or the sound mixer Michael would, or she would come in to do it herself, if she would have the actress, do an adjustment, or she was inside of a clothes, or an actor too, for that matter, anytime there was an adjustment to be made, if that person was on camera, on one or two cameras, and the camera operators were sitting there with the camera pointed at them, I do not want to have live adjustments put on camera. So at that point, and I would notice this happening, Rachel would sometimes turn him away from camera. Sometimes the actor didn't want to turn away from camera. And when I say actor, I mean actor or actress. When that would happen, so what I would do is walk out to set and I'd stand and block the cameras from seeing the actor or actress adjusting their live. And I remember at one, they would say, Alan, can you clear camera? I can't because there's a live adjustment going on right now. And I had one person at one point in time say, why, it didn't say this in a big group, but they came to me and said, what's the deal with you doing that? I understand if it's a regular show, but the show is all about what happens in this club, and people do get naked, and pretty much everyone on set has seen them naked. So what's the big deal? I'm like, the big deal is that is not part of this scene. The big deal is that they still deserve privacy when we are living them up. They still are a person. They still deserve that privacy and respect. And if it's not part of the scene, it's not part of the scene. We are still going to follow the rules. Okay. They backed off because they realized that it's like, look, just because, I mean, it's not like if you ever, we are going to follow procedure and protocol. That's it. That's how I'm going to leave it. I'm going to move on back to questions or whatever. I'm going to get myself all amped up here. Okay, but yeah, the thing you said about accidentally, hitting your backside. Yeah, there's I'm sure it was an accident, and you were making a joke, and he might have made a joke in reply or laughed or something like that if he rather felt that he was cool with you. If he might have just stayed, and I say he, yeah, you said he. It could have been something that he joked back because you were joking and you were cool with it, and he was saying it to be light and whatever else, and not make it awkward. Because if he got suddenly serious, I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to do this and whatever else, you'd be like, okay, all right, you're cool. Or if he got all serious and he'd be like, wow, everything changed after you touched my backside. I mean, it would be awkward at that point. And so the idea is that if we're getting in your personal space and putting a radio transmitter and lavalier microphone on you, we're going to try to make you comfortable. Some people are very uptight. Some people are very cool. We're going to feel that energy from you and adjust accordingly. Okay. He went a little red. Yeah, makes sense. Especially because it became something that you noticed. And it might be one of those like, oh, yikes. Happy Sunday, friends. Happy Sunday, Jason. And then no spoiler. Okay. Well, that was almost half an hour again. Hopefully I didn't spoil anything for you. Oh, you say spoiler and I see it half an hour later. Alan, no. Oh man, fair game. It was 5 years ago. Sorry, Aaron. Oh man. Okay. Had to close the video. Getting too spoilery. Catch you later, guys. Okay, well, she's gone. Oh man, sorry about that, Aaron. Hopefully we'll be back to finish this live stream or watch it at some point. Oh man, I'm gonna have to put spoiler alert. I don't know. Normally the rule is after the show's been out, you can usually get away. Normally people would still put spoiler alert. Now granted, I didn't go into plot. I simply talked about what the general. I mean, if you look at the advertisement, what's season 7 about? It's about Negan and his interaction with Rick and Alexandria. You look at season 8, it's all out war. That was the tagline. Anyway, so I didn't really spoil any. Itchy nose. I didn't really spoil anything, which is cool. Happy to hear that Ray is being more sound friendly. You know Ray. I did a movie with him back in 2008 where he wouldn't help out at all. Said he was there only for camera. You know what? I have worked with Ray before. And I have what he is there to make the DP happy. He's a very old school key grip. However, if you ask for something from Ray, you have to make sure that it is something that will. You have to just make sure that it is not going to prevent him from doing his job to make the DP happy. The DP is his boss. Yes, we are all part of a show. Yes, we were all part of an on-set family, and we are all part of the same production. And I have worked with Ray before, and he has sometimes told me it's cool. Sometimes that he'll gladly bring me anything I want. Sometimes there was a show that I did where he was very busy, and he said, "Dude," he said, "Brother, I don't have time to bring you everything you need. I trust you. If you need a flag, go and get the flag yourself, and if you not for set, but he says, if you need to flag off the sound mixer and a courtesy, I trust you. You go do that. If you need to get a Fernie pad to put it up, I trust you. Go get it yourself. If you need to get a sandbag for something, I trust you. Get it yourself. You need an apple box, get it yourself. You need a ladder, get it yourself. He says, I have my hands full with trying to do all my responsibilities for because some DPs will run you ragged. And he was like, I have my hands full and I don't have time to do things for things unless you're either camera or you're part of set lighting. And then I would be like, okay, I get it. But then after Walking Dead, which was season 8, was when he had his hands full, and he was telling me that, because they would quite literally, one of the DPs would say, okay, we have a guy in a tree here outside. Let's bring in 18K here, 18K here, 18K here, 18K here, 18K here. Let's bring in, 216. Let's bring in a silk here. Let's cut it here. And it's like, why do we need 4 18Ks to light someone in a tree that's in sunlight? Still, it would happen, and that means that Ray would have to come out there with C-stand after C-stand and shot bags and everything else, and his team was indeed busy. And so I understood completely. But he also, I've had a working relationship with him for him a while, and he would very easily, he trusts me. He knows that if I borrow something, I am going to make sure that's back. I'm not going to be the guy that just kicks the sandbag off and walks away with whatever my plant microphone was and leave him to deal with it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pick that sandbag up. I'm going to find one of his grips and say, where can I take this? And most of the time, Ray's grips would say, I'll take it right now. I'll take it right here. Or I'd say, where do I need to take this? Or I would get the ladder and I'd return it back where it was. Or as I was leaving the set, they'd say, I need that ladder here. I'm going to run off with this. Or I would say something like, sometimes what it would be like is I'd say, Ray, I know you're using the ladders right now, but if you wouldn't mind, when you're done using it, if you'd put that ladder right here, I need a boom from it. He'd say, yeah, sure, no problem, brother. And he would do that. But if he was in the process, and because that would mean it was staying on set, he would have no problem with that. And you just have to pick your favors and stuff, what you would ask. And I did P-Valley with him afterwards. And there were things that, and like I said earlier, Ray was the key grip when I had to Fernie pad the room. And I would say, hey, Ray, I only, we're punching in tighter and the lighting wasn't changing. So I was like, hey, would you mind jumping on ladders and having, and putting up these, I would already have them pre-made, these basically being like a base cabinet, and put it up in the corners of the room, a base trap, not a cabinet, base trap, and blocking it off. And he was like, sure, we'll do that. And he would help out because he wasn't doing anything. His grips weren't doing anything. He had no problem doing that. And that was the same. No, that was actually season 7. But I did P-Valley with him after Walking Dead. And that show was, again, a show that we would take it slower to do things the right way. And it was not the kind of thing where, brother, you just do what you have to do. If you watch it, there was an actor who is standing in one of the rooms in one of the last episodes, standing completely naked on set, and there's a wide shot where they're going through all their dialogue. Nowhere in that room for a boom to be. So I saw what they were doing with the camera setup and stuff, and I said, Ray, is there any way that because the ceiling, it was a set and there was an open ceiling. I said, is there any way you can help me by rigging something above for me to put a plant on? And he said, where do you show me exactly where you want the microphone to be and what you want to plant? I brought it in there. I said, I want the microphone to be right here, and I want to be able to plant something right here. He said, I'll make it happen. Didn't have a problem with it. Again, take time to do things the right way on that show. So he wasn't being run ragged. He wasn't being, told bring out 30 flags in a setup in direct sunlight where they're flooding with 18Ks for no real logical reason. If there was ever a show that could be gritty, that could be dark, that could be not perfect in its lighting, it's Walking Dead. The first couple of seasons looked amazing. The third season looked great too. And by the time they started to do traditional lighting setups and it started to get big and fancy and stuff, it started to look different. It lost some of that grittiness. Now, granted, it's still, Walking Dead, but anyway. So yeah, Ray's a great guy. I love Ray. He is a genuinely a good guy, and anytime I see him is a wonderful time. So that's all I'll say about Ray. He's also the president of my union, and he stepped in at a time right after Robert Vasquez died. We were needing a good, strong leader that would stand there and represent. And Ray stepped up. Nobody ran opposed to him, and they have not ran opposed to him yet because he is a wonderful person. He's a strong union representative that represents us well and has no problem talking to anybody about anything. And he will listen, and he'll be very firm about things that are very important. And he will. He's a strong guy, a very strong supporter of what we do, and I love Ray to death. He's genuinely a good person, and that speaks a lot. I love it. I love him to death. Anyway, okay. His dolly brought us boards, and myself and Boom Op and director put down the boards to stop the creaky floor in an old house. Yeah. And there are. I mean, it depends on the pace, but yeah. If the DP is okay with something happening and it's not overloading them, and you catch them at the right time, if they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna pull up the carpet and roll over the ground, you might not have a chance to get them. If you catch them before the dolly gets down there and before they mark it up on the ground and stuff, if you say, hey, Ray, do you have the ability to put down some dance floor to try to help calm, with the creaks or something like that. I don't recall if I've ever done it with Ray, but I've also asked if they could put down not just carpets underneath, but put down actual ferny pads, and then you cover it over, and then you put, as long as it's flat and even, and then you put down the boards on top of it. If you do it a certain way, some floors, they might want to double it up, but there are key grips that will do that to help you out. Sometimes it takes a little bit of prep. You can't just say it when the DP says, all right, let's wheel the dolly over here and let's do this. And you can't say, hey, can we put down this on the ground? They're like, the DP had already said, all we have to do is line up. It's going to take 3 minutes. The first AD's expecting to take 3 minutes. If you all of a sudden start throwing that stuff in there as a sound adjustment, they're going to say, and Ray, just like many other key grips, will say, yeah, sure. If we have 15 minutes to do it, sure. We'll bring in those boards from the truck and we'll do everything. Do we have 15 minutes to do this? Ask the first AD. The first AD says, I don't want to do that. Say, no, we're not going to do it then, Alan. Okay, fair enough. But there's a preparation thing. If I've been on shows before where I'm like, oh, this floor is garbage. And I'll say, hey, Ray, as we prep and go through our day here, would it be possible to do this? And not Ray, because I've never done this with Ray, but I've asked other key grips to say, could you help us out with this? And I'll talk to the first AD and say their grips are going to be assisting us with putting down, dance floor and ferny pads underneath it. So it'll take like an extra maybe a minute per setup, because we're going to be trying to get all these crazy creaks out of the floor, and just plan on that. And as long as you catch them early and you say that, they'll say, oh yeah, that's fine. Just like if we put down carpets and if all of a sudden they say, all right, we're going in tighter. All right, let's lay carpets. And the first AD's like, how long is this going to take? But if I catch him as soon as we watch the scene, I'm like, okay, I'm going to need to put down some carpets when we go in tighter. So when we start with the wide, as soon as we punch in, I'll have the carpet standing nearby with tape, and me and the utility will jump right in and do that. It'll only take a couple minutes. So I was like, no problem. As long as you coordinate with them, their biggest delay is going to happen from DP choices, lighting and camera setups. So if you start to become part of that too with sound, and it's nothing that's planned on, you could end up on the PR. Okay. Water is down. Now we have another one. I have all these partials because on set, I will go and I will drink water constantly all day. And then wherever it stops, I'll say, that is where I'm going to stop, and I'll bring it home. And, as I do sound speeds and stuff like that, I have all these partial bottles. As I'm sitting here at my computer, I'll grab these partial bottles and start drinking them. Because we do have water cooler and stuff like that here too. Anyway. Ah, yes, you know Max too. Yeah, Max is a great guy. He was a mixer who trained me as a boom operator back in the 90s. Sound Kayak, I don't know your real name, but yeah, he's a sound, he's booming. I mean, he's actually mixing now. As a matter of fact, I was given the heads up earlier this week that he was needing a boom operator. My phone, my old phone, I should say, had an issue where occasionally I would receive a text message, or I would not receive a text message until another one came up behind it and pushed it through. So it was kind of like constipation. It would not, and I received a text message earlier in the week because my friends are keeping an eye out because they know I'm available right now and I'm looking for work before my next feature starts next month. And someone sent me a text message that said that Max is looking for somebody. I did not receive another message until too late. Let's put it that way. And I received another message that said, "I guess you weren't interested." And the message came through right before Max is looking for someone, and then it came through, "I guess you're not interested." I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. They came in at like the same time. So I was like, "What do you mean I'm not interested? Of course I'm interested." And I said, "Who's the mixer?" And they said, "Max." I'm like, "Well, of course I'm interested in working with Max. I'd love to work with Max." You know, and so I reached out to Max. He's like, "Aha, I was blessed to have someone to have this, person join my team." I'm like, I missed the opportunity to reach out to Max and catch him and potentially work on his team. Anyway, Max is a great guy. I love him. Hi, I love your channel. Hey, oh geez, is that AO or is that because it has a symbol over it? Is it pronounced differently? I'll say AO, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. Love your channel. May I know what's the difference between mics apart from frequency, phase, and THD plus noise? What's the difference between mics? Oh, wow. The quality of the components are one. Cheaper cables will, and cheaper wiring will potentially catch on, will catch RF. If the grounding on the cabling isn't done right, if the chassis is floating ground, if the modules that make up the preamp are noisier, if the microphone is less detailed. I have a video called the one spec we want that we'll never get. That one's detail. Spoiler alert. But I go into why that's something that we would want, but the manufacturers will never give us. Polar pattern also plays into it too. You can have two microphones with identical specifications, except polar pattern is different. I did that in a video. I think it was called "It's Not All About Frequency Response." Because I took two different microphones that are identical. Specs were a little bit different, but the frequency response was identical. And I showed that they sounded very different. And one of the big reasons why is because it's because of a polar pattern. It was also detail. It was, there was a bunch to it. So watch that video. It was, it's called, "It's Not All About Its Frequency Response." So if you do a search on my channel for that, you'll find it. There's different microphone, the signal to noise ratio, it matters as well, because not just because, it's related, you can calculate the noise floor of it, but if the microphone has lower self noise, you're going to be able to get a little bit farther away from it in a quiet environment and pull out their voice. Granted, they will sound farther away, but the polar pattern will pull them out better. If it's a dynamic versus a condenser, that'll matter. All the specifications matter, and the other things like detail that are not even part of the specification sheet, that will matter too. There's a reason why all these things do matter when you see specifications. There's sometimes things that they will omit, but they may omit it because the spec isn't that good, or they may omit it because it's a dynamic and not a condenser. They may omit it because they choose to present their specifications a different way in format. So just depends. Dinner with Curtis and Liberty. That sounds like an epic live stream. You know what? I don't think I'd be able to swing that one. I don't know. What is your thought on modeling microphones in the market? That is out of my area of specialization. I don't do that. So I have no comment on that. Alan and Curtis would make for an epic live stream. Don't drag such a good idea down with the dumpster fire, Liberty. Yeah, that wasn't the case on the movie with me. He was just being a jerk. We needed the dance floor to keep the Steadicam quiet. The director and sound department did the work while the grips watched. Oh, then you drop your name. I see. Okay, well, very cool. Ray is also big on precedent. There have been times I've asked for something from Ray, and I've said, I know this is out of the norm, and he'll say, brother, I don't want to establish a precedent. No. He says, if you want to do it, that's fine. But he has told me sometimes, I don't want to establish a precedent. I'll bring you what you need, but you're going to end up doing it. And I'll say, okay. And he'll handle his own gear, and he'll have his guys handle his own gear. They'll pick it up afterwards or whatever. But he is like when I was talking about doing the and how he helped me out in that set on Walking Dead, it was because it was taking the Fernie pads and taping them up. And I said, if you wouldn't mind taping it in the corners of the room, because it was involving his grips up on ladders, and ladders taping Fernie pads that were basically base traps, functioning as base traps. He had no problem doing that to help me out. And I said, it wasn't just me. Part of it was also that it wasn't just him doing it for me. It was that I was saying, would you mind, I know this is a little bit different from the norm, but would you mind helping me with this part of it? Because that's a very grip-like thing that falls into a grip specialization, getting on a ladder and taping something up in a corner. Would you mind doing that while I handle all the Fernie pads and carpets? And he was like, we'll do that for you. I was like, thank you very much. But there's been other times that I've asked for things. He's like, that's a sound thing. I don't mind bringing you the stuff or letting you, or you can go and get it, but I don't want to establish that as a precedent. So, he's old school that way. So, anyway, Michael, if you ever come to Georgia, man, and you're in my parts, I should say, then let's meet up. Let's have. I'll take you to my favorite spot, the spot that I always take. Anyone that we ever want to, anytime I ever go and take someone to lunch, I say, I know exactly what I want to take in. It's my spot. If you watch my video of the DD HDTX, at the very end, my friend that helped me with it, his name is Barry, but I always call him Barney. Barney, if you watch the very end, the credits, you watch the last 25 seconds of it, when I say that sound advice, you'll see a shot of me where I'm in my favorite restaurant, and it's a place that has a grandmaster level ice cream maker, and they have really good food otherwise. And so we what I did is I said, okay, well let's go to lunch there, and I turned the camera on. I said, when they bring the ice cream, I want you to see it land, and I want to get your reaction. And we were doing tests during lunch. We were quite literally, he had his Zoom F8 he was playing audio out of, and we were transmitting it through the air into, and I was recording on my sound devices mix preset. So I would say, okay, and change the metadata, hit play, and then we'd go back to eating. Okay, and change, let's do track 16 now, and play, and I'd hit record. And we did this all during lunch. We would eat it, and he was recording tests, and then I took it into post, and I made the adjustments in post, and I measured things, and I did all the things that I did as part of my my legwork and thoroughness that I did as part of that video, and I ended up with a pretty awesome video, if I do say so myself, for the DD Connect, the original DD Connect system. So, anyway. we have gotten through, how long have we been doing this stream? Let me see. It's not up on the screen right now. 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 6 seconds. We have not done a video, a live stream this long, especially in a long time, especially without a zip viz. So because I received the donations, I'll certainly zip viz. Liberty, you still in here? You want to pick the flavor since you were the one of the donators here? We have orange soda, lime, and fruit punch. And I'm sad to say, my live stream that I did where I did the soldering, that I did like 3 or 4 months ago, that video, I did a processing on it where I had to, I think I had to cut out a part or cut off, because I think it was like an extra long intro or dead area or something like that. I had to do something, I forgot what it was, but when I did that, the video remained in processing for like a week. And all it was me trimming out a little bit of it. And it just, for whatever reason, just was going. And it was just processing, and I kept looking at this, and my video was perfect on the screen. When I played it, it had done the edit. And I'm like, why is it still processing? And I made the mistake of not downloading the video before I said delete on the processing. Don't delete the video, but I said delete the processing. Because it was sitting there. I thought it was hung up. But by deleting the processing, what ended up happening was it deleted the video. And I was so frustrated by that, because in that is the only video I have on my channel that I do not know what flavor of Zip Fizz I took. So short of me going back 4 months and scrolling through and finding where I did the Zip Fizz, oh my goodness. Liberty, you didn't need to do that again. You're already picking a flavor. Go to the stream without Zip Fizz unless someone contributes Stream 5 to do it. To go stream without a Zip Fizz. Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, it's past 1 a.m. here. I don't need to Zip Fizz for sure. So thank you very much, dude. Again, and Adrian, thank you so much for that donation too. What is CRC? I have no idea what CRC is. Currency from what country? But thank you very much. I see the little dude dancing around. I guess that's a sticker. That's amazing. Oh, by the way, that was something that actually showed up in my video, in the Deity HDTX review I just did. In that video, that was the first video I had ever done where I saw the thanks button show up. The thanks button is now on my channel, where you can, I'm sure if they'll love the look of disappointment, well, I'm sure that means that you're going to clip that and throw that on the Discord. Or if you don't, then that would be an awesome one to do, because I don't know what my face of disappointment would be. But Costa Rica. Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Riley. What in the world was I talking about? Oh, the thanks button showed up on my BPTRX review video, and I didn't even know that. So there was somebody that donated $10 as a thank you for that video. I was like, wow, I didn't even know I had the thanks button there, but someone donated a thank you. I was like, that's the first time that's ever happened. That was, to me, as a huge deal. I was like, that's amazing. Somebody was, to me, it's amazing when someone does a donation. And the reason why is because I never ask for likes, shares, subscribes, or donations. You hear me say this all the time. So if you choose to like a video, if you choose to share it, if you choose to donate, if you choose to do anything, if you choose to subscribe to the channel, if you do any of that stuff, it's because you want to. And to me, that makes it worth so much more than me telling you, make sure you like this video or spider is going to crawl on your face while you sleep, like a lot of other channels do. Or make sure you like this video and share it on your favorite social media. It really helps me out. To me, it's crazy when you offer a tutorial, when you offer a video, And then you start begging, especially when it's crazy to me when you beg that of your audience before they even watch your content and know if it's good or not. You're supposed to click on my video to help me out before I give you information that you know is going to help me. To me, it's like, wow. I wish the algorithm didn't go so strongly on likes, subscribes, and shares for that reason. Because to me, there are some channels on YouTube that have over 1 million subscribers. And if you look at their video, all it is the same videos over and over again that they redo a title. They use the same pictures. They use the same keywords with a slight twist or tweak. They'll make something bigger or smaller, change around the words, and they'll do this. They'll recycle the same content. And the videos will only receive about 5,000 views out of their 1 million subscribers. And occasionally they'll do a combination that will go viral because of the content. And someone will say, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll give this guy a like. He's funny. But you look at it and it's the exact same video, probably 7 or 8 times on their channel in the past year. And all they've done is change the wording in their title and change around their thumbnail a little bit, and might change up what they do a little bit. Anyway, that kind of thing drives me crazy. So to me, I definitely appreciate all of your support, and thank you very much for that. Whether you like or not, whether you share or not, whether you subscribe or not, whether you donate or not, I very much appreciate all y'all here, because to me, every bit of that is an additional motivator for me to want to continue to do this. Because remember, I originally started this channel as an aid to the real world classes that I do. The first community that really seemed to grab hold of me online was the podcast community. People would ask me questions based on my microphone knowledge and based on, it's not certainly not because I know consumer audio. That's not my expertise at all. But they would ask me questions, and I would tell them, and they would make their podcast better. And over the course of time, as the channel grew, other people in other markets started to fall. Twitch streamers and stuff started to contact me and reach out saying they appreciate that. They've made their setups better. People who do streaming now do the same thing. People will seem to appreciate, and they'll reach out sometimes, and randomly they'll be a pro person. There have been pro people I know that have gotten my phone number from other professionals and have called me from other countries to say they appreciate me and what I'm doing online. And that to me is amazing. I love it. It's like, holy crap, look at this. This is amazing. Thanks, Alan. Made my night, bud. Thank you so much, Liberty. Appreciate you showing up and, as always, doing everything you do, man. And absolutely, if I'm ever in Curtis Judd country, I will certainly reach out to you. That's awesome. Enjoy my time off. I will try, but dude, I like working, man. I like working and being on set and making shows and stuff. So to me, it'll drive me crazy if I'm not. And it'll drive my wife crazy too, because she has to see me more. Anyway, that's a good night to Liberty. Liberty is out. We have 11 viewers, and we have been in here for 4 hours and 6 minutes and 36 seconds as of now. And I have fulfilled my obligation in recalling, to the best of my recollection, the story, I guess you could say, of how we've ended up with streaming and where cable television and how it worked with video stores and premium channels and all that kind of thing. I have definitely done that rant, and it was good fun. My daughters and my wife would have zero interest in any of that stuff, even though they will hear lectures from me all the time, and they'll be like, Dad, I'm interested in things too, but I don't just go and lecture you on something. I'm like, you're right. So because of that this morning, because I ended up ranting for way too long and still had so much more to say, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a live stream tonight. There'll be some people in the world that will get a trip out of this information and will be more than happy to enjoy, my rant on video stores, premium channels on cable TV and streaming. And Liberty is still here. The video store is dead. Long live the video store. And I'm very, very happy to have been able to go to them. I do. I have stories. And working in a video store was also a really cool experience. Anyway, I guess that's it then. The Liberty has said he's leaving and he's the only person commenting anymore. I have no more questions. I am done with my topic. So at this point, we've been streaming for 4 hours long. And I'm going to thank everyone for showing up and participating and for the views and the likes and the donations and all that stuff. I very much appreciate all of you. And I will probably do another stream at some point in the very near future, unless I get another show and start working again. Because there's an idea I have, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. It's going to potentially require, I don't know if it's going to require vetting people or something. New podcast idea. I have stories. Yes, but not all those stories I can tell. So no, I don't know if I could do that one. Plus, when I have told stories in the past, like the stories from set videos, those have not gone really big, far and wide. Those are not amongst my biggest viewers, biggest views. Now, when I did interview Cooper Andrews, I went full on with that stream, with that video, and I think I played pretty much the entire thing. And I think it was a long one. It was like 40 minutes, something like that. I did interview and get stories from Whit Norris, Flip Barrero, and Robert Maxfield that amounted to more than what you heard. I only told one story because my idea was to play more of them later. But with regards to them, I could air the entire thing because they got some stories. They got some stories. I might do that. You know what? I might do that as a special feature. I might release one as a special maybe for, I don't know. I may just choose to release some of them at some random times. The one with Flip Barrero, I felt really bad because I recorded it multiple times with him. The first time I did, I was using Google Hangouts at the time because that was how you did live interviews, and it automatically flipped back and forth and interviewed in interview format. But the thing about that was they discontinued it. And when I interviewed Flip on my screen, it was flipping back and forth. When I went back and I watched the video later, it was just me on the screen. And worse than that, it was just my audio on the screen. So you would see me just like, oh, wow. Oh, dude. And that's the entire video for like 40 minutes. I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't know why it did that. It was a glitch in the Hangout system. So I asked him, because I didn't record it locally and we didn't do a double ender. And so I was like, would you mind doing it again? I have the stories listed, because I asked him, would you mind if we reshot that? And he's like, sure. So he agreed to. Amazing guy. He's doing Ozark right now, I believe. And this time when I did the video, it put through his sound. So we have the sound of him telling the stories, but his video is not there. It's just me on screen. So it's like, I can't win with my interviews with Flip. It's like, first time he has no sound or picture. Second time he has no picture. So it's like, man. So I could still put the sound out there, but then you'd just end up seeing me and probably a still picture of him. I'll talk to him and see if that's okay. I'm sure he won't care, but, he would just have to give me a picture, give me approval to use a picture. He recorded the interviews and stuff with me, so I could very easily do that. But anyway, it was, I could release those stories because Whit and Flip and Max told some good ones. But stories from set is a fun thing. Anyway, I love the stories from set. David, hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for coming in here. First take sound, like some kind of performance art or something, yeah. First take sounds, yeah, because we ended up having to redo it. So the whole entire first take was botched. I want to go back and listen to those because Wit and Flip and Max told some good stories. Anyway, I'll have to do that and maybe put together some special features. There's a product announcement, I think, on Tuesday, and I'm going to release a video as a special feature then. And then I'll kind of be back into my regular flow, and I have product to review, product to review, product to review, and then I have other videos. And man, do I have a lot of videos that I want to do. Anyway, thank you so much for coming out. Again, very much appreciate all the likes. I appreciate the subscribes, donations, and as always, more than anything, I appreciate your time. There's a phrase that I don't remember all the levels of it, but it was something like, if you don't know the value of a year, ask someone that just failed a grade. If you don't know the value of a week, ask someone that just came back from vacation. If you don't know the value of a day, ask someone that just got to see someone, a loved one, for the first time in a long time. If you don't know the value of an hour, ask someone that just came back from lunch break. If you don't know the value of a minute, ask someone that, what was it? The value of a minute, ask someone that just, it was something like, ask someone that just arrived in time to see a loved one pass or something, or to see a baby born. If you don't know the value of a second, ask someone that just missed a head-on collision. If you don't know the value of 1,000th of a second, ask an Olympic silver medalist. That to me was like a real hard hit. When I heard that for the first time, I was like, wow, that's amazing. Everything else in this world is an exchange for time. You spend time with someone you care about. You spend time with a loved one. You spend time with a boyfriend, a girlfriend. You spend time and trade time in exchange for currency so that you can pay your bills. That's what work is. But the fact that you guys will spend time with me, hearing me rant about video stores, cable TV channels, and live streaming, and then you'll interact with me, ask me questions and stuff like that, and then hang out with me. There's 8 people here right now. The fact that y'all will spend that time and sometimes spend hours with me just listening and writing occasional comments or something like that means a lot. That's why I say that the like, share, subscribe, and donation thing is wonderful, but to me, it's your time that's most important. That's why I really appreciate when you guys watch my videos, because to me, I spend a lot of time on them, thinking about them, perhaps researching just to make sure that I can back up everything I'm saying, or doing testing or something along those lines. And when you upload a video, there's a lot of people that upload videos to YouTube and it will sit there and have 2 views in a year. And they're like, I spent a lot of time on that video. What happened? A lot of people don't have the blessing of having a bit of an audience that has grown into following them. And there's a lot of really good videos on YouTube that just took forever. One of the channels that I discovered only a few months ago is Captain Disillusion. And Captain Disillusion has, I think, just over like 2.2 million subscribers or something like that. But for years, if you look into his comments, he was releasing extremely high quality videos on debunking internet video hoaxes and stuff like that, and exposing them. And he did very high quality, very long to produce videos that took a lot of time. And you'll see people in the comments say, I can't believe you only have 15,000 subscribers. And this is like after he'd been doing it for a few years. And then you'll see that after doing it for about 10 years, he started to slowly start to take off, and he got like 500,000. Then he started growing rather quickly, but he was grinding away for years before his channel took off. But he just stayed through because he liked doing what he was doing, and eventually it paid off. I'm not ever expecting to have a lot of subscribers, My content is a niche of a niche of a niche. There's occasionally going to be people that will pop in here for information on like 32-bit floating point, that very deep dive I did on that. There'll be people that will pop in here and a lot of my content will go over their heads. There'll be people that, one guy just a few days ago tried to give me a lecture because he watched my video on the Neat and King and Worker Bee, and he said, great video. What is the cheapest shotgun microphone for a Sony AX100? And I still have no idea what an AX100 is. I'm assuming it's a camera, but, and that was the question. I was like, and so I responded, I said, cheapest shotgun? I have no idea. And his response to that was, and I'm assuming it's a guy, was, you know, I appreciate the reply, but this is the reason why your channel doesn't have more subscribers, because that was kind of a rude response. And you know, if someone spends the time watching your video, the very least you could do is help them. And by giving a response like that, and so I just kind of looked at this, and I was like, all right, first of all, I'll say this and then I'll end. I looked at this and I was like, all right, look, this guy did not have to watch my video. If he watched my video and didn't click off of it at the very beginning, it's because there was something there to it, that he wanted information or he decided to stay with it. He probably skipped around all through it. He's not going to subscribe and be part of the viewer base that watches and follows my content on a weekly basis. He popped in for some information. He's leaving. Cool. But then for me to be almost like groveling because he watched my video, you know, when someone spends the time to watch your video, I'm like, what about the 30 hours I spent into making my videos? I say 30 hours. On that one, I think it was probably closer to 20. Maybe it was more. But I was like, I spent a lot of time in these videos, and you want me to, like, you know, oh, thank you so much for skipping around in my 12-minute video. I really, really appreciate that. What can I do for you? Let me tell you about something that's not in my specialty. The cheapest shotgun microphone there is for something I have no idea what that is. And I said, so you want a professional sound guy who did a professional review of a product for free to thank you for volunteering your time in watching it. And then, you know, let I also point out that you asked for the cheapest shotgun. That is not my specialty. I have no idea. And I told you that, and instead of me recommending you something and then asking you to click on an affiliate link and me recommending something for you to buy, and that way I could get 20 cents from you purchasing something, instead of me referring you to something that might not help you or lying or BSing you or anything in any way, I was very upfront and didn't waste your time. I said, so I'm sorry if that came off as a bit rude to you, but that's my take and where I'm coming from on that. But here's what I can tell you. I don't know what an AX100 is, but I'm assuming it's a camera. And if you would like, if you're looking for a shotgun microphone for it, then it would depend on, there's other elements that, you know, would depend on. This is me talking to you though. But I said, now here's what I can tell you is how to test your preamps on your camera to get the very best possible noise performance out of it. And then I'll link to the video that is the only video on this channel that was produced by someone else. Because if you remember during the pandemic, a lot of people were producing videos for YouTube, and those would, some high quality videos produced by professionals that would only get like 4 or 5 views, because everyone was producing videos at the time, including content creators like me that had been established, that had been doing it for a few years, and their videos are going to be recommended by the algorithm more. Well, at least back then. I don't know. I can't speak for any more. Now that YouTube is monetizing all channels, even those that it doesn't actually have as part of their affiliate, as part of their program. I forgot what it's called now, but if you're not one of their people that they make money off of anymore, if you're not someone that monetizes their channel, then they are still advertising on your channel. So they don't have, it used to be an incentive to recommend a channel that they play ads on because they could monetize that channel's videos. They used to recommend videos a little bit more often. Now I'm seeing some of my videos that I spent a lot of time on and on products or on topics that are someone who just obviously Googled an answer and turns a camera on themselves and then stutters through, well, this is this way and this is this way, and they end up with thousands of views and a higher recommendation for me on the same thing. When I look at their meta tags and stuff, I'm like, you're not even using them. You're not even using your tags. I did a dive in, I explained it, but yet the YouTube algorithm is not recommending my video higher, even though I will take their tags, throw it into my video tags, and include other tags too. And they'll have a very basic, bare bones, boring looking thumbnail and title and description in their video. And this is me, you can say I'm egotistical if you want, and that's fine. But their video will be recommended more when they don't even really provide information. And I'll be looking at it and I'm like, that person has like only a few likes and like 2 comments, and they have a few thousand views because they don't really give information. It's like they're still showing up higher. And I can't help but wonder if that's because YouTube is monetizing all channels now, whether or not they're paying you for it or not. I don't know. It's just a suspicion, just a hunch. I don't know. So anyway, first take sounds like okay. If you don't know the value of a live stream, ask someone who's taking a zip fizz. There you go, David. Brilliant. Love it. Oh boy, I thought I missed the stream, but you're still live. Yes, I am ping pong, but I have started to end the stream a few times. We're almost 4.5 hours in. And there have been a few times that I have started to end this stream and then doing my typical rant thing, I'll turn around and say something else. So yeah, there is that. And Liberty is here. What are you doing here still? I thought you were leaving. What do you think would happen if YouTube placed ads on all videos, but also stopped passing on monetization compensation? Well, I think some people would, first of all, everybody would have to change their business structure. A lot of people that are full-time YouTubers, they will post on Twitter or something like that and say what percentage of your income comes from YouTube. Some people will say only 20% because they have outside deals. Some people will take sponsorships. I have had offers where somebody will say, I will offer you $500 to put a 1-minute long ad for Raid Shadow Legends or something along those lines in the middle of one of my videos. And then they say for every 1,000 views that your video gets, you'll get an additional $10 or whatever it is from them. And I know that's the reason why many of these bigger channels will put an ad like that, a subscriber thing in there, because their channel is going to end up getting, 1 million views, and you can add that up, and that's going to be a payday amounting to, $30,000 or $40,000. Cool. First of all, even if I did have that kind of subscriber count and views, those people are the ones that help make my channel what it is. I'm not going to suddenly change and start doing these sponsored deals from just random companies. Now, if I ever accepted a sponsored deal at all, it would be for live streams. And it would never be one of those Raid Shadow Legends or whatever else things. It would be more along the lines of, hey, ZipFizz sent me this thing, so I guess you could say they sponsored this video. They sent me some ZipFizz, and I'm going to enjoy taking one right now. Hey, gotta love your ZipFizz. Or it's something like that. That would be the most I would do. But you guys know I do that anyway. So, but I'm not about to be in the middle of a conversation, then suddenly it's going to be like as soon as Paul Harvey hit page 3. He says, and he would say, page 3, and then instantly go into, back in the day, there was, I was having a hard time listening. And then suddenly I got the Bose Wave radio. And I loved the crystal clear, crisp sounds of Bose. And I'd be like, oh, we're in an ad. And then all of a sudden he would go right out of that seamlessly into an ad. You'll never get that stuff from me. Because to me, this channel has never been about making money. This channel has been about education and making the world a better place. I prefer to teach people and help people because I'm helping people build careers. I'm helping people build better sounds. And that's the big thing right there. So many people put so much emphasis into their cameras, spending thousands and thousands of dollars on their cameras and lightings, and their setups sound like total crap. That was one of the reasons why one of the first videos I did was I did a video upgrade. I did an upgrade of one of my favorite streamers because I was listening to his content and watching his videos just because his personality was so fun. And I was like, you know what? Your sound quality is driving me crazy. I'll do a video upgrade and I'll give you a different mic and help set you up with some stuff if you will collaborate with me on a video, and I'll give you some stuff to make you sound better. And he's like, sure, yeah, totally cool. So he played along and he came aboard and did the did the live streams with me, and or not the live streams. He did the video calls with me, and then we did his upgrade. But you know, it was kind of cool. It was fun. But anyway, that's one of the reasons why I did the video, because I wanted to upgrade him, because his sound was, I was like, his sound could be better. He originally started on a Blue Yeti, and then he got an AT2020, and I didn't like the way his sound sounded. So I upgraded him. Just something that I thought would be better. What, I don't remember, CAD M307, 309, something like that. I did the review of it, which was a very basic review back in those days because I didn't start doing my deep dives. And then when I was done with it, the reason I reached out to CAD originally and asked them for that microphone is because I thought it'd be a good fit for him. And so I reached out to them because I knew I'd get 2 videos out of it. I said, let me do a review, and if it's everything I think it is, I'll probably end up using it in another video. And they said, sure, do a video review. They were not involved in any way or whatever else, the typical stuff. You know, it was a fair and honest review. And then when I was done, I said, you know what? I was right. I think this would be a good microphone for Mr. Ed. And so that's when I said, I think this is the one that you need to have. And that's when we did our collaboration. Because otherwise I would have given him something else. But that was the thing. I was like, I think this is going to be a good fit for you based on your situation. And I was right. Because I listened to his stuff and it sounds a lot better now. Huh. Okay. So, but to answer your question, Liberty, what I think would happen is I think some people that are not relying on YouTube revenue at all, like, you know, you always hear about Steven Crowder always says, you know, what is his wording? Likes and subscribes don't help us much, I think, is from the clips I've heard. He says, you know, it doesn't help us much because he has an external business thing that he ends up streaming through another provider. I think he uses YouTube for exposure, and he sends everybody to his other platform where you can buy a subscription and do that. I know that other people, like Markiplier, if the money dried up on YouTube, he doesn't do ads, you know, gamers, big time gamers and stuff. They don't do ads in midstream like that. They basically do their game and then they end. So I'm not sure if a lot of the bigger guys like that, if the revenue from YouTube dried up, I don't know if they would continue, or they would have to change their structure to do something different and to start include product deals with people where they would have to start doing those ads on the platform. And there's some people that include it as part of what they do. I know some people that are full-time on YouTube, and they have a lot of deals with affiliates and stuff. They get free products that in exchange for that free product, they will spend their time and they will do a very good review of that because they are full-time. And then when they're done, some people will keep the gear. Some people will sell it to make money. I don't know about everybody, but I think some people's business structure, if they're given free things, like I think people like Unbox Therapy. If you look at his older videos when it was very small, it was a very small channel. And as he started to grow, now he has this big, humongous facility where it's all white walls and it looks big and open. And he's got a camera guy and he's got a team of people and stuff. And he has sent a lot of stuff, and he spends, he'll say, well, let's unbox it and look at this. This is really awesome. And then look at this and look at this and look at this and look at this. And he kind of goes through it and talks about what he finds cool about it. But he's never, when he's done sound products and stuff, he's never been researched. He doesn't talk about them, and he'll listen to a speaker and be like, yeah, this sounds really cool. And they connect up by doing this, and he'll talk about it, and then he'll do a time lapse and he'll set them up or something like that. But I would think that he is going to, because he does constant unboxings, he doesn't keep those boxes. I don't know if he keeps all the gear and stuff he does, but he doesn't ever need to keep it. Because if he shows something in a video, he's going to turn around. He could very easily sell it and make money that way. And he gets another video, he unboxes it, and then he turns around and sells it after he shows it on his channel. That's what his channel is about, is unboxing things and talking about it. But he doesn't need to hold on to it. It's not like Bandrew, where if he buys a microphone or he does his podcast and he says, oh, you know what, I'll answer a question about that. So if you were to ask him about anything he's ever reviewed, he still owns it. He still has it because he wants to be able to refer back to it in order to help someone. You know, someone like Bandrew, I can't speak for him, but some people I do know, sound people, that probably would not continue if their channels lost monetization, simply because they would be like, you know what, if I'm not making money on YouTube, then I can't afford to continue to do this full time, or I can't afford to continue to do this the way I do it. There are some sound people I know that have a monetized channel. I'm sure they only get $20 or $30 a month, if that. And they don't look, they'll look at that as, look at that, a gas tank, cool. My channel makes a little bit more than that, especially through super chats. Geez, on these live streams, you're extremely generous. I mean, this stream has been insane, but as for me, I would still do videos if the algorithm if they stopped sending us. It depends on what they would do, because if they just simply decided to stop, to cancel the program and stop giving us money, I'd say, okay, sure, whatever, and I continue to do videos. I would probably transition more to real life, like the tour thing. I would still do videos, but I'd prefer to do things more from a, in a person in things. So I would travel. I would do that national tour where I would go around and help people. The one that I mentioned earlier. I would still do things the way I do with links that you can click on. If you watch one of my videos and I talk about something, you can click on a link in the description if you want. And that pays, I mean, even last year, Amazon cut what they pay us. They pay us a lot less than they used to. At this point in time, I think I see only like a third of the income that I used to on the same amount of sales. And I look at it now and I'm like, you know what, between the 40% viewership that I had over last year at this time, because a lot of viewers have just, they've gone out and they're experiencing the real world and they do things in the real world and they don't stay inside during a pandemic and just watch YouTube and decide that they're going to look up sound stuff because they want to do a podcast with, about whatever they're interested in because they were told to stay at home. It's not like that anymore. My videos at one point in time were getting 500 views or 500 new subscribers a month. And it happened for like 2.5, 3 months. And now I barely get 200. That's where I was when I had like 1,000 subscribers. No, not when I had 1,000. When I had probably about 2,500, I started making about 200 subscribers a month. But you know what? I don't sit there and look at that. The way I look at it, the same way as I always looked at it. If I wanted to push like, share, subscribers, and donations, you'd hear me doing that. But I don't, because the philosophy, if you haven't heard me say it again, then my philosophy is if you want to do any of that stuff, you'll do it on your own because you appreciate the content and you want to show me appreciation with one of those things. That to me means more than me getting 1,000 likes on a video because I told you to like it. Yay, a viewer clicked a button while they were watching the video. I feel so blessed for having thousands of likes on this one video. Cool. I told them to do it. How many of those were real? Mine are real. I think a lot of people, though, would stop doing YouTube as a business if they lost the monetization because they wouldn't be able to keep it up. And I think YouTube knows that because if they were to do that, they would lose a lot of revenue. People would stop uploading the kind of stuff that they do because a lot of people will upload because it's an interest, but there's a lot of people that are doing it because they're making money on it and going full time. That's why we have full-time YouTubers. I seriously doubt I'll ever be a full-time YouTuber because my entire, just like I said in a video that Michael Wynn did, my entire credibility in what I do is because I do what I say I do, and I stay on the cutting edge. I stay in the knowledge of what I do, and I constantly am on set. And I mean, I could easily start saying, I'm no longer doing this for a living, and there are some times I get very frustrated and say, you know what, it might be time to do something else. And then I say, what else am I going to do? And there may be a time, I can't see it now, but there may be a time at some point in the future where a company says, Alan, we love you. We love your ideas. I think you'd be a great person to have represent our brand. And they could do what I was talking about doing, going around and helping people nationwide. They could have me be someone that they line up events and I go and train for people, and they could hire me to go off and speak. That is fine. That is fine. I would have to, I'm not going to do it for, a little bit of money. You'd have to pay me not just a replacement for what I'm currently getting on set, but you also have to pay me to take me away from my family. Because one of the reasons I work here in Atlanta and I don't accept very many jobs out of state is because I don't want to be away from them. I don't have to. I can work here and make a good living here. So why leave my family? You can't, again, time. You can't get that time back. They're kids. They're young. When they're adults and they've all moved out and one of them decides that she wants to move off to, Canada, another one decides to move to, let's say, Mexico, and another one decides to move to Italy, let's say, or even just scattered around the United States, I'd say, well, geez, work is what's keeping me here. I could work anywhere, though, and at that point, you might see me start to travel and do more work, internationally or in other areas. But right now, I don't really want to leave my family. They're amazing, and I love seeing them. So I'm not going to accept very many projects out of town. And if I do, it's only going to be for a short period of time, unless it pays a lot of money and it's only for a few days. I'm not going to accept, like one of my friends just went to Greece for 12 weeks and did a movie. A couple of my friends did, but one boom operator friend specifically, he went to, and he was making great money, but that's not something I want to do. Even if the money is amazing, I would not want to be away from my family for 3 months. I jokingly say that when I go to work and I leave before the kids get up, I come home after the kids go to sleep, and I don't see them until the weekend, I'm just happy they still recognize me. They're like, Dad, you're here. Dad, we still recognize you. That kind of thing. I think that's cool. I like being able to see their little faces light up and stuff, and I don't want to end up having to not see that. It doesn't matter if they haven't seen me for a day or if it's a week, they'll still be happy to see me. But I don't want to have to go without 3 months, because whenever I'm here at the house, I know they're close and I'm able to see them, and they walk through the house and I'll give them a hug and I'll smile or I'll joke with them or something like that. Whenever I go away to work and I come home on the weekend and I see them and I'm spending time with them and I'm doing stuff with them or whatever else, I like that. If I'm away, when I'm away at work, even though I'm on set, if it's a slow day or something like that, all I'm doing is thinking about them. Even though when I'm home, I'm not constantly like on top of them. Show me everything you're doing, and I got to see this, and please be over here with me. I'm not needy like that. It's just having them close and seeing them occasionally, a few times a day as they walk through the room, as they're busy doing whatever they're doing, is amazing to me. I don't want to be without them. So anyway, more and more rants about whatever topics. 4 hours, 42 minutes that we've been on the stream. Jeez. just checked in after waking up, and things did sound surprisingly serious for a moment. Oh, there are rants that I've gotten into, Boromir, and I know, I will get off on a tangent. Oh, here I'm going to ask a question, because I tried something different. I don't know if it made it circle around and people know about it, but I tried something and I did not release it as a full video on YouTube. I released it as an unlisted video, but I put it in the community tab. You know those easy buttons that say that were from Staples that would say easy? That was easy. That was easy. Well, I got ever since I've been doing this channel, people online have been telling me that they love the way I say sound speeds. And people on set have been telling me for years and years before that they like the way I say sound speeds. There have been people that are telling me that I should do voiceover work. People have been telling me I should put myself on Fiverr. I could make money. I don't have that kind of time. People, even if I only had like one or two people, there's so much stuff I have to do. So what I decided to do is I put a video up, and it was of an easy button that I have, which can record 3 10-second messages, and then and you could take 1, take 2, 3, over however many takes you want to do, until you get it right. It's got a low noise background and stuff, and it sounds really good, and it's nice and loud, and still doesn't distort this little plastic enclosure and stuff like that. But I put this out on a video and said that if you have any kind of interest or idea in wanting to buy one of those easy buttons in America, I would send it to you for $40. The button itself costs over $20. That's over half of that. And then by the time I do priority shipping, that's like $30 there of the cost of everything. And so, we're talking like very little would actually make it into, but I would probably spend, recording over and over and over again for probably the better part of 20 or 30 minutes to make sure it's exactly right. If anybody had an interest in one of those buttons, I'll sell you one of the 3. I have 3 of them. If you had an interest in that, I would sell you one for $40 sent to your front door. That's including shipping. And I had one person actually comment that said that they would be interested if they had the money, and nobody else. So I don't know if that video was seen, because I didn't want to put it public on the channel. I just thought I'd do that for if anybody ever happened to see the channel and had an interest. So what I'm curious about is how many people saw that video, or how many people saw that post, because I don't know if everybody did. I don't want to just put it out far and wide, because to me, it's like if you come to my channel enough and you had an interest in that, cool. If not, cool. Again, it's not one of those things I'm doing for me. That's why I'm not going to price gouge on it. I'm basically spending 3/4 of the cost on the button itself and the shipping. And so, and I'm probably, I would actually put additional things in there. I'd put some stickers and who knows what else. But, I also bought a very limited supply of hats that I have not announced or done anything with. And I had one person buy one of those, but I know that I have the Teespring store, but I don't know. I think I've made a total of $2.03 from all the sales that have happened on that, because I don't mark it up. I mark it up to the nearest 5 cents. No, nearest 25 cents. Because a lot of them are like, our cost is $10.92. I'm like, fine, I'll round it up to $11. Or our cost is $10.23. I'll mark it up to $10.25. And it's like, and none of them really, I think, pay anything more than like 10 or 12 cents or something like that. And I don't get very many orders because I never push it. But I think in the time that I've actually had that merch up there, I've seen a few people have placed orders, and I'll occasionally see something that comes through and says, hey, here's a payday from Teespring. I'm like, really? What is it? 60 cents. I'm like, whoa, buddy, but it's so funny because that's after months, but I don't rely on that. But anyway, the buttons were a thing that I thought I'd offer just if anybody had an interest, because I have that button, the button that you hear where I say, could we just paint out the boom? Can we shoot the wides and tights separately? And if you shoot the rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal. I have those buttons that I will have it in my mind. If I go and talk to the director and I wanted them to shut down the wides and tights, I'll go over to the director and I'll smile and hold up the button. And I'll be like, I'll say, can we shoot the wide and tight separately? And I just sit there and smile. It's like, you know what? We probably can. Or no, we can't in this setup because we're losing our light and we got to get this shot. Or something like that, you know. But it's funny because the next thing that's on there is, can we just paint out the boom? And so if they say no, we can't do that, then I'll do this and I'll hit the button. Can we just paint out the boom? Let's talk to VFX and see if we can. And, you know, because it'll only be used for a fraction of a second anyway. And then it's funny because I'll occasionally do that if you know, to the first AD, they'll say, oh, cool. All right. So yeah, let's do last looks then. And we're going to shoot the rehearsal. And if I anticipate this happening, I'll take, and I have the first AD next to me, I'll hold the button up there. And you know, the first time they'll kind of look at it and hit the button. If you shoot the rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal. And they'll hear my own voice on it. It's funny. But anyway, so that's why I've offered that, because my sound mixer actually gave me the idea, because he said, I want you to have a button. I want you to have a button with your voice on it. And I want to do that with you. I want you to have your own button and we can play it for people. So I thought it was kind of fun. And I said, and the suggestion was made, once you make it available, once you see if you can sell any of them on your channel to your viewers. I'm like, well, people have told me to, you know, do voiceover work or something. That'd be kind of fun. If somebody had an interest in hearing me either do, you know, a rant or something like, one of the things, obviously I'm not going to, you know, again, if you saw the video or something like that, you're not going to get me to insult people or say anything that's, you know, vulgar or anything like that. But anyway, I'm curious as to if anybody saw that video, aside from Ping Pong and Liberty, because I think you're two people that actually did comment. So I love to say sound speed's the same as you. Awesome. Let's see. Saw you put it in. Okay, so Ping Pong did that. Can you write reset in Russian on top? Can you write reset in Russian on top? What does that mean? Oh, I see where it is. I see. That's funny. I'd be curious to see what it is. Do not see that one. No, do not see that one anywhere. No. Don't worry about learning how to spell reset in Russian. Correct spelling is not a requirement. Are you off tomorrow or do you have a late call? Alas, I am currently unemployed for the next 7 weeks, and that is not by choice. I would so want to work on a project. I've tried reaching out to people, and people are all stocked up. They're all filled up on shows right now. I missed a text message the other day from a sound mixer that was looking to hire or from somebody who told me they were informing me that a sound mixer was looking for a boom operator. And I did not get the text message until another text message came through a while later, let's say, telling me, I guess you're not interested. I'm like, whoa, what do you mean? And my phone was delayed and giving me both messages. That was something that would occasionally happen on that old phone because I'd had it for like almost 3 years, and I would drop it routinely like once every day or two. And it's the first phone in my life I'd ever done that to either. My other phones, I might drop it like once or twice a year, but they were always in a case. It was never an issue. But that case was, that phone was rugged. And I bought it, and I remember thinking it's rugged, so I don't have to put it in a case. But man, I'm never going to end up dropping it. And then I dropped it routinely. And that thing, occasionally, it would just not bring in a text message. So I guess that was its revenge. I missed a 5-month-long opportunity there, an opportunity to go after a 5-month-long show because I didn't get the text message in time. And after that, I said, you know what? This phone's going. So I had to get a new one. So I did that. Boromir, if you have any interest, you can watch that video. It's in my community tab. I did not release the actual video. I just put it as unlisted in my community tab. Don't worry about, you already said that. I saw the video existed, but I hadn't watched it yet. Yeah, it's just, that's all it is an easy button that has 3 custom messages on there that are up to 10 seconds each. At least you have a future job. I have a 6 a.m. leave. Oh, I should be sleeping since I'm not on mountain time yet. And Stranger Things is in Albuquerque. Huh. Is it another unit? That's interesting. Okay, cool. I know the team that's doing it here in Atlanta. And that's actually the team I used to be part, or the mixer is the mixer that was on it when I did Walking Dead and Stranger Things. So, what is that a link to? Ping pong? See when you put it out. What is that video? Oh, is that the video? Ping pong? Oh no. Oh no, my chat just went away. I should not have clicked that button. Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you for that, Alan. That is totally that is such an Alan thing to do too, isn't it? Restore chat. Let me try that. Oh, garbage. Pop out chat again. And it's, I'm sure, black on the screen because it's totally botched the thing up by me pressing one button, pressing the link. There you go. Oh, it's back. Awesome. I didn't expect it to come back. That is hilarious, though. I have no idea what happened during that time, but I'm glad that it scrolled. Hey, wait. This is in real time now? Just about? It's scrolling. Oh, the chat's scrolling. I'm delayed. I have my OBS up on the screen right now. Good times. Okay. Second unit finished in all, but apparently with Netflix opening stages in Albuquerque, that's why they're shooting there. Cool. Oh, that was for the button. All right, thanks, Ping Pong. Yeah, that makes sense. When I was there doing the Electrosonics video, I thought about going by Netflix Studios. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to get in. I know people that are working out there, even now. I mean, some of the people on my last show are over there now. They've left and they're off and doing a show over there now. But, you know, I wouldn't, I wouldn't, if I mean, right now, especially under COVID, you're not allowed to have guests and stuff on set. So unless I was on a show out there, they would not, they wouldn't have a reason in the world to let me on the sets. I know the cast of Stranger Things, because I did season 2, but I'm not like buddy with them. It's been like what? It was when I was there for season 2, all the kids were minors. We shot that in late 2016, early 2017. And that was 4 years ago. I know that Gayton still remembers me. Or at least he did in 2018. In summer 2018, because it was like 2 years after we wrapped that. But they were shooting Stranger Things season 3 at the time. And I did a commercial. And he was in the commercial. It was, was it a Charter Internet or something? I forgot what it was, but he was doing some commercials. And I was out there with him. And it was only a 2-man team because it was a commercial, me and a sound mixer. And I was the guy that was going to be lobbing up talent. And so when they were like, all right, we're going to go lob you up. And he's a very nice guy. And I used to talk to him on Stranger Things. I would say, he's a big Star Wars fan. So I'd say, got to ask your question about something here. In the new movie, which I think was Last Jedi at the time, I said, did you, at the time I worked with him, I said, I want to know, did you like The Last Jedi? And we talked about that. And I would ask him his theories about stuff when we were, because he had watched the Clone Wars and stuff, this before Disney Plus. And, what is that? Rebels? Is that the other one? And he would watch those, and I would ask his thoughts on things and his opinions about Star Wars lore and stuff. And he had a lot of them. He was like, oh, well, you watched this one video of the Clone Wars. It's season 2. And he would talk about it and geek out. So when I saw him again, and he was smiling at everybody, but when he saw me, when he was coming to be wired with me, his face lit up. He recognized me. And he said, hey, it's been a while. And I was like, oh, and he's like, you remember? And I was like, yeah. And so I introduced myself to him again. It was cool to see him again, but such a great guy, such a great guy. But he's the only of the Stranger Things cast that I've worked with since doing Stranger Things. But I mean, it was different back then. Season 1 is the season that they did, and nobody knew anything about who any of them were, and they kind of had gained fame. And when they came back the following year to do Stranger Things season 2, and the show was actually big at that point because of the following, season 2, they amped up the security a lot, and they had changed quite a few things, and the kids were still cool and down to earth. But mid-season, they started making changes, and they started doing things a little bit differently, and it was still slower and taking your time, but the vibe had changed. I wasn't there season 1, but I was told by the end of season 2, the vibe had totally changed. But when I started the show, it was very much like I was told season 1 was. And they're like, yeah, it's basically the way it was. It was just a little bit different. By the end of season 2, they were like, oh, this is totally different than it was. This is more like this is more like a regular show. It's lost its magic is what one person said. I don't know. Anyway. So, how long have we been streaming now? Okay. We're at a minute away from hitting the 5-hour mark. I'll call it at the 5-hour mark. Did I say 5 minute? I don't know. But we're getting near the end, so I will call it here in a few minutes. But if anybody has any last minute questions or comments or anything like that, I do have the hats that I got made before, and I individually fulfilled them and sent them out. Those were some that I had in my possession. And I sent those out and basically sent them out at cost. The hats I got now are not as cheap. They're fitted. There's a small, medium, and there's a large, extra large, and they have to be fitted for your head. They're not adjustable, and they're polyester, and they're completely see-through. So they wick, and they're it's not. What am I saying? See through. They're like a mesh on the back, but it's not like that plastic mesh. It feels smooth and stuff. And the logo, it's not going to fade in the sun. So those are some. I bought like 10 of those hats just to have in case I ever wanted to do anything with them. May make them available for sale. I don't know if I'm going to or not, but I may end up putting it on Discord or putting it out in the community tab. That way I don't get overloaded with orders, and it's only going to be for people that happen to see it. Who knows? Just like the easy button, which nobody took me up on. Didn't matter. I don't care. If you're interested, you're interested. If you're not, you're not. You know what? I'll keep the buttons, and I'll figure out something to do with them. I still have another button. I bought 2 buttons at the time when I was going out to visit Bandrew, and I gave him one, and I was so disappointed at the quality that the speaker on that button. Because it had good reviews online, and the buttons, they were like, oh yeah, this sounds really good and whatever else, and so it says sound speeds. But when I got it, I'm like, are you kidding me? It doesn't sound nearly as good as I was hoping it would. And I didn't have time to get another one because it arrived the day before I was leaving to go to visit Bandrew, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna give him this button anyway. So. Anyway, I'm still pushing your channel, even for non-sound people, which our boom op on the show I'm on here in New Mexico says he loves your channel. Awesome. Well, great. I appreciate that. There's it's really neat the amount of reach this channel and the random videos will get. There are people I don't know that will reach out to me, and here's the thing: you watch people on YouTube. That you content creators that you follow or you watch their videos and you feel like you have a connection with them, but they can't get that in return. And there are people that I've met and talked to that have watched the channel, and they'll talk to me as if we're old friends. And I'm like, have I ever met this person before? And I'm like, I don't want to insult them by not, because I'm by no means as good at memorizing and memory as I used to. It used to be as a kid. You could tell me your name one time and I would remember it. And now I'm on set with people, and I say to people all the time, I say, I said, what's your name? Okay, great. Thank you for telling me. And I said, and don't be offended, but I'm probably going to end up asking you this multiple times in the future. And it's not because I don't care enough to not bother remembering your name. It's because I do care enough and I want to remember your name. I just can't remember everything like I used to. And they'll say, oh no, I totally get it. And so when I ask their name again, I'll try my best to memorize it. I'll say, was your name Dusty? And they're like, no, it was Daisy. I'm like, okay. All right. I'll try to remember this. And I'll try to associate it with like something like Daisy Duke from Dukes of Hazzard. And then I'll say, okay, Dukes of Hazzard was, what was it? What was the thing I associated it with? Let's see, if it was Dukes of Hazzard, was it Duke's Hot Dogs? Was it? Yeah, I'll have a hard time trying to remember. So I'll end up botching something. But anyway, so I appreciate the stream. This is the first live stream I've been able to make. Yeah, great. Regular Pixel, thanks for coming in here. And I appreciate you you telling people about. Now, here's Steve. Here's something for you to know. There are some videos I have on my channel that would help people that are non-sound people too. Like the video I recently did about 10-hour days versus 12-hour days. That video right there is one that I think a lot of people would benefit from. Because that right there, if you say the wrong 3-letter word, you can take a huge pay cut. And if you do that twice, you are losing over half of the income, not just for you, but your entire market feels it. There's another video, the mysterious film industry time sheet, a time card. Mysterious. If you do a search for time card film industry or do a search for sound speeds mysterious, and I go into how to properly fill out a time card and what happens if you go over 12 hours or you go over into the next day. What happens if you, how do meal penalties work? What is the actual time, like minute wise? People, like, for example, people always will say right now, look at the time right now, it's 12 a.m. Well, that's, they'll look at that and they'll say, well, that's 26.2. If it's 12 a.m., it is not 26.2 for much longer. That is the last minute, it's 26.2. Because if it goes to 2:13 a.m., then it is officially 26.3 because you do not round down, you round up. And as soon as you hit, like, if you look at it from the perspective of like, if you hit midnight and it becomes 24, at 24, at when it was 1 minute before midnight, you're not, you're basically going to put yourself out at 24. But if you're at 24 at midnight and 1 minute, officially you would say, well, that's still 24. 24 is supposed to go from 0 minute up to 5 minute. It's you just watch the video. Watch the video. It doesn't work that way. So anyway, those two videos, especially for anybody in the industry, would really benefit from those two videos. 12-hour versus a 10-hour guarantee. If you're doing only small projects in indies, I have a video. One of my very first videos was avoiding indie abuse. It was called Avoid Indie Abuse. And I talk about a few things that you should always ask if you're doing small budget productions, especially those that say you're going to get $100 a day or $150 a day flat rate. Because those people, if they're self-funding it, they're going to try to milk that day as long as they can, or they could. And so in order to avoid abuse and how to verbally get around them and still make them hold to the words that they're saying, there's advice on there and things like that. There's a lot of videos that that are good for any and all channels or any and all crafts. But anyway, thank you very much for mentioning people. You should hide the buttons under your couch cushion. Someone sits down and it goes sound speeds. It would last one time, and then my wife or daughters would take a button out and be like, no. I have pushed that one. I tell people, even if you're not in sound, to look at your channel. Awesome, thanks. The one that stands out for me is does the plant read? That's right. Does the plant read is a good one because camera operators they'll always say, I see it. Well, you see it with your own eyes in a wide shot. If you look through the viewfinder, are you going to have any idea that little bitty black speck that's taking up 4 pixels of a 1080p frame or a 4K frame, you have any idea that that's a plant, or could that be anything? Because how many times have we seen where someone on set, the camera operator will say, "Yeah, we're seeing a bit of that. We're seeing a bit of the pad that they're sitting on back there," and they'll say, "There is no pad there. What is that? That's a stain on the couch. Oh, it's fine then." Well, it's not fine until they know it's fine. And yes, I understand that they're just covering and doing their due diligence, but there are some things that will never show up. One of the best camera operators in the business, as far as I'm concerned, is Bob Gorlick. He is an old school camera operator and a Steadicam operator. He's the guy that did Steadicam on Pulp Fiction, for example. He's been around for a long time, but he is a very, very good operator. He is cool, fun to talk to. I've done projects with him. When I did The Founder with him, we were both staying away from town in a hotel for on the far side, south side of town. They got us a hotel room, and I stayed there only a couple of times when we had interesting turnarounds. And I would go off to dinner with him sometimes, and we would eat dinner and talk and stuff like that. But Bob is a wonderful guy. Bob is also when I would ask him, you seen this microphone? He says, "I have no idea what it is." He would glance at it and say, "I have no idea what it is. Doesn't look like a microphone." If this were sticking up in the shot like this, and this were a microphone, or this here, if I was trying to hide that in the shot, he'd be like, "Oh no, that's a microphone. I know that's a microphone." But if I had a little lav mic coming up here taped to the back side of this, and it's sticking forward here, and you see on this microphone right here, which you can't even see because the thing is covering it, where would be part of it. If I had a piece of a microphone right here sticking out, and this was, let's say, set dressing, and I could not use this microphone because it was dead, but if I stuck a little something on the bottom here, a lav, and you saw a little piece of it, someone's going to look at that and be like, "Oh, look at that thing. Look at that." But they're not going to look at that one little speck and say, "Wait a minute. What is that? That is a microphone. That should not be there," and freak out. They're not going to do that. And there's another camera operator, Andy Fisher. I think he's on The Resident right now. But and Bob is probably actually on Stranger Things. But Andy Fisher, camera operator, I love. He's so much fun. But what Andy would always do is I'd say, "Do you see this plant microphone?" He'd say, "What plant microphone?" I mean, he wouldn't even bother looking because he knew me. He knows that the way I always work is I would do this number. I would always look at over the plant microphone at the camera, and I would always look back at that lens to see if I see that whatever it is planted behind. If I see my microphone coming out into the frame at all, or something like that in a fashion that I think it could read, then he knows I'll correct it. And so if I ask him, if we're doing car work, it's probably the only exception, because I would say I don't give that as an option for a camera operator to dismiss me. I would always say, "Do you have a second? Cool. I want to take you to set. I want to show you where my plant microphones are," because sometimes they're dark cars and they'll point right at it, not know what it is, but it'll sure show up on a monitor when it's this big, and they're not going to see it through a little viewfinder. So I want to say, "Come over here," and I won't give an operator the choice. I'll say, "I have one plant microphone right here in the visor. It should be out of your shot right now, and then I have another one over here. But if you reframe, let me know if it suddenly reads." And they'll say, "Okay, cool, appreciate you." And then I'll say, "Oh, I have a 50 underneath them," or something like that. And they'll say, "Got it." And they'll let me know. It's part of the mutual respect you have with the person in the camera department, that I respect their frame enough to want to let them know anything that could potentially interfere with it. And intentionally, if I show them that respect, then they'll trust me. If I barely squeak something in, like a plant microphone, into the shot at one point, they'll say, "I don't know what you're talking about." And then you watch the show, and when I watch the show, I'm like, "Oh, I have a plant in there someplace. Where is it? Is that it, or is that it?" And I'll look at it and I won't know which one it is. Sometimes I'll say, and I'll go back, and whenever I put a plant microphone down, this is a little trick that you might want to tell your boom operator, Steve, is how continuity will always take pictures, set dressers will. one thing I always do in my start paperwork is I always, when it says, you are not allowed to take photographs unless unless you have photography, do you need photography credentials or whatever else? I will always ask for that. And if they ever ask me why, I will always put in the paperwork. And if they ever come back and ask me why I do that, is I say, because I'm putting down microphones as plants sometimes. And when I put them down, I want to make sure that if we go back and reshoot a part of that, or if a second unit is going to pick it up and want to pick it up and do something later, I want to make sure there is a visual reference so that we can match the audio properly in sets and scenes. And they'll say, okay. And so as soon as I plant a microphone, what I'll usually do if the camera's there is I'll take some sort of a photograph showing the position of the plant microphone with the camera, and then I'll take another one detailed of the actual plant itself. And the reason I do that, and I may have to do a video about that and just make a fake set, and do it. And the reason I think that's very important is because if there is ever a question, there was a show I did years ago where I was told we're having to VFX out a microphone because you had a microphone in plain sight. I said, my boom got in the shot, and they're like, no, not the boom. You put a microphone on the set, and we had to VFX it out. It was expensive. And I remember thinking, what was it? And they told me about it after the fact. So I remember saying, can you show me anything? Because I don't recall, what scene was it? And they tell me the scene. I'm like, I didn't have any plants out there. And like, it was right in plain sight. We saw it. And then I remember saying, to myself in my mind, I wish I had a picture I could show them that I did not have a microphone there, because I would love to, nothing more than to say, okay, this picture right here is from that set that day. There is no plant microphone visible. And when we punched in for tighter coverage, I put it there. That's not in that position. And when we turned around, it's right there. And I would love nothing more than to be able to do that, but I did not have that luxury. Luckily for me, it ended up being that we were shooting on like a set, and they had various different, pieces of the set that were dressed in there. And one of the things that they had dressed in there was a microphone. So because it was a microphone, they presume that it's sound and not part of set dressing. And because it was a microphone that was poking up in the shot on someone's desk, they assumed it was mine, and that was a plant microphone on me. Because I was like, I didn't have plant microphones down there. And he was like, it was right in the middle of the shot. I'm like, I don't know how you couldn't have seen it. I'm like, I don't. And when I saw this show and the episode, I said, where was the microphone? Because obviously it was VFX'd out. And they're like, yeah, we fixed it. And I'm like, okay. And I went back and I looked at, and what I ended up having to do is I talked to the on-set dresser and I asked for their continuity photos. Could they show me what it was? And he showed me that the desk actually had a microphone on that. And I remembered it looking back, and I was like, oh, I remember that microphone. It was part of the set. Because I remember talking to him and saying, you happen to use a crappy microphone on the desk. I was like, you want a real one? I can rent you one. And we joked about that. But when I looked at that, I said, can you send me that picture? He sent me the picture. I took that to the producer. I said, this is a set dressing picture that he sent me. That is a picture from that set right there. And I said, he sent it to me so I could show it to you. This is part of his set dressing. That is not my microphone. You can see right there, there's no wires coming out of it at all. This is not part of me at all. So you spent your money and VFX'd out something that was part of the set dressing. And then because I did not have camera credentials on that show technically, I said, and because I have no intention of spreading this photo, while he was looking at it, I hit delete. And I said, so there you go. I said, I want you to see me delete it because I had borrowed it from the on-set dresser for the purpose of showing it to you. And now that I've shown that to you and the purpose is gone, I want you to know that I was deleting it. So that way they would know that I'm being legit about this. If there's ever a leak on set or something like that, it's not going to be because of me. So anyway, that was something that I thought was kind of funny, that they VFX part of the set dress because and I would have loved to have had a picture. So there's a long story just to get back around that. So yeah. Yes, Andy is still on The Resident. He is still out there. He was definitely part of the last season. And he is out of there. He's out there right now, as far as I know. They just started back for season 4, is it? And the sound mixer out there, Chris Harris. He's a longtime friend. I love trolling that guy too. But he's the mixer out there, and Andy is out there with him. I haven't seen Andy in years, but anyway, yes, he's still out here. He's loving it, as far as I know. So anyway, geez, 5 hours and 17 minutes and 54 seconds on this live stream. Definitely one of the longer ones. And being that I didn't zip fizz up at all, I'm still going strong. 2 hours and 24 minutes. Oh, 2 hours. It's 2:24 a.m. I'm suddenly recalling something I have to do tomorrow morning. 2 things. Oh, geez. Okay. I'm not gonna bother saying what those are because they're nice gestures, and one of them is. I'm not going to do it because I think that people need to do nice gestures for people because it is the nice thing to do, not because they're saying, hey, ha ha ha, praise me for doing a nice thing. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call it there so that way I can try to get some Z's because I got to be up in about 4.5 hours now that I think about it. I had totally forgotten about this thing tomorrow morning. I got to be up at 7 a.m. and it's now 2:25. So I'm going to go. But thank you very much for coming out here and hanging out with me. And if you watched my rant and long recollection of streaming and how it came to be in the old area of cable television and stuff like that, and how we ended up in the world that we live in today, there you go. It'd be cool. So anyway, thank you for coming out. Thanks for everything again. As always, your time is the very most important thing in the world. Spending, you can do a lot of things with your life, but the time that you spend your life with hanging out with somebody, you're talking or chatting or whatever else is really awesome. So thank you very much for that. You take care. I hope everyone stays safe, stays healthy, and does not get involved in the craziness or sick in the craziness or anything like that. Y'all take care, and I will probably see you again in another live stream very soon.